All right, we are live at Coletco for Saturday, April 19th, live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. We are here and ready to sell you some records. First thing I'm going to do is hit the like button, share button, copy link button, share again, group button, boom and boom. And then let's get over here. Let's hit like button there. Let's turn on followers. Hit the like button there. This. Facebook Live link. All right. Let's jump over here to Outlook. There it says we're live. Hit the thumbs up button. Share. Copy link. Post. Actually, story. Me delete last night's story. We have tonight's story. Link. Paste. Live now. Oh, I know what I need to do. Let me go ahead and open up my chat. On my phone. Now for the YouTube link. YouTube. All right, and then let's go over here to Instagram. All right, Instagram. Post. Boom, 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 boom. All right, we'll make Parliament the next picture. Thanks everybody for joining us. The song of the day, You've Really Got a Hold on Me by the Beatles. That's what's been in my head today, Craig, and last night. You've Really Got a Hold on Me by the Beatles. I don't love you. That's a good one. That one goes under the radar, but I like that one. Give me the lyrics, Craig. I'm going to need them. Random Beatles songs that get stuck in my head. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, there it is. I don't like you, but I love you. That's got to be, of course, it's credited Lennon McCartney, but I'm pretty sure John Lennon wrote that one. I like that one. All righty, folks. I'm actually uploading pictures to Instagram. Some of those Beatles songs, you never know. They credit Lennon McCartney and. All right. Written by Link Ray. Really? You've really got a hold on me? You've really? There's Paul. I'm talking to them about Beatles songs. Okay.
It's rough.
Paul's holding me, show me something.
But it plays really well.
The Remains, wow.
Promo, yeah.
Is that a good one?
Oh, yeah.
Is it, should we start it for $1 or $1,000?
Probably like $25.
$25?
In this shape.
Okay.
But it plays way better than it looks.
Okay.
It has sold for $200 before. And the cheapest one listed 70-something.
It says Smokey Robinson. It says Smokey Robinson, Craig. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, I'm in the middle stuff. Paul had any other auctions and okay. Work it on 45s. Okay, good deal. I lay 2 in your chair last night.
I think I've already.
Okay. Yeah. The James walking like James Bond.
I just looked that one up.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I was actually I was going to test play and then bring it here. That's what you wanted to do.
No. I was desperately trying to find that.
Yeah.
That one.
Last time I saw it was over there.
Yeah. It's not that big.
Like a month or 2 ago.
Right. Yeah. Either way. All righty. Okay. Here we go, folks. My mute button works. Excellent, Jake. Excellent work there, Jake. Yeah, so that's why everybody's like, man, I'm so tired. I stayed up late last night. That's why I try to stop right at 1 or 12 or 12:30. Some people refuse to go to sleep when I'm still on here selling, and then it keeps going, and everybody's exhausted the next morning. We sold a ton of stuff, though. Oh, my gosh. In the last hour, we sold 3 full crates of Fred Goodwin records. So I tried to stop at a reasonable time, though. Here's our first auction of the night. This is a sealed Boston picture disc, 40th anniversary edition. Sealed Boston picture disc. First auction of the night. That's going to go up for a $15 start. And I have Glenn Frey, Soul Searching, another sealed original album, unopened, sealed Glenn Frey, Soul Searching. That is a $15 start. Everybody, please go ahead and hit the like button on Facebook. Please go ahead and hit the like button on YouTube. Please go ahead and hit the like button everywhere you can see the like button. I would greatly appreciate that. I would greatly appreciate that. I would amazingly appreciate that. I would unbelievably appreciate that. So please do that for me. And we're about to start doing our normal routine here. Y'all know what the normal routine is? It's sell records. We're about to do some New Orleans auctions. I've got other 45s here as well. We got new arrival crates from John. Paul's been working on our 45s tonight. So we've had a lot of 45s in the that we've accumulated for years that aren't really like the records we would normally auction here. They're rare, garage, soul, and Paul's been in the back today working on looking those up and putting them on Discogs you know, really high-end rare, possibly high-end rare soul funk, and I think he's getting those on our Discogs page. And he's test playing them and listening to them, etc. So that's what he's doing today. John's got some vintage stuff up here. We're going to be doing discount bins, and we're going to have a fun night selling records, right? Chad put on masterclass selling records. We were, and I've got more. We were selling autographs for $5 and $2. Signed albums. I was like, man, you can't go wrong here. I've got a bunch more stuff like that we got to get to. First, though, I think what I want to do, Jake, is I don't know if this is charging as fast coming from the Mac. I'm gonna unplug this. I'm gonna unplug this from the Mac for right now. I'm good to go. I'm just gonna swap out power sources. I unplug that from the Mac. I think it's gonna charge a lot faster. That super box, you know, it charges so fast. We're good to go now. Okay. Public sub, no. Todd Saw. So around midnight last night, we had a DoorDash delivery from Todd Saw, and if he's watching, thank you, Todd Saw. And he delivered like 4 subs, a pack of Oreos, and I'm good on food. I just had a steak and salad, and I'm good to go. I don't think I'll have to even, I might have to break one time tonight to go up front to eat, maybe for a drink refill or something, but I'm good to go. I'm full, and food's not on my mind. Chico Hamilton, we'll do it right now. We're going to start with a crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. This is Chico Hamilton, Eric Dolphy, Charles Lloyd, Gabor Zabot. That's jazz, $19.99. This is a Buy It Now or Best Offer bin. The last bid that came in on Boston was with Raphael Riviera for $20. And then we have a sealed Glen Fry here. We're looking for a $15 start. And let me go ahead and grab the new box of New Orleans stuff. It is actually right over here on a shelf. We sold out a whole nother box last night. And let me grab this box. And let's start selling off New Orleans. Uh-oh, is this hardcore? That might be hardcore. We don't want to do those right now. We don't want a whole night of that. I'll mix some of them in, of course. Let me see where this other box is. Is that what this box is? What is this here? Yeah, this is it. This is what I'm looking for. Let me move this rack out of the way. Whoops. It's okay. That was just CDs. Oh my gosh. This is why I need more days off to work. Don't ever have to take a day off just to work. That's what I want to do about 5 days a week. About 5 days a week, I'm like, man, I wish I could take a day off just to work. Man, look at this box in New Orleans. I've had to dig it out, but golly, look at all these. Whew. Y'all can't see anything. There they are. Let me move the camera up a little bit. Let me pull down the box. Here's a whole box of New Orleans singles. Oh my gosh. There's no telling what's in here. Whew, that got me out of breath just trying to get to them. Holy moly. This could be a good one. Oh man. D.D. Ramone. We had one of those last night. Fuzz Tones. Is everybody ready? Do we have Teresa? Do we have Craig? Do we have Tim Voldness? Do we have William Drugovich? Whew. This is going to be a busy night. This could be a good box. All right, let's go ahead and do the first one here, which is D.D. Ramone. And I think we sold one of these Sacred Hearts last night, so let's do another one. And the last bid on Boston was Everton Augie at 30. Neil Reigler does want Chico Hamilton. Is that the person who asked about it when he first saw it? Who's saying about that? Who asked about that? Did you sell those last 4 bundle boxes? No, I still got 4 boxes of 45s I'd love to sell to you, Jetstream. 4 boxes, and Neil Reigler doesn't want Chico Hamilton. Okay, I don't have an empty crate. Here they are. Let's go ahead and start filling one up. This is going to be a great crate of buy it now best offer. There is some Connery collection stuff in here, but here we have it. Chico Hamilton, that's the first sale of the night to Neil Rigler. First thing in here is called Sacred Tragedy, Sacred Teenage Tragedy. It's kind of like a compilation. Unfortunately, it has a name tag on it, 1999. It's a Rhino compilation of like early 60s teen music. Teenage Tragedy, Falling in Love Again, Susan, 1979, sealed with hop sticker, $14.99. And we have The Who's Odds and Sods. The Who is $19.99, very clean as well. And we have Dale Reeves with Strings and Things. That's sealed for $9.99. And Steely Dan, Can't Buy Thrill. Unfortunately, there is a name tag on it, $34.99. That's new and, that is a OG, or it's a vintage copy at least. That is available. Everything in here is buy it now best offer. The sealed Boston picture disc is at $30 with Edward Tanagi. Final call. Nobody bid on the sealed original Glenn Frey. It's a $15 buy it now. And then here's our first two singles of the night. Dee Dee Ramone, Born to Lose and Hop Around. Dee Dee Ramone is going to go up for a $5 start. And we have the Sacred Heart Psych Out. The Sacred Hearts is going to go up for a $5 start. It's on red vinyl. It's now up for bid. There's those two. They're now up for bid. Do we have cake? I don't have any cake in stock. I can get Fashion Nugget and a lot of their other discography. I'll do that for next week for you, David. But yeah, cake's good. Cake OGs are really tough to find. The OG Fashion Nugget is really hard to find. Billy Cobham, Billy's Best, $14.99. And then also we have Steve Coleman Group, Motherland Pulse, $19.99 for Steve Coleman Group. Sacred Hearts and Dee Dee Ramone both have bids. And the Bob Seger system is a 1977 Winchester press. It does have a name tag on the front. That is Bob Seger, Ramblin' Gamblin' Man, $19.99. And the anthology of Diana Ross and the Supremes. That is a triple LP, I believe. All compilation of Diana Ross and Supremes from Motown. Beautiful copy there. Nothing wrong with that one, $19.99. So the Boston picture disc is sold. Well, that's weird. Edward, I would love to drop the hammer, but I haven't heard back from Patrick Fu. I haven't heard back from Jackie Ray. Haven't heard back from those. Also haven't bid on, no one did the buy it now on Glenn Frey. No one did the buy it now on Glenn Frey. So that's still available. This is a buy it now best offer bin. We have music from the soundtrack Faces. That's $24.99. Mark Berger on Bob Seger for $15. Mark Berger, thank you. That's so to you. David V on Diana Ross. That's so to David V. Thank you. And yes, the 4 boxes are the same size, and I actually just recently condensed them where they're all very full. So yes, they're all very full. Yes. DD7, Bob 15, and we pulled Diana. We have Ganlin, Tarazov, Chekson, live in Moscow and West Berlin, and that's called Con Fuoco. I don't know how much of that I said right, but there it is, $24.99. All right, we're not done on Boston. 35 of Jackie Ray. Brian Frenfrock gets Teenage Tragedy for 10. That's so to Brian Frenfrock for 10. Melanie, if we do a $2 bump on Steely Dan, I'll sell it to you. That'd be $27. It's a nice copy, even though it has the name tag. But that is such a great album, of course. Here's a very interesting record. I don't even know what to start on this one. $29.99. Dee Dee Ramone's at 9 and now 10. The Sacred Hearts is at 5. William Dragovich has the Sacred Hearts for 5. Also, we have Ornette Coleman Science Fiction. Ornette Coleman is a 72 Terre Haute, $34.99. $34.99 for Ornette Coleman Science Fiction. Also, Candy Staton, Chance. Candy is a 1979 US, $14.99. Jackie, it looks like you're going to get to Boston. And Jake has fixed my lighting some more. Thank you. $24.99. Aerosmith Rocks with the original on her sleeve. Aerosmith is $24.99. And Atlanta Rhythm Section, The Boys from Doverville. $9.99 for Atlanta Rhythm Section, The Boys from Doverville or Doraville. And this is ABBA Arrival, VG Plus, $14.99. All right, so the Sacred Hearts is sold into William Drugovich for 5. Let's go ahead and know the next one with the blue car on it. Brian Friendfrock said the next one with a blue car on it. Did I have two? Oh, so you're talking about Falling in Love Again. You didn't want this comp. You didn't want the Teenage Tragedy comp. You wanted Susan, right? That sold you for 10. And then Rick Hall, Aerosmith 15. That sold to Rick Hall for 15. Melanie Jennings on Steely Dan for 27. And then Boston is sold to Patrick Fu. Excuse me, Jackie Ray for $35. That is sold to Jackie Ray for $35. Next is Jimmy Buffett, Changes in Latitudes, Changes in Attitudes. EX Edition $22.99 for Mr. Jimmy Buffett. We have Roy Buchanan, You're Not Alone. VG Plus $12.99. And Solo Flight, The Genius of Charlie Christian. That's VG Plus $14.99. And Hank Jones, Ain't Misbehavin'. Hank Jones EX $12.99. All right, so one New Orleans single down, 3,000 more to go. Here's the next one. It is the Fuzz Tones, Hallucination Generation. The Fuzz Tones is going to go up for a $5 start. Hallucination Generation. That's going to go up for a $5 start. That's now up for bid. American Flyer, Spirit of a Woman, EX Edition $9.99, 29 with Lenny White. That's EX $12.99, a white label promo. Ubiquity, Star Booty, that's VG Plus $14.99. I got more sealed records here. This is a really cool pressing of this. Jeff Wayne's musical version of The War of the Worlds. This is a new sealed copy. Only a $15 start. Justin Hayward's on here. Phil Lynott from Thin Lizzy. Richard Burton. Very cool. Jeff Wayne's musical version. That is a really cool record. That's a new sealed copy. Should have a book with it. 2 LP, $15 start. That's now up for bid. If you're just hopping on, we're doing a buy it now best offer. And also the D.D. Ramone records at $18 of Ryan Anderson. We have Greg Allman Laid Back, EX Edition, $22.99. EX Edition $22.99 on Greg Allman. That's called Laid Back. Nuggets, awesome compilation here. VG Plus $14.99. This is Volume 3 called Pop Nuggets. It's got artists such as the Knickenbockers and the Crying Shames and Lewis and Clark. That's VG Plus $19.99. Those are essential records there. They still offer that as a box set new. I need to order a couple and keep it in stock because I feel like at some point or another, somebody's going to want that. Let's jump over here and see what the other sealed record we have. And that is going to be, this is a reissue, but it's sealed. It's a sealed VJ copy, sealed Jimmy Reed on VJ, Found Love. Definitely probably like a late 70s pressing, but it's never been opened. Jimmy Reed's a $15 start. Also, we have Chris Bachek picking up Nuggets. Nice decision there. D.D. Ramone's at 22. And what about the Fuzz Tones? The Fuzz Tones just has one bid for $5. We're about to sell that. War of the Worlds just has one bid for $15. Tony OK is a 1978 promo, and the promos they did for these Tony OK albums were on green vinyl. Green vinyl. So that's VG Plus $9.99. Also, Annie, the original motion picture soundtrack. Annie is $14.99. Annie, and we have Edmund Hall Quartet. That's a German import, Edmund Hall Quartet, $9.99. Edmund Hall Quartet. So War of the Worlds has a new bid for $17. Jimmy Reed is going once, going twice at $15. We've got New Orleans singles. I've got a full, fresh box here. We're going to try to knock out most of tonight. We'll keep them going one after another. If they get a bid, we'll go ahead and say final call. If they don't get a bid, I'll make them a buy it now. If they get multiple bids, we'll keep bidding until they're all gone. If y'all hadn't seen the hot post on Facebook, 45 pictures are posted in a gallery on our Facebook page of tonight's featured auctions. Of course, that doesn't count any of the 45s we're going to be doing. Doesn't count any of the other random stuff I may be putting up, so just FYI. Next is the music of Gunther Hamsel and Galaxy Dream Band. This is a German import. It's a free jazz album from 1972, $29.99. Lots of cool stuff in here. Bo Hansen, $14.99. Bo Hansen, $14.99. And Keith Jarrett, and this is sealed for $19.99. Fuzz Tones, this is a final call to Jim B. William Drugovich, you did get outbid. D.D. Ramone, where did we get to? I haven't heard back from Robert Barnett. Robert, you are out on the D.D. Ramone. It's at $22. War of the Worlds is still getting bids. The sealed copy, that's a new sealed copy back there. It's at $20. And I'm about to make Jimmy Reed a buy it now. But first, I got to make sure we answer the EH label question. The Edmund Hall Quartet, Jared Inc., Edmund Hall Quartet is on Storyville. It's on Storyville. It's a German import. It is really nice, $9.99. Brandon Lack is in on the Jimmy Reed at 15, just making sure Robert Barnett's done on the D.D. Ramon single. And then Gunter, $14.99 for Ryan Anderson. And Ryan, I will sell that to you for $22. $22 on Gunter Hamsel there. Thank you, John, as always. John's, yeah, I'll be here on Monday to do it all over again. Let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, 22 on that. And then D.D. Ramon does have a new bid for 23. I also have the exciting Eddie Harris. That's $14.99, the exciting Eddie Harris. Also, we have Chic La Freak. It is VG condition, $9.99. So first thing I'm going to do, sell Brandon Lack, the Jimmy Reed for $15. Unfortunately, I lost William Drugovich on the fuzz tones. Let me make sure. 5, GMB 6, and then William, if you're still around, let me know. And then War of the Worlds is still getting bids. Mike Bartley went out, though. James Vasquez has that new and sealed copy for $20. Ryan, you have been bumped on D.D. Ramon. We have Al Hood, Hein Van Dingen, and Steve Clover doing Spheres, an 81 Netherlands import jazz album, EX 12.99. And the last two in here was Indo Jazz Suite, the Joe Harriet Double Quintet under the direction of John Mayer. That's a 66 mono white label promo, EX 32.99. And we have J.J. Johnson, $174.99. $174.99, an original 1955 U.S. mono. There is some seam splitting on the cover. There is a new bid on D.D. Ramon for $25, which means Robert Barnett, you've been outbid. I lost William Drugovich, unfortunately. Fuzz Tones is sold to Jim B, fortunately for him, for $6. And now let's go ahead and sell War of the Worlds to James Vasquez for $20. James Vasquez, thank you. That's sold to you. Robert's out on D.D. Ramon. That's sold to Ryan Anderson for $25. Now, the only deal I didn't strike with somebody in here was on the music of Gunther Hampel and Galaxy Dream Band. This is $29.99, a 1972 German free jazz album. It was marked $29.99. We had an offer for $15. I said $22. Ryan, that's completely up to you. I would love to sell it to you. William Drugovich, your bid on Fuzz Tones just came in. That is unfortunately very bad because I've already sold it. All right, let's jump back over here. Did I say John Mayer? I did. Indo Jazz Suite, the Joe Harriet Double Quintet under the direction of John Mayer, a 66 mono white label promo. And that might be the same John Mayer. I'm not for sure. Also, thank you, Scott Corkin. Yes, happy Easter to you and your family and everybody else. I've seen lots of people on that. And I think this is the John Mayer, but I'm not really for sure. It may not be, though. No, I'm thinking about John Mayall. Wait a minute, John Mayer. I don't think that's the Waiting on the World to Change. That's a completely different guy. There for a second, I was thinking about John Mayall. I was like, what's he doing on a bizarre jazz album like that? Faces, OST 12, Odds and Sods 15. All right, so here's what's left in here. First, we need new singles going up right quick. First is Rock and Roll Sock Hop Volume 1 and the Cocktail Slippers. Let's put these up for $5 starts. This is Sock Hop. At first, I was thinking about John Mayall, not John Mayer, Waiting for the World to Change. Yeah, he might not even been born yet. And here is the Cocktail Slippers. Cocktail Slippers is $5. So $5 on that, and the Rock and Roll Sock Hop. Those are $5 starts. Box sets, Aussies. Those are long gone. No, we only got 2. We only got 2, and then I got 2 from the website, and we've already sold all those too. So total, I only got 4 Aussie box sets, and they're long gone. So yeah. Then we had an offer on Odds and Sods for $15. First, what was the Christopher S? Faces, OST 12. I'll try to figure out what that is, Christopher. I'm not really for sure, but we are going to sell this Who to Jackie for $15. And then very quickly, here's what's left: Dale Reeves, Billy Cobham, Steve Coleman, Faces. This right here. Faces. I will sell this to you, Christopher, for $15. $15 on that. And we also have Confuoco. We have Nanda. We have Ornette Coleman, Candy Staton, Atlanta Rhythm Section, ABBA, Teenage Tragedy, Jimmy Buffett, Roy Buchanan, Solo Flight, The Genius of Charlie Christian, Hank Jones, American Flyer, 29, Ubiquity, Greg Allman, Tony O'Kay, Annie, Bo Hansen, Keith Jarrett. We have Edmund Hall Quartet, The Exciting Eddie Harris, Chic, Spheres, J.J. Johnson, and Gunther Hampel, okay? Next is Christopher S. on Faces, and this is sold to him for $15. That is sold. Sock Hop has a bid for $5 of Robert. No bid on Cocktail Slippers Final call on that. Billy Cobham was right back here, and that one's called Billy's Best. It is $14.99, 1988, near mint minus on that. All right, let's jump back over here and see what the next record I have going up. Holy moly, it's David Bowie, the man who sold the world. A picture disc, that's going to go up sealed for just a $15 start. Sealed David Bowie, $15 start on that. All right, Cocktail Slippers also has a bid for $5. Jared Inc. sold on Billy Cobham. Rock and Roll Sock Hop has a new bid with Paul Sponable for $6, and Cocktail Slippers has a bid for $5. That's where we're at on those. All right, I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right, here we are, folks. First thing we have is sock, David Bowie 15, David Bowie 18. Now, I went through this crate like at 1 a.m. last night. I've went through it tonight at 5:30ish, and that's the last time you might see some of those for a while. So if you do want to submit an offer, now's the time. I'm going to take some of these and deposit them up front in the store. And up there, they will be 25% off if anybody comes in the store. So I'm telling you, if you want to make an offer on something, you can be my guest, okay? Those are available. Let's grab another crate to start running through. We're going to start putting up some more auctions in just a second. David Bowie's already at 20. John brought me a stack of sealed stuff here. That's what we're running through right now. Here is Churchill, the legend, the man, his great speeches, his life, his death, commentary, reminiscences. It's a sealed VJ record about Winston Churchill. We're going to put that up for a $5 start. Churchill, $5 start. It is sealed, unopened. Never been opened before. All right. Let's see what this crate right here holds. Let's go through this crate possibly at half off. We might do a half off crate. Go ahead and warm up the night. I've already kind of warmed it up. Now let's go ahead and throw some more fuel on the fire. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me half off records that I desire. Let's see what we have in here. Let's go ahead and knock this crate out at half off. Let's see, Jetstream. Okay, the 45 boxes that are the bundle deals, they've been shown once at $6.99. So it's stuff we flip through at $6.99. That's the 45 bundle boxes. So the 4 I have left, they've been shown one time at $6.99. They didn't sell. I put them back in the box and we put them away. Now, just like the box you bought, there's some really good titles that got left behind. Everything's cleaned and in company sleeves. So there's 4 boxes right now, and I'm about to get started on another box, a new box for tonight. And that's what I do. I show them one time. Sometimes we go through them a second time later. And then if they don't sell, we move right along. And here is the first handful. We're going to start with some more right now. These are all $6.99. First come, first serve, okay? First thing is Scott McKenzie. These have never been shown before, of course. If you're going to San Francisco, Scott McKenzie, $6.99. Dale Shannon, Keep Searching. We also have Vanity Fair, Hitching a Ride. We have John Cougar, Jack and Diane. The Beach Boys, Heroes and Villains. The Uniques, My Babe, Iron Butterfly, Soul Experience. And Chris Bartley, The Sweetest Thing This Side of Heaven on Cameo Parkway from Van Du. Let's do one more, a white label promo of Ray Charles, Let Me Love You. All are $6.99 each. Should have a bunch of great 45s. But yes, Jetstream, 4 boxes of 45s, all sleeved and cleaned and in sleeves. Companies as well. Okay, so I left off Cocktail Slippers 5, Sock Hop 6, David Bowie 15, David Bowie 18, David Bowie 20, Sock Hop out, Sock Hop 7, and then Robert Barnett said he would do 7 on the Annie record. I think that was over here in the previous crate. Let me see if I can find that for him. That was Annie for 7, Annie for 7, Annie for 7. That was got to be somewhere in this bin, right? Yeah, this right here. Let's go ahead and sell him that for $7. All right. That sold to him for $7. Now, the Churchill was a $5 start. Did I say 1 or 5? I hope I said did I say 1 or 5? If I've said a $1 start, then Sean has it for $1, final call. And then these are all $6.99, Ray Charles, Chris Bartley, Iron Butterfly, the Uniques, the Beach Boys, John Cougar, Vanity Fair, Dale Shannon, and San Francisco. I thought at least about 4 in there would sell, especially San Francisco. Cocktail Slippers is officially sold, and Cocktail Slippers is sold to Robert Barnett for $5. The Tony OK album, oh man, let me go back over there and see. It's a promo on green vinyl. Give me 1 second. And then Churchill has a bid for 2. Okay, no, it was a typo. I don't need it. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I thought I said a $5 start. Churchill's a $5 start. So let's at least get it going for a $5 start. It's a sealed spoken word record, the legend, the man, Winston Churchill. Yes, $5 start. That's the starting bid on that. I thought Sean was just bidding 1 for the fun of it. And then this sock hop is sold to Arnold Adams for $7. And then the David Bowie picture disc, Patrick Fu never did say out. So did the first bidder, didn't say out either. Tim Colino has that for $20. Sealed David Bowie, the man who sold the world picture disc with poster, $20. And then Nick Bargeron on BB. And BB was for, I'm not for sure what BB was for. And then this is going to be a half off grade, no more, no less. Ultravox, Rage and Eden. In shrink wrap, $12.50. Ultravox, Rage and Eden. We're about to go through a half off pre-owned bin. No more, no less. Ultravox is $12.50. $12.50 on Ultravox. Emmylou Harris, The Ballad of Sally Rose. Emmylou is $7.50. Music Hall with Merle Haggard and Sonny James. That is $7.50. And we have Merle Haggard, Willie Nelson, Poncho, and Lefty. That's just $7.50. Nobody bid on Churchill. He's a $5 buy it now. No bid on Churchill. Now David Bowie's got another $20 bid, now a $22 bid, now a $24 bid. The Tony OK album is called Life in the Food Chain. Life in the Food Chain, a 1978 promo on green vinyl, VG Plus, $9.99. Tony OK, VG Plus, $9.99, green vinyl. Nick Bargeron on the Beach Boys. That is in the stack. Ah, you're talking about the 45, Nick Bargeron. Thank you. Sorry, my heads went in a different direction. Nick Bargeron got the Beach Boys for $6.99. Thank you. Let's grab 2 more New Orleans singles. The first one is called Rockin' Buckin' Billy. Rockin' Buckin' Billy. This is our next New Orleans single. It's going to go up for a $5 start. And we have How Does It Feel If I Stay Too Long? The Creation. The Creation. That's going to go up as well for a $5 start. Tony OK, $7 offer. Tony OK is sold to Bob Panozniak for $7. Now, the first record in here is sold to Greg Beddinger, $7.50. So we're going through a half-off bin, no more, no less. Still got Merle Haggard, Emmylou Harris, and Ultravox. Also, Supertramp, Brother, Where You Bound, Gold Stamp promo, $10, no condition notes. Saga, this is now $7.50. Worlds Apart, Gold Stamp promo, original on her sleeve. Now David Bowie's at $28. We also have Tina Turner, Break Every Rule, $12.50 for Tina Turner. And Styx, Pieces of 8, $10. Wow, not only some great titles in here in the half-off bin, but they're really clean and really nice. I've got another sealed record for you. This is called Elvis Presley, The Sun Years. It's sealed, vintage, $15 start. That's now up for bid. We have Creation at $5 with John Gollin. Nobody's been on Rockin' Buckin' Billy. Final call on that. David Bowie's between Melanie and Tim. Melanie, you're out. Tim has it for $30. Also, we have Dean Tex Martin, Country Style. Dean Martin is $5. And Pat Benatar, Precious Time. Pat Benatar is $7.50. $7.50, Precious Time. And we have Thief of Hearts. This is a soundtrack. Shrink, Hop Sticker, nice. $10. Creation has another $5 bid. Rockin' Buckin' Billy has another bid for $5. Joe Salamo wants Dean Martin. We're going through a half-off bin. That's sold to Joe for $5. Also, another Ultravox. This one is $15. It is self-titled, Gatefold 2LP, Ultravox, and The Trial of Billy Jack. That is now just $10. Going through a great half-off bin here. Elvis is a no bid. Final call for a $15 start. The Creation's at $6, which means that the first bidder, John Gollin, you've been outbid on that one. All right, I'm going to go ahead and grab another handful of 45s here to show right quick at $6.99 and see what we can come up here. Got a whole nother box to go through. Got a whole new box of New Orleans singles if you missed it. Pretty amazing. First thing I have is Joe Bennett, Black Slacks for $6.99. We'll put that one up for auction. We have Bob Dylan. This is George Jackson, and the B-side is George Jackson. That's an odd-looking one there, Bob Dylan. We got Bob and Earl, Harlem Shuffle. The Hourglass, I Still Want Your Love. That's a good one. That's probably auction-worthy. That's the Allman Brothers. The Hourglass, the Silvers Hotline, and the Main Ingredient promo. I'm Not So Proud. And let's do one more. Good Vibrations, the Beach Boys. Man, some of those there should have definitely, a couple of those in there could have been auctioned. I set one aside. We'll run it next. But yeah, there's some good stuff in there. I try to sort them as I'm going through them, but man, sometimes it's just, I go through them so fast and we got so many to sell. Every once in a while, some slip through. They're great deals at $6.99. Creation 6, Creation 7. Phantom Canuck wants Thief of Hearts. That's sold to Phantom for $10. Really cool soundtrack there. That's sold to you. Next is RBB. We have a question. Psychobilly All Night Long. David Bowie, $38. Rod Bryan gets to Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan sold to Rod Bryan for $6.99. Let me go back and find that. Rod Bryan, yeah, Bob Dylan, $6.99. The Ultravox, this one in here, Mike Massey, I'm pretty sure is self-titled. And we also have Rage and Eden. They're $15 and $12.50. Next is Margaret Gerhold on ST. And ST was for, I'm not for sure about ST. And then Bob Panozniak, that might be for Supertramp. There's a Supertramp back here, Margaret. Let me know if that's right. Bob Panozniak got Good Vibrations. John Gollin second. David Bowie's at 40. Andrew Shaw gets the Hourglass. I would have kept that if nobody claimed it. And that sold $6.99. So we still got the Main Ingredient. I'm So Proud of promo. The Silvers, Hotline, Bob and Earl, Harlem Shuffle, and Joe Jennett, Black Slacks. Those are all $6.99. We have Mike Massey said he will take this Ultravox. It's now $15. That's sold to him. Right over here is the Creation. The high bid on the Creation, the last bid that came through was Robert Warner went out, and that's after John Gollin bid 7, and then Rockin', Buckin' Billy's with Ryan at 8. So Ryan Anderson has that for 8. Robert's also out. The Creations with John Gollin at 7. The David Bowie is now at $42 with Melanie Jennings, and nobody bid on the Sealed Elvis. It's a $15 buy it now. Sealed Elvis, $15 buy it now, okay? Here is our next auction. This is the Who's. This is Sugar Hill Gang, Rapper's Delight, and Apache. Rapper's Delight, Sugar Hill Gang, that's going to go up for a $5 start. And then there's the Creation, and Supertramp is sold to Margaret Gerhold. Larry Smith gets the Sealed Elvis for $15. Michael Snared was second. All right, and then Rockin' Buckin' Billy is sold to Ryan Anderson for 8. Now we're down to Sugar Hill for 5. The Creation is about to sell as well. They're still bidding on David Bowie. W.C. Fields is $10. We're doing a great half-off bin. Emmylou Harris, Blue Kentucky Girl. Emmylou Harris is $7.50. And Where Eagles Dare, that's another soundtrack. Where Eagles Dare, the half-off price on that is $10. Also, Robin Trower, Victims of the Fury, $10 on Robin Trower, and The Woman in Red. Woman in Red is $12.50. $12.50 on that. Joshua Supertramp's already sold. Sugar Hill Gang has a bid for 5. The Creation is sold to John Gollin, and John Gollin gets the Creation for 7. David Bowie's now at 45. Melanie goes back to you. Tim Colino Jr. wants Emmylou Harris, doing a half-off bin, so that's sold to him. Sugar Hill Gang's at 5. Next is another sealed record I'm going to put up right now. This one's going to need a little bit higher start because it's a sealed original, Bob Dylan and Grateful Dead. Actually, you know what? I'll still run it for $15. It does have a breach in the shrink wrap right here where the spine got a little chipped, but this is sealed and never been opened, an original, official, Bob Dylan and the Grateful Dead. 1989 sealed. Let's put that up for a $15 start. Final call on Sugar Hill Gang. I've been better off making it a $6.99 buy now than putting it up for auction. Usually those do really well, but right now it only has one bid for $5. The next New Orleans single is going up right now, and it's the Starlights. And we're going to put this up for a $5 start. The Starlights, I Can't See You, and Big Boss Man. That's going to go up for a $5 start from the New Orleans collection. Next in the half-off bin is the Yank soundtrack, $7.50. Melanie, let me know if you want Backing on David Bowie for more than $45. Another Emmylou Harris, Cimarron. That's $7.50. Superman, the movie soundtrack. That's a gatefold 2 LP. No condition note. Superman is now just $17.50. We have Arnold Adams for Eagles for $10. Where do Eagles dare? Yep, that was in the half-off bin for $10. Thank you. That's so do you. Bob Dylan, the Grateful Dead, has a bid for $20. She's out on the David Bowie picture disc. This is officially sold to Tim Colino for $45. That's sold. Sugar Hill Gang has a new bid for $6. Next is Findlay Depperstein on Superman. That's sold to Findlay Depperstein. Also, the Staying Alive soundtrack, that is $10. And Stony Island. Andrew Davis and Tamar Hobbs presents the soundtrack of Stony Island. That's a soundtrack, $10. How about Rocky 3? That's now $15. And the Running Scared soundtrack, that's now $10. A lot of soundtracks here in this half-off bin. I'm going to grab another sealed record to put up for auction. And it is another David Bowie. It is The Man Who Sold the World. Now, this is obviously a sealed remaster. However, if you do find an original with this cover, please contact me. I'm highly interested. It's a holy grail of David Bowie records. Some can fetch big money. Sealed, remastered David Bowie, The Man Who Sold the World. $15 start on that. Sugar Hill Gang has a new bid for $8. Next is Carla De La Roche on SA, and that's for Staying Alive. Thank you. That's so do you. We got sealed original, Bob Dylan and the Grateful Dead. A sealed copy back here. One bid for $20. We're about to sell it. No bid on the Starlighters. One more look. Final call to get a bid on the Starlighters for $5. Or excuse me, the Starlights, S-T-A-R-L-I-T-E-S. That's from the New Orleans collection. Charlie Daniels Night Rider, gatefold, very clean copy, $12.50 on Charlie Daniels. We have Robin Trower, Long Misty Days. Robin Trower was $10, and Elvis, a legendary performer. Elvis is $7.50. Frank Sinatra, Love is a Kick. Sinatra is $7.50. And Ultravox Vienna, and that's in shrink, $12.50. Great half-off crate. Let me ask everybody watching right now, have you done me a favor and hit the like button? Both on Facebook and YouTube. I'm going to go ahead and make the Starlights a buy it now for $5. Sugar Hill Gang has a new high bid of $10, which means Mark Riley's out. Bowie's at $15.17. Shane Devers is going to grab the Charlie Daniels. That's sold. Stephen Riley on Ultravox. That's sold. And Nick Bargeron, I can't believe it, but you're the only bidder on the sealed Bob Dylan Grateful Dead for $20. And Margaret's bid of $25 just came in as I was saying that. Trust me, I would have loved to taken that. Margaret, unfortunately, I think you have a pretty delayed connection. You might want to refresh right quick. Ride My 65 on Sinatra. That's sold to Ride My 65. Tina Turner, Private Dancer. What's Love Got to Do with It? $12.50. The Tubes, Young and Rich. That's in shrink wrap for $10. And we have I Cantina, Get Back. I Cantina, not Teener. I Cantina, $12.50. Next is our next New Orleans single. This one looks bizarre, and this is going to go up for a $5 start. Randy, Captain Dynamite, Horn Knocker, and his world-famous Loaded Hoods. That's going to go up for a $5 start. What a title. Randy, Captain Dynamite, Horn Knocker, and his world-famous Loaded Hoods. That is the Golden Guineas, what is that? $5 star, that's now up for bid. Scott Oman on TT for Tina Turner. David Bowie's now at $20. Haven't heard back from anybody else on Sugar Hill Gang. That's a final call for $10. David Bowie's at $20. Thank God it's Friday, triple LP. Thank God it's Friday is now $15. That's available. And we have the Untouchables. The Untouchables is $15. Capitol Records, starring Robert Stack, music composed by Nelson Riddle. That is $15. That's a cool soundtrack. And Poco's only $5, head over heels. Sugar Hill Gang is sold for $10, and that is sold to Scott Reimer. Randy's a $5 start. And now the David Bowie back there is at $20 with Patrick Fu going once, going twice. Guinea pigs. Guinea, yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Guinea. Guinea. I couldn't hear it unless I was like, man, what is that word? I know what that is. Guinea. Guinea pigs. Yes. Thank you. Next is the The United Space League. What another interesting record here. The United Space League. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Okay, thanks, Chad. I would take all 4 boxes for $750, and you and John won't ever have to handle them again. Wow. Holy moly, what an offer. Holy moly. Holy moly, what an offer. All right, give me about 2 or 3 minutes. The only thing I'm concerned is the shipping, so let me think about it for a second. Also, we have Yes Tormato, $10 on Yes Tormato, and then we have Dean Martin, Gentle on My Mind. This is Dean Martin for $5. Stephen Riley says he'll take Ultravox, Rage and Eden. Ultravox, Rage and Eden, this is sold to, this was back here, this is sold to Stephen Riley, thank you. All right, there's our 2 New Orleans singles. That has a bid for $5. Bob Panasniak, final call. United Space League, final call. What about David Bowie? Did I hear back from anybody? I've got to sell it, Patrick Fu. I think it was Melinda Gerhardt. She's had some connection problems tonight. We'll give that 1 more second. She did say out. Okay, so let me go over here and go ahead and pull the next record. I hadn't done a single advertised record because we're still doing some sealed stuff over here. This looks pretty interesting, I thought. This is called King Kong. Jean-Luc Ponty plays the music of Frank Zappa. It is sealed, World Pacific, more for electric violin and low-budget orchestra composed and arranged by Frank Zappa. That's sealed for a $15 star. Melanie Jennings, she was the other person on David Bowie. She's back in at 23, and we have bids of these for 5 and 5. I'm about to grab a buy it now. Let me grab a buy it now handful here, and let's do these for $6.99, okay? $6.99. $6.99. First thing we have is Funny Face. That is $6.99, as in Audrey Hepburn and Fred Astaire. That's an EP, selections from the film, $6.99. Etta James, Up at the Wedding. Etta James, $6.99. The Janettes, Sally Go Round the Roses. Aerosmith, Pandora's Box. Jim Carroll Band, People Who Died. Bullet, White Lies, Blue Eyes. Boston, Feeling Satisfied. Boston, More Than a Feeling. And Automatic Man, Newspapers. Automatic Man. Those are all $6.99 each. $6.99 each. Let's go back to the top and figure out where we left off. David Bowie did get a new bid for 23. And then that was the last person I was waiting on, Patrick Fu. So now it goes back to you, Patrick Fu. These singles are sold for $5 and $5. This is United Space League. This sold to Robert for $5. And Randy Captain Dynamite, the Golden Guineas, that is sold for $5 to Bob Panasniak, okay? Now, first thing we have is Robert Barnett on Jim Carroll. Robert Barnett on Jim Carroll. That is sold to Robert Barnett for $6.99, and William Warner wants More Than a Feeling. I think it's a double-sided deal. Yeah, the B-side's Long Time. That's a good one. $6.99. Brian DeLeon on Etta and Janettes. And I was thinking about you, Brian DeLeon. We're working on, I know you buy a lot of these soul albums and 50s. We're working today. Paul's working on listing and researching a lot of obscure, possibly even soul and stuff like that. So I don't know if Paul can let me know. I don't know if he's actually marking them or just getting them maybe straight to Discogs, because I think we're going to run across some pretty bizarre stuff that probably, unless you're one of the few people in the world looking for it, you probably won't know what it is. But most of that stuff is pretty good music. But a lot of these singles I'm talking about are probably like $50, $60, $80, $100, maybe $20, $30. There could be some 10s and 5s or 7s in there as well. But I know a lot of people that buy stuff like this. We're working on thousands right now. He's going through boxes full back there. And I grabbed a couple handfuls last night because probably one of the funnest things you can do is get a box of random 45s and start looking through them, because there's so many cool things you can run across. And I think sometimes what I do is sometimes we can get stuff listed to Discogs. You can check it out on there, or maybe after we get it sorted, I can bring it here and show it kind of late at night. That's what we were doing the other night with some of that stuff. And y'all were buying stuff that I never did think I could sell here. I always thought it would have to go straight to Discogs. And sure enough, y'all started buying a bunch of it. So let's put up 2 new singles. That left Automatic Man, Boston, Feeling Satisfied, and Used to Be Bad News. Bullet, Aerosmith, Pandora's Box, And Home Tonight, what album's that from? Get Your Wings. And Funny Face is still available, that EP. So very cool. All right. Let's go ahead and grab a couple more singles. It's 7 o'clock. I'm going to start the advertised auctions. Hope y'all seen all those. There's some killer ones coming up. We've knocked out a whole bin of New Orleans, a whole handful. Here's the next handful. I'm literally grabbing straight out of this box and just going down the stack. Here's the next one, the Helicopters and the Shanes. And we got some cool stuff on deck. Man, look at some of these. Plasmatics. Wow. The Antonic 3 and the Minders. Wow, we got some cool stuff coming up tonight for singles. If you like 45s, this may be your night. All right, let's go back over here. Chris Baycheck does want the Aerosmith for $6.99. This is sold to Chris Baycheck for $6.99. I plan on being here all night long. It's Saturday night. I don't have anything to do tomorrow except Easter dinner. Here's the Helicopters. What a cool single on orange vinyl with insert. The Helicopters is going to go up for a $5 start. It's called Dirty Women. The Helicopters. And then we have the Shanes on X-Bat, and that's going to go up for a $5 start. The David Bowie is sold to Melanie Jennings for $27, and we have King Kong, Jean-Luc Ponty. King Kong is going to go up for a $15 buy it now. Jean-Luc Ponty plays the music of Frank Zappa. I've never seen that before. But also a note to Paul, if he can hear me. He's just right around the corner. Sometimes on a lot of those singles, I used to just mark what genre it was, whether it was soul or garage. That way everybody had an idea of what kind of music it was. And there he is. He appeared. I was saying some of those 45s, if we ever mark them to here, I usually just make a note if it's like soul, garage. Yeah, no, if you want to mark some of them or whenever, whatever. You, right. The other stuff straight to Discogs or two big Discogs. Okay. What we might do, sometimes I'll pull up our Discogs late at night and just show people stuff we have on there for sale. You know, especially right over there. We got some stuff I need to show again. I bet we can pull some of that off. All right. I'm curious what that walking like James Bond sounds like. That was interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. I'm going to have to listen to that one. Yeah, there was the first handful I went through last night. There's like 3 in, it was a song called like Walking Like James Bond. And of course, when I looked it up, I was like, man, let's look this up. It was probably like a $50 to $80 record and very obscure, very rare. It's one of those kind of like rare records, but they're just not worth a ton of money. You got rare records, okay, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be worth $1,000. You know, there's some records that they made 25 copies of in the world, but, you know, they're not going to sell for $5,000. So anyway, back to business. We have the Helicopters. This is sold to Craig Thomas for, no, this is sold to Michael Ruttman. No, this is Frank Zappa. This is sold to Michael Ruttman for $15. Okay, back to work. We're going through a half-off bin, by the way, too. We got the X-Bats and we have the Helicopters. Helicopters was on orange vinyl. Helicopters on orange vinyl. Next thing we have is Dolly, Great Balls of Fire, $12.50. Going through a great half-off bin. Dolly is $12.50. The Rolling Stones Still Life, $17.50 on the Rolling Stones. Willie Nelson Stardust is $7.50. And Rick Wakeman, The Myths and Legends of King Arthur. The Rick Wakeman album is $10. Half off price on that. Beautiful with the book. Also, Robin Trower Live is $10. Fantastic half off stuff in here. I Cantina, Feel Good. Half off price is $12.50, German press. There is a little bit of writing right there on the cover. All right, we need more sealed records back here. I've got a few more sealed reissues to get to before we get to something else. And we have Wes Montgomery. This is called Road Song. CTI, sealed, never been opened. Let's put Wes Montgomery up for a $15 start. Do the Shanes have a bid? You Tell Me Girl and From My Window, the Shanes. Does that have a bid? I don't think so. Final call for $5 start. Nick Bargeron. Nick Bargeron on RS. And RS was the Rolling Stones. Thank you. Adam Bernardi on Rick Wakeman. Thank you. I see some people that was with me last night at 1:30 a.m. They're right back with me again at 6:30. UB40, Rat in the Kitchen. UB40s and Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker, $12.50. And we have Midge This is $10. Midge $10 on this. Answers to nothing. Right now, the helicopters has bids for 10, 10, and 10. Ryan bid first. Jeremiah Stachich was second. And the third bid was Jim B. So y'all got a three-way tie, but the leader is Ryan Anderson. Everybody else is out. Fred Cardinal on UB40, that's sold. Wes Montgomery's a $15 start. Fred also bid 5 on Shane. Nick Bargeron put IN. And then Midge sold to Fred Cardinal. Nick Bargeron, let me know what your IN comment was for. That might have been for Ike and Tina. I'm not for sure. And then here's another sealed record. This is pretty cool here. This is sealed. We really don't have a way to confirm what pressing, but man, James Brown Super Band, sealed, KS 1127. It's sealed. James Brown, a $20 start. $20 start on that. I will definitely put up YouTube. Yeah, the advertised auctions will start at 7, and I'll start chipping away with request. Okay, maybe 7:30 for some of the better stuff, and then what I think is maybe the best stuff at 8. Let me mute my mic. I'm going to drink some more purple juice right quick. All right, and then Nick Bargeron, his IN comment was for UB40. Okay, you're second. Slicker was third. Fred got Midge UB40, Tim, you were fourth. Adam Bernardi does want Ike and Tina. And James Brown has a bid for 20. So the Shanes here is sold to Fred Cardinal for $5. Thank you, that's sold. Wes Montgomery, Road Song. Final call for a $15 start, sealed. James Brown has a bid for 20, sealed. And now the Helicopters is at 12 of Jeremiah Stachich. Next in the half-off bid is the Tubes now. The Tubes is $10. And Ultravox, the collection, which is like a greatest hits. Gold stamp promo, $12.50. Next in the 45 department is the Menders or the Minders, whichever you prefer. Paper Plane, Sally, and Big Machine. It does have an insert with it. That's going to go up for a $5 start. That's now up for bid. Also, Frank Sinatra sings for Only the Lonely. Sinatra is $7.50. Robin Trower, NCT Dreams, $10. Pat Benatar, Get Nervous, $7.50. And Merle Haggard and the Strangers, Songs I'll Always Sing. Merle Haggard's in Shrink Wrap, $15. Uriah Heep, Innocent Victim. Uriah Heep is $10. Emmylou Harris, Last Date. Emmylou Harris is $7.50. And Authentic Music of Belly Dances. Belly Dances is $10. $10 on Belly Dances. Okay, so here's the deal. James Brown has another bid for 12. Are we done on Helicopters? A lot of interest, a lot of bids, but it's at 12, and it's a final call to Jeremiah Stachich. The Minders is at 5, and then we have the Astro Musical House of Moonchild, Cancer. So that's part of those horoscope signs. This is the Crab, Cancer, $10. You listen to this, and it will predict your life. All right, raise the camera. I can do that. I bump it so much. Yeah, that's probably pretty good right there. We'll see what happens. Ryan is going to do, Ryan's going to do some belly dancing. No bids on sealed Wes Montgomery. It's a buy now for just $15 now. And that also means James Brown is a final call for 22. Bob Reiger, sir, I think it's back to you. Also, we have James Taylor. That's why I'm here. James Taylor is now just $7.50. And Weather Report, Mysterious Traveler. Weather Report is $8.50. Yeah, this bin here has been really nice. Yeah, this is an all EX Plus or better bin for sure. EX Plus or better bin. And we have Love, Devotion, Surrender, Carlos Santana and John McLaughlin. That's now $10. Next comment is Bob's out on James Brown. So we're about to sell that sealed James Brown back there for $22. Wow, seems like a great deal to me, especially if it's an OG. Holy moly, which Robin Trower? There's been a couple. Here's the first one, though, NCT Dreams. $10 after the discount on that. WM for Sunday morning session. That was for not weather... WM was for the other Robin Trower was live, and then Jeremiah says he'll take Robin Trower. Now, what was WM? And then let's go ahead and tag Raphael with Weather Report. Raphael, thank you and welcome back. All right, nobody bid on the Minders. It's a $5 buy now. I guess we were done on the Helicopters, so that's sold to Jeremiah for $12. Thank you. That's so. Jeremiah says he wants the second Robin Trower. I might have to get you to let me know specifically which one. Oh, West Montgomery. Sorry, sometimes the no bids mess me up. West Montgomery no bid. You got it. West Montgomery no bid. Okay. And that was for Sunday morning session. Sorry. I was like, what the heck? I don't see. I forgot about that. All right. So that's sold to Sunday morning session. Thank you. Y'all always help me out. That's sold for $15. And now we have all new auctions coming up right now. So Adam Bernardi, I guess technically it's your dibs on the Robin Trower in City Dreams. And then if you pass, then Jeremiah says he'll take it. All right, here's the next two New Orleans singles. And I have this going up right now. Let's grab it. And this is The Antonio 3. What a cover. The Antonio 3. Love from Less Than 9 UFO. That's a $5 start. Now, what is this actually the Plasmatics? Let's figure out exactly what this is. No, I don't think it is. It says, I Was a Teenage Plasmatic, 7 songs for Wendy O. Williams. I think it's the Triggers. I don't think it's actually the Plasmatics. I think it's somebody obviously heavily influenced by them. You got a nude girl licking a shotgun. That's a $5 start on the cover there. Next is, Jeremiah, you do get In City Dreams. Michelle Wagner on PB. PB, it's a comp. Okay, thank you. And then PB was for... I'm having trouble with my abbreviations tonight. Pat Benatar, sorry. And then Robert Barnett does want the Minders. That's sold for $5. And we have James Brown, sealed James Brown back here. That's sold for $22 to Gary Samuels, okay? So we'll call that Wow or Plasmatics, and then you have The Antonio 3 for $5. Got a couple more sealed records back here. This is one of those cool comps. This is called Top Pop Greats. I love the artwork they do on these. You know when this was made, right there around the mid to late 60s. Music for long hairs. And you have artists such as Barry McGuire, The Impressions, Dave Baby Cortez, The Chiffons, Lou Rawls. That's a $10 start. It's a sealed compilation, $10 start on that. And I have Journey to Yesterday, Volume 1. I think this is train music. It is. Trolley Park, Black Hill Central, number 7. More sealed records John brought me, $10 start on that. Mark Riley wants the Santana. That's sold to Mark Riley for $10. And we have Elvis, Fun in Acapulco. Elvis is $15. Steve Winwood, Back in the High Life. Bring Me to a Higher Love, $10. And Johnny Winter, Still Alive and Well. Johnny Winter is $10. Also, Superman the Movie. Superman is $15. Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell. In Shrink, that's $10. And the Rolling Stones, Undercover, $17.50. Man, like when I figured we'd started this crate, I figured at least half of it would be gone. So many great titles still left in there. Just saying. I might read through them one more time because that was a half off bin. But first, we got lots of activities back here on our auctions. The first thing was Wow 5 or Plasmatics, whichever we're calling it here. The Antonio has a bid for $5. This has a bid for $11. Adam, you were second on Santana. Journey to Yesterday has a bid for $10. Margaret Gerhold got the Steve Winwood. That's sold to Margaret Gerhold. Plasmatics $15, Wow $15, and Robert Barnett. That was the second Superman on that. That is sold to Robert Barnett. I thought I heard Paul behind me. He's creeping around, being awfully suspicious. You got to watch old Paul. Next thing you know, there'll be a knife in my back. Next thing we have, final call on the comp for $10. Journey to Yesterday does have a bid. And I think this half-off crate's worthy of a quick read-through, okay? Which means I'll let y'all bid out the auctions. I won't pause as much to do that. But before I get started, let's go ahead and grab a handful of buy it nows then, because I have a whole nother box here. Oh, and I hadn't forgot about Jetstream. So Jetstream, I almost forgot about you, but I hadn't. So Jetstream made an offer for $750 for these 4 remaining boxes of 45s up here. And he already bought one yesterday. Now, Jetstream, I have one counter, and the only reason I'm doing this is to help out with shipping costs, because right now it's an unknown. I really don't know how much it's going to cost after they wrap all those things up and pack them the way they do. I'm thinking it's going to take multiple boxes. And if you can do $7.75, that will basically be helping shipping. I'm essentially not asking for any money, okay? I mean, I am. Paul's laughing. I mean, I'm just trying to pay for the postage, okay? So it's basically a wash for both of us. I said I'm not asking for any money, Paul. Paul, you're supposed to be on my side. You're supposed to be on my side, Paul. But $7.75 and we'll do it. And that $25 is just to help out with postage. Because I think like it may be a whole, I think it might be like a whole big box, or it's going to be multiple boxes. So that will help out a lot with materials, labor, and postage, okay? So $7.75, we're going to bring out the air horn. And I'll tell you what I'll do, okay? If the boxes aren't completely full, which they are, I'll even go ahead and put some extra stuff in there. I'll make sure they're stuffed full. So I'll even put in some extra that you don't even know that you're getting, but you'll get it, okay? That's totally up to you, though. But I will put in some extra material. All right. Waffle House, no. I'm going to try to lay low on food because I'm about to go to my mom's tomorrow and probably eat like 10,000 calories and then sleep all day. So, okay. What was I about to do? Before I call out a single bid, let's show some 45s. Lonnie Mack, this is really cool. Wham, the Memphis Man. This is $6.99. Lonnie Mack. Doug Kershaw promo, Sally Joe. Automatic for President of the United States, $6.99. We have Chevy 6, Love Look. Joe Cocker, Up Where We Belong from Officer and a Gentleman. The ETC Band, Stranded on a Dead-End Street. Rod Stewart, Some Guys Have All the Luck. And Cheap Trick, Up the Creek. Cheap Trick from 1984. Let's pause right there. Those are all $6.99, okay? Those are all $6.99 on that. Now, let's update all the other auctions, okay? Now, we have, all right, we sold Steve Winwood. This is the Plasmatics here, $15.15. We sold that. Now, this is at $16. Ryan went out. How much is Willie? Willie, where did you see that at? Is that in the bin? That's for Bob Panozniak. Willie, let me know exactly if that's in the bin, a 45. How much was the first Tina? I have no idea, but give me a second. Wow has a bid for 20. Tracy bid 10 on the comp. How many 45s total? Hundreds. And then he says he's good to go. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Let's tag first Michael Ruttman or Rod Stewart for $6.99. Larry Smith was second. We still got Cheap Trick, ETC Band, Joe Cocker, Jennifer Warrens, Chevy 6, Automatic Man, Doug Kershaw, and Lonnie Mack. Let's put this all in here. Let's put those back there. Robert Warner got the Journey to Yesterday for $10. Tracy Miller got Music for Long Hairs for $10. This Plasmatics Wendy O. Williams, whichever we prefer to call it, is a final call to Jeff Brindley for $20. Okay? And then the Antonio 3, to my knowledge, just had one bid for $5, and we're selling it to Bob Panozniak for $5. Okay? Now, what I'm going to do, those boxes, I'll bring them over in just a second. They're up on a shelf, and we don't even have to show them. They're basically mystery boxes anyway, but I do have to blow the air horn. So I need a big thank you to Jetstream from everybody. Essentially what he's buying, let me show you the one I'm pulling stuff out of right now. So like here's one I'm pulling stuff out of right now. He essentially bought 4 boxes like this full of 45s. He bought 4 boxes like this full of 45s for $775. His original offer was $750. My asking price was $1,000. So we reached a deal at $775 to help pay for postage. I'm going to tell Jake I'm about to blow the air horn. Paul's in the back, but I need to let him know. And here is the air horn. Thank you, Jetstream. This is sold to you for $7.75. 4 boxes. Did y'all see that? The airwaves literally moved the camera. That's how loud that was. That's a great price because I'm telling y'all, I've added up like, I mean, these are at $6.99, which is a fair price for any of these singles. I mean, if you're talking about combined shipping and you're buying a lot of stuff from us, if you try to get on Discogs and buy a nice near mint of one of these with shipping, that's the going rate for just like any kind of single. But if you start buying them with us, combined shipping, and they're all clean in company sleeves, especially some of these 80s records and picture sleeves, a little stack like that can be $200 or $300. He just bought 4 boxes full, and there were so many that was fantastic still in there, like great ones. Thank you, Jetstream. So I think that's why the 45s have caught on here. For the longest, we didn't know how to sell them. I think we've got a groove down. Auction, buy it now, and then what doesn't sell, we'll bundle. And we've got plenty more where that came from. We sold, y'all wasn't watching last night. If you were watching, you seen it. I sold over 200 Elvis records for $100. The starting bid was $100. He got one bid, Regina Tabor, 200 Elvis 45s. I couldn't believe it. The board is cleared. Let's keep going. The Plasmatics is sold, and this is sold for $20 to Jeff Brindley or Wow, whatever you want to call it, okay? Now, we need new LPs. Well, we need more singles first. Here is this one, and the next 2 in the stack from the New Orleans collection are going up right now for $5 starts. We have Live Fast with Death Row. This is going to go up for a $5 start. Live Fast with Death Row, $5 start, and the Blackstones is a $5 start. Very quickly, we're going to knock out this half-off bin. First come, first serve, no more, no less. Let's go ahead and do it. We have Emmylou Harris, The Ballad of Sally Rose, $7.50. Music Hall, Merle Haggard, Sonny James, $7.50. Saga, Worlds Apart, $7.50. Everything in here is really nice and clean. Tina Turner, Break Every Rule, Tina Turner, $12.50. This is Styx, Pieces of 8. I've got too much time on my hands. $10. No, this has Renegade on it, not too much time on my hands. Pat Benatar, Precious Time, $7.50. The Trial of Billy Jack, $10. $5, final call. W.C. Fields is only recording, $10. Robin Trower, Victims of the Fury, $10. And Stevie Wonder, The Woman in Red, $12.50. The Yank soundtrack is $7.50. Emmylou Harris again is $7.50. And the Stony Island soundtrack was $10. We have Rocky III soundtrack for $15. Running Scared soundtrack was $10. Robin Trower was $10. Wrong Misty Days. And Let's Pause at the King. That's Elvis, legendary performer, $7.50. Last night, we've sold 3, and I have more. I have another album signed by the Nighthawks. JSA Authenticated. They've been selling really well lately. It's signed by the full band here. JSA Authenticated, live in Europe, the Nighthawks. Here's another opportunity. JSA Authenticated, a $35 start. The actual record itself is really nice and shrink wrap. It's on Varick from Dale's Pittsburgh collection with great provenance. JSA Authenticated as well, $35 start. Adam Bernardi wants Robin Trower, the first one. So, Melanie, you were second, unless you want the other one that's in there. These are no bids, $5 and $5. The Blackstones and Death Row, you can buy those right now for $5 and $5. The Faces is a box set, Carol Puckett. It's a box set. Here's the next single. The next one is Gutter Demons, Human Remains EP. Gutter Demons is a $5 start. And our next is the Gargoyles 89. The Gargoyles 89. That's our next 2 New Orleans singles, $5 and $5. Also, we have the Tubes, Young and Rich. The Tubes is $10. Ike and Tina Turner, Get Back, $12.50. Thank God It's Friday, Triple LP, $15. The Untouchable soundtrack, $15. Poco was $5. Yes, Tormato, $10. Dean Martin, $5, Gentle on My Mind. Dolly, Great Balls of Fire, $12.50. Willie Nelson, Stardust. This was asked about. Willie Nelson is $7.50. Paul Sponable wants Death Row for the $5 buy it now. That's sold to Paul for $5. Next is Gutter has a bid for $5. Next is Melanie said she will take the other Robin Trower that was left. That is sold to Melanie Jennings. Adam Bernardi wants the I Cantina. That was a few back, but it's still available. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Robert Barnett wants the Sticks. That's a really nice copy of a classic rock album. $10 on that. Paul Panasiak said he will take Willie Nelson for $7.50. That's sold to him. The Tubes now. The Tubes is $10. Also, Ultravox. We sold every Ultravox in here except for the compilation, their greatest hits. That is $12.50. And Frank Sinatra sings Only for the Lonely, $7.50. Merle Haggard, Songs I'll Always Sing. Merle Haggard is $15, 2 LP and shrink wrap. Uriah Heep is still available, Innocent Victim, $10 with that second cover. And Emmylou Harris is $7.50. Gutter has a bid for $5, final call. Gargoyles has a bid for $5, final call. No bid on the autographed Nighthawks, JSA authenticated, looking for a $35 start. Also, we have the Astrological Series, music from Cancer, Moonchild. That is $10. It has a book with it. Like I said, you listen to that and it'll tell you, predict your life. Joe Salamo wants Sinatra, Only for the Lonely. That's so to Joe Salamo. Shane Devers on Merle Haggard. That's so to Shane Devers. And we have James Taylor, $7.50. That's why I'm here. Robin Trower, the last one remaining, live, $10. Elvis, Fun No Capoco. And just so you know, this is an older copy. It is a mono. It appears to be a mono original. Usually in those earlier monos are OGs. OG mono there for Elvis. Johnny Winters, $10. And the last two in here was the Stones for $17.50 and Bobby Gentry, Glenn Campbell, $10. All right. So the Gargoyles, just one bid for $5. Robert Warner, that's sold if I can hold on to it. Gutter is sold to Sunday for $5. That's sold. And Tim Graham gets the Elvis. All right. That is sold. And let's go ahead and put up two more New Orleans here. This is going to go up for a $5 start and a $5 start. This is Musica de la Hillbilly, Hillbilly Bop. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And we have Joe Clay. Joe Clay is going to go up for a $5 start. The Nighthawks, this is another signed album. It's signed, JSA authenticated. The actual album's beautiful and shrink wrap. By the way, the signatures are actually on the cover. Dale was able to put the shrink wrap back on the album. It is beautiful, live in Europe, and it's autographed. We're looking for a $35 start. It's a final call. Jess, if you bid, it's a good chance it's going to get locked into you. Sunday Morning Sessions wants JW. That's Johnny Winter. That's sold. Elvis has already been grabbed. Carol Puckett wants the Bobby Gentry, Glenn Campbell. That's a nice one. In shrink wrap. Has the holiday price tag on it. Beautiful rainbow label. That is sold. And we have Hillbilly 5 and Joe 5 and Tim Graham on the Nighthawks. It's a starting bid for $35. Tim Graham's in. We've been through this crate twice now. If you've seen something in there at the last second, they're going to be right over here next to me. Trust me, I will go back and pull it for you, or if you need information. But I can tell you the grade on everything is nice, really nice. I'm going to go ahead and condense this with that other crate we went through tonight. And let's figure out what we want to do next. I have no idea. I know we probably need some more buy it now 45s at least. I need to go ahead and take all these boxes of 45s of Jetstream into the operation room right quick, though. Let me go ahead and get them off these shelves. I'm going to go ahead and set them in here. Let me see what's going on. Uh-oh, we're out of room. I've got 4 more boxes. I might start putting everything over there. Yeah, tonight. A table there. Jake is, I got 1 box over there. I'll do the others in just a second. Jake is watching last night's sale, so he's still actually tagging. It looks like Fred Goodwin stuff that we were doing last night. Let's see, Pine Top. No, let me look it up right quick and I can confirm all the signatures from JSA. But no Pine Top Perkins on this one. JSA Verify. This is certification number CD 02252. And this is signed by Jim Thackeray, Mark Winter, Jan Zawoski, and Pete Ragusa. And that has 1 bid for $35. Patrick wants all 3 Emmylou Harris. All three Emmylou Harris. Yes, Jim Thackeray did sign that one. It's signed by Jim Thackeray, Mark Winter, Jan Zawoski, and Pete Ragusa. The entire lineup, all four, JSA authenticated 35. Patrick C. Smith wants all three of the Emmylou Harrises out of that bin. So there is... Harris's for them. Thank you. So these are all sold. 750, 750, 750. And that's sold to Patrick C. Smith. Joe Clay has bids for 5 and now 6. Craig Honeycutt wants Rocky 3. Was Uriah Heep innocent victim? Yes, Craig wants Rocky 3. I've put this crate way too far away from me. I'm having to walk back over here to pull all these. I'm trying to get a better system going as soon as we get done showing stuff half off. Well, you know, actually, I've been making bundles, but I may do that here in that crate in just a second. Tonight, this has been the night of the bundles. Craig gets Rocky, yes, on that, and Adam Bernardi wants that. I didn't know the read-through. I know. Well, there were so many good records in there. People are still getting on the chat, so I think before I bundle them, I may show that crate again later tonight. But if I do that, then everybody's going to be like, man, we've already seen this one, Chad. I need more. I need new. And Adam Bernardi on Uriah Heep, okay? So the Hillbilly Bop is sold to Robert Warner for $5. And here's the deal on this Joe Clay. We got bids for 5, 5, and 6. Rod Bryan out, Robert out. Paul Sponable has it for 6. Now Rod's at 7. And Tim, you're about to get the Knothawks for 35. Okay. Man, I can't wait to show y'all. It's a pricey item. It's going to be probably just like a buy it now deal, but I have probably the greatest Clint Eastwood autograph I've ever acquired, and I can't wait to show it to y'all here a little bit later. It's just going to be a buy it now, but it's a heck of an acquisition for somebody. You could even consider it an investment. It is probably one of the nicest autographed items I've ever had come through here. I'm very excited to show it to you. It's just going to be a buy it now, kind of a first come, first serve type deal. I just bought it off a customer last night. He mailed it to me, and we closed the deal down on it. So stick around. I'm going to show it as a quick buy it now in just a second. Okay, what time is it? I think it's time to go ahead and go through a new arrivals bin from John, which is brand new stuff. And then go ahead and start with the advertised auctions. The Tina Turner. There's one Tina Turner left. Yes, we sold one, and we sold all 3 Icon Tinas. Joe Clay's at 8. Rod Bryan's out. Here's our next New Orleans auction. And this is Savage Malignant. Savage Malignant. Savage, exactly. That's going to go up for a $5 start. But yes, it's still available. Okay, here are the no bids. The Blackstones is $5. The Starlights is $5. Sealed Winston Churchill is $5. And sealed Glenn Fry is $15. Glenn Fry was the very first auction about an hour and a half ago, and nobody bid on them. And it's a sealed original, too. That's crazy. If that thing was open and shrink, I might have it priced for 25 bucks. Unbelievable. Let's go ahead and go through this bin, and let's start the advertised auctions. Well, I got a short but sweet check condition bin. Yeah, I got a short but sweet check condition bin. There's like 20 records in here. Let's go ahead and knock these out. New arrival sticker price, short but sweet. Short but sweet here. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to get my brain. There's been so much. First, let me go show Craig the Icon Tina, or the Tina. I've been jumping around like a guy on a pogo stick. Unfortunately, I don't have a pogo stick, though. I'm just on 2 feet, and they're old, tired, wore-out feet. I've lived a long, hard life, folks. Tina Turner, Break Every Rule, is still available. The last of any Icon Tina from that crate, Craig. Nice with the original inner sleeve, $12.50. Now, Tim Graham gets the Nighthawks for $35. Nothing to fear. More Nighthawks are here. Here's another one. $35. That one sold to Tim. I have the Nighthawks signed by the full band, Sock Deli, fully signed. These are going at great prices. We've sold them for great prices this week. Beautiful vinyl, Dale's Pittsburgh collection. The top seam of the jacket is not destroyed. It just needs re-glued. The adhesive has become weak and disconnected. Nice signatures, not personalized. Same lineup, including Jim Thackeray. There's another opportunity, all nicely signed, $35 start. There's another Nighthawks, okay? No one bid on this. It's a $5 buy it now. Craig Weatherford got Tina for the half-off price of $12.50. Joe Clay sold to Rod Bryan for $9. And then Winston Churchill, I was at $5. Paul said, you know what? I'll give $4. But there's also a claim for Glenn Fry for $15. So I don't sell too many albums too often for $4, but Winston Churchill, I'm sorry. And then Nick Bargeron, that sold to you for $15. That was Glenn Fry. And that's the only no bids tonight, which I'll get a few more together and we'll bundle them. The advertised auctions for tonight. Let me start reading them off. Faces, Bob Dylan, Sacred Mushroom, Pink Floyd, Bob Seger, David Allan Coe, John Lee Hooker, Buddy Guy, Junior Wells, John Lee Hooker, Fleetwood Mac, John Coltrane, Pink Floyd, Miles Davis, Lee Morgan, Peter Tosh, Parliament, Ultimate Spinach, The Stooges, Love, Albert Ayler, Steely Dan, Chet Baker, U2, Gil Scott, John Coltrane, Monk, Coltrane, Monk, Coltrane, Cream, Hawkwind, Blind Willie McTell. Our next auction is an original. This is awesome. A white label promo from Cream. This is EX edition, a $35 start. When is Sacred Mushroom going up? In 1 hour. 8 o'clock on the dot. Live Cream, an original 1970 US. Nice jacket with a promo sticker. A $35 start on Live Cream. An original. Also a $35 start for the Nighthawks. Sunday Morning Session wants Savage for $5. And there's our 2 LPs. Here's our next 2 45s. And they are going up right now for $5 start. Awesome New Orleans stuff tonight. Fresh box, great stuff. Bona Roba is a $5 start. And Wild, Sexy, Screaming, Rock and Roll. The Gambiers, Big T. Tyler, Maury Jones, Cletus Harrison. $5 start on those. Here we go. New arrivals priced as marked. Short but sweet crate. Jethro Tull Aqualung, VG condition, $9.99. VG, $9.99 on Jethro Aqualung. Off the Beatle track. This is a cool record. George Martin and his orchestra with the Beatles, VG Plus $34.99, or I should say doing the Beatles music. The Boomtown Rats, The Fine Art of Surfacing, VG Plus $14.99. It's one of the few Beatlemania records that actually have truly something to do with the Beatles, which is their longtime producer, the genius of George Martin. VG Plus $34.99. And Brewer and Shipley, Rural Space, VG Plus $9.99. All right, the next comment is Live Cream has an open bid for $37. Bob Panozniak wants Jethro Tull. And then R&R, which is rock and roll, has a bid with Robert for $5. No bid on Bona Roba Final call on that. And now the Nighthawks can be bought for just $35. Another opportunity for a signed Nighthawks album, $35. I know there's several people that's been interested. They're probably right on the fence. But man, think about it. Nice album, and it's autographed, and it's authenticated already for you. It's good to go. $35 for the signed Nighthawks. It's now a buy it now. Let's put that away right over here. And let's go ahead and keep going through these new arrivals. We have Jay Giles, The Morning After, VG Plus $14.99, and Alice Cooper, welcome to my, what is this one called? Inside VG Plus. I always forget what this one's called. Where's my spine at when I need it? Here we go. From the Inside, VG Plus $19.99. VG Plus $19.99. We had a collapse of records. Sometimes these things don't want to be nice to me. Alice Cooper, VG Plus $19.99. The Beatles, That Is So to DJ Not So Good. We have Alice Cooper Killer, Back-to-Back Alice, that's VG $12.99. Spirit Feedback is EX $17.99. Only one bid on Cream with Sandy. We're about to sell it for $37. We're about to sell it for $37. Our next auction is David Allen Coe. This is a really cool copy. It's a 1978 US white label promo with press kit. David Allen Coe, this is called Family Album. You get a press photo of David Allen Coe. You get a biography about David Allen Coe and press information. The disc is a white label promo that's near mint minus. The cover is a gold stamp promo. And David Allen Coe is a gatefold unipack as well. $35 start on DAC. It's now up for bid with the full press kit. That is now up for bid, DAC. Robert, you're the only bidder on Rock and Roll. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you for $5. We have Bonaroba, no bid. That's a $5 buy it now. And Cream has a new bid for $42 of George Sambares, which means Sandy Mile, you've been outbid. Here's our next two New Orleans singles. The first one here is from The Briefs, and this is called Stuck on You. The Briefs is going to go up for a $5 start. That's called Stuck on You. And we have Surfin' Lungs, Holy Guacamole. Surfin' Lungs, Holy Guacamole. And that's going to go up for a $5 start, okay? Let's go back up here. We have Michael Rudolph on Alice Cooper. So to Michael Rudolph. The Faces is a big box set. I'll run that here in about a half hour or so. But it's a big box set. David Allen Coe's already at 50. There's our next two singles. Sandy, let me know if you want back in on Cream. We have Bad Company Straight Shooter, VG Plus $17.99. Bad Company does have the original on her sleeve, $17.99. And we have The Byrds, Mr. Tambourine Man, VG Plus $24.99. The Byrds, Mr. Tambourine Man, original Columbia 2i, VG Plus $24.99. And Wes Montgomery, Going Out of My Head, VG $9.99. Larry said, did you get my Tina out of there? Larry, all the Tina Turner albums sold. I don't think there's anything left. David Allen Coe's now at 80. Sandy's out on Cream. We have Surfin' Holy Guacamole at 5. And The Briefs is a $5 start as well. Don't forget, I got some buy it now singles to sell. George Sambares, you bump Sandy. Sandy's out. This is sold to you for $42. The white label promo of Live Cream. Very cool. Eric Clapton, Ginger Baker, Jack Bruce. That's now sold to George Sambares. The David Allen Coe has already hit 100. These singles are going once, going twice. And we have the Isleys Greatest Hits. VG Plus $16.99. It's your thing. Do what you want to do now. Let's go ahead and do some more. Here's what I want to do. I want to go ahead and do some more buy it now singles for y'all. And these are all going to be $6.99. Let me grab a handful right in here. And let's read through some of these at $6.99. Got a whole box here to knock out. First thing we have is Ronnie Hawkins, The Tale of Floyd Collins, a promo on Roulette Records. Arlo Guthrie, The City of New Orleans, reprise in the company sleeve. Iron Butterfly, Inagata Davida, and Soul Experience. Janis Joplin, Down on Me, mono. The flip side is Bye Bye Baby, also on mono. Bill Haley in the original Decca sleeve. Oh Look There, Ain't She Pretty, and Nat King Cole, Someone You Love. Those are all $6.99. So David Allen Coe 100, David Allen Coe 105. William Drugovich in on the Briefs at 5. David Allen Coe 127, 125, 127. Surfing has a new bid for 7. Who's That Lady on Isley? Who's That Lady is not on this album, no. And then we have Surfing 7. And then John Gollin got Iron Butterfly. That sold to John Gollin for $6.99. George Jones got Janis Joplin for $6.99. Robert was second. David Allen Coe, $152. William next on Iron Butterfly. Sunday next on Iron Butterfly. This does not have that song on it, but it is sold to Melanie Jennings, unless Karen Robbins wants it. Next is also, there was another claim, wasn't there? There was something. Hold on a second. Iron Osley, maybe not. Okay, so that leaves Nat King Cole, Bill Haley, Arlo Guthrie, and Ronnie Hawkins. David Allen Coe's at $175. Surf and Lungs, that's now at 7 with Paul Sponable, which is Robert Warner, You're Out, and The Briefs is a final call to William Dragovich for $5. Next is Elephant's Memory, Angels Forever. Elephant's Memory is EX Condition, $19.99. Yes, Tales from Topographic Oceans, that's EX $17.99. And Spirit, Live Spirit, Spirit's EX $17.99. David Allen Coe's at $200 with Shane Devers. The next auction I have for you is, what is this here? I'm not for sure. And then, did I have another? I'm going to try just because somebody might want a different album. I have one more, and I think I'm going to do this one. Let me check and see who signed this one. I've got one more here to run, and let me look up the certification on this to verify it. This is, verify another certificate. This is CD 02255. This one is signed by Jimmy Thackeray, Mark Winter, Jan Sawicki, Pete Ragusa. Same lineup here. I just looked it up on JSA's website. Signed by the same lineup here of the Nighthawks. This one is also JSA authenticated, and this one's called Hard Living, an actual studio album. Signed, $35 start on the Nighthawks. The Briefs has a new bid for $7. Surfing has a new bid for $8. David Allen Coe's at $200. Next two records in here is Pro Call Harem, Shine On Brightly, VG Plus $17.99 on Pro Call Harem, and Blood, Sweat, and Tears, VG Plus $14.99. That's on the original Columbia 2i label. It is a gatefold jacket. That is OG. That is OG. All right. That was a short but sweet bin of check condition. I'll read through those one more time. The 45s are still getting bids. And now I'm going to step over here and grab one more quick handful of Buy It Now 45s. And these are all going to be $6.99. First, we got a hit song from the Meters. You may know this. It's Cece Strut. $6.99. Neil Diamond, Do It, a white label on Bang. The Kinks, Come Dancing, that's a UK copy. Edwin Starr, Stop the War Now. Linda Ronstadt, Poor Pitiful Me. Joe Sun, Shotgun Rider. Rick Springfield, What Kind of Fool Am I? And Evelyn Champagne King, Let's Get Crazy. Those are all $6.99. But Todd Saw, yes, I knew I didn't answer something. This is OG. I didn't mean to forget about your question there. This is OG, Bad Company, VG Plus, $17.99. I'm going to go ahead and put it in the crate for you. Sorry about that, and that is so to you. Now, let's go back up to the top, and we're about to sell David Allen Coe for $200. Nighthawks is at $35, and now first is Chris Bachek gets the Meters, Cece Strut for $6.99. Tim Graham wants the Kinks, Come Dancing. That's so to Tim Graham. Kelly Cook was second. And we have the Briefs is at 8. So we got Evelyn Champagne King, Rick Springfield, Joe Sun, Linda Ronstadt, Edwin Starr, and Neil Diamond, okay? And now, first is Surfing. This is a final call. The last bid on Surfing was Robert Warner at 8. And that means I got to make sure Paul Sponable is out. He did say out. I think we can go ahead and sell Surfing for 8 to Robert. And then the Briefs here. The Briefs is at 10 with JK. And it is on clear vinyl, and it has a Band-Aid with it. It has a, fortunately, it's unused, but it has a Band-Aid with it. I got a little worried when I first pulled that out. The title of the song is, and it's on clear vinyl. Larry says, I'll take Tina. Is that in this bin? The Nighthawks is the final call. Robert Barnett said he had Surfing at 8. Is that what I said? Robert Barnett, you get Surfing at $8. Yes. Robert. So we got Robert Barnett and Robert Warner both bidding on 45s. Robert Barnett is at 8. All right, so we got Boomtown Rats, VG plus $14.99. Brewer and Shipley was VG plus $9.99. J. Giles, VG plus $14.99. Spirit was EX $17.99. The Birds, original label, VG plus $24.99. West Montgomery, VG $9.99. Elephant's Memory, EX $19.99. Yes was EX $17.99. Spirit, EX $17.99. Procol Harum, VG plus $17.99, and OG Blood, Sweat, and Tears. You make me so very happy, and Spinning Wheel. Shane Devers, the David Allen Co. is sold to you for $200, and the Nighthawks is sold for $35. And that $35 bid on the Nighthawks was with Tim Graham. Tim, did you see the final, I think the final and only other Nighthawks album? I don't know if you were watching, but I'm going to show it to you right quick. Since I think you bought the last two, I'm going to show you one more here. And I'm surprised there's not more activity on these. And that's so to Shane. And then Slicker said, hey, I claimed EM. Slicker said, hey, I claimed EM. Slicker said, hey, I claimed EM. Also, there's a question, will you be selling any Beatles 45s tonight? Slicker gets Elephant's Memory. That is sold to Slicker Van Slyke. And then this Nighthawks is sold to Tim Graham for $35. All right, let me go ahead and swap out crates because this one's gotten really full. Here we go. And we have a new empty crate to grab. Let me do that. Boom, boom, boom. Bum, 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 ba, da, da. Da, 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 da. All right. So Tim Graham, Michael Rudolph says he wants this. I guess technically you have dibs, but if you don't want it, Michael says he wants it. $35. Okay. The Briefs is sold to JK for $15. Are these,
Yeah. They're pretty much all sold except for some of the ones on the bottom here.
Okay.
It's kind of cool too, personally.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Are these listed or?
No, these are
okay.
ones you can.
Okay.
Yeah, I already put the.
Just auction them or just look them up later. Kind of show them, look them up later.
Yeah, I mean, some of them you could probably auction. Some of them probably buy now like you normally do.
Okay.
But there's some cool stuff in there.
Okay, cool. Paul's got me a really cool stack of unusual 45s here we're going to try to go through tonight. Okay.
Also, I forgot that tomorrow's Easter.
Yeah. Yeah. I told him we probably wasn't going to have a sale. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. Gary said, sup, Paul. Nighthawks is sold for $35 to, that's sold to Tim Graham for $35. Michael, let me see if I have another one. Let's see here. This is the only record that hadn't sold all week. This Magnum interview picture disc. It's only $10. Magnum, the band. I got Delbert McClinton, Jerry Jeff, Peter, Paul, and Mary, Hoyt Axton, Webb Pierce, and Neil Young. That's autographed albums that I have right here in my hand that are available for sale. Jerry Jeff, and I forgot some of the starting bids. Some of them are a little bit more than others. Yeah, Peter, Paul, and Mary still priced. Jerry Jeff's pretty good, and then Hoyt Axton and Webb Pierce. Those are in my hand, and they're going to be available if you want to see anything. And I would love to sell this to somebody. If anybody wants to make an offer, $10. That's the only thing that didn't sell Thursday night metal night. All right, the board is cleared. That was a new arrivals bin. I'm going to go ahead and set this back here behind me so I know that I've gone through it. And the dividers, here's what I've come up with, the dividers. These would work for CDs or 45s. Packs of 10, I'll do for $14.99. Packs of 10, these are for 45s. I guess they could work for CDs too. $14.99. They're plastic dividers. Those are for 45s. $14.99. And then Magnum here is sold to Michael for $10. The Jerry Jeff, Garrett, I've shown that before at auction. Actually, I think the last 2 Jerry Jeff autographs that sold on eBay that were signed albums actually came from me. And I think they sold for like 180. No, I think they sold for, I can't remember. I think the last time I had this up, I was asking closer for like $175 start. If anybody's willing to start it, I'd be willing to start it at 95. And that's just because the cover's a little damaged. But like I said, the last couple signed albums from Jerry Jeff Walker on eBay are ones actually I sold. And I think I had them on there for $300, and we sold one for $260 and maybe $240. I really can't remember. But for me to let this go tonight, since I'm trying to move some signed autographs before we get into new stuff, I'd be willing to start it for $95. I'll let that be. Michael Rudolph got the picture disc for $10. Michael Butler wants 2 packs of LP inner sleeves. 2 packs of LP inner sleeves. Let's go ahead, whoever's tagging, let's make sure we get that. And we're ready for all new bids. We're ready for all new bids right now. And Michael, I got you taken care of. I'm going to give you the vinyl style like I was showing last night. Make sure we tag on the invoice, their vinyl style. Okay. So, 95 on Jerry Jeff. We'll say that's starting bid. That way it's fair across the board, Garrett, if you're interested. And then we'll see what happens. And then these are sold to Rockin' and Slottin' for $14.99 and $14.99. Does anybody else want a pack of 45 dividers? So I guess if you want to do the whole alphabet, you'll need, unless you do like X, Y, and Z together. So asking 90. I think it was more than that. I think it was more like one. I think last time I was trying to show it for 175 or 125. I can't remember. But we'll say 95. I'm going to try to get it sold tonight, okay? And then since we had a question about Peter, Paul, and Mary. Peter, Paul, and Mary, the last time I showed this was $75. It's signed by Paul Stuckey and Peter Yarrow. I'll get this started for a $55 start. And what I like about this one, it's not personalized and it's doodled. It's got a doodle on it. Very cool. So price reduction. If not, I probably need to get these online because there's not many of these listed for sale, and these demand pretty good money, especially with the doodles. So 55 on Peter and Paul, technically. Peter and Paul, and Jerry Jeff 95. We'll say that's going once, going twice. And now we have more New Orleans to put up. We have more New Orleans, but also on the Jerry Jeff, if I don't do a deal on it tonight for pretty close to 95, I'd probably just like to see what I could get elsewhere for it. Some of those I have to hold on to for quite a long time. I've held on to some for 2 years. Gene Clark's. I had a Gene Clark autograph listed for 2 years before I got the $800 I wanted out of it. It took 2 years. It took 2 years, but some of these you just gotta wait for the right person to get on there to buy. So anytime I buy autographs from some people, I'm like, well, it might take me for me to get $1,000 for certain autographs, I may have to hold it for 2 or 3 years. The Broken Jug is a $5 start, and we got the Beatles here. Wow, the Beatles from the New Orleans collection. The Beatles from the New Orleans collection. Why is it sealed? It's not supposed to be sealed. I don't think so. I won't open it. I don't think this came sealed. The Beatles, I think it's been sealed in a shrink wrap machine. But either way, we'll say it's nice, and it's a $7 start, okay? And then there's more. And then, yeah, my LP dividers are right here. LP dividers, they're cardboard, but I'll sell them for $9.99. And these are actually A to Z, so they group up A to Z. $9.99. 12-inch record tab guides. $9.99. So this actually has everything from A to Z on it. $9.99. Okay? All right. Now we're ready for another crate of new arrivals. Let's see what we got over here. This has some interesting looking box sets. Let me take a peek at it and let's run through some new stuff, okay? And yes, we're going to get into some of the advertised auctions right now. Sorry, I was trying to clean out. If y'all know what it looks right here next to me, right here next to me, I have bins that's literally full of random stuff. Unsold auctions, autographs, and I'm trying to clean it out for a new week, next week, on that. So Margaret wants a pack of LP dividers for $9.99. I've got 3 packs left. Rockin' and Slottin' wants a pack for $9.99. That's so to Rockin' and Slottin' for $9.99. I've got 2 more packs if anybody else is interested. 2 more packs if anybody else is interested. All right. There's that. Here we go. And where are we at? The Broken Jug, $5 start. The Beatles, 7789. Patty wants a pack of dividers, $9.99. I've got 1 pack left. And final call, Peter, Paul, and Mary, reduced price of $55. Jerry Jeff, reduced price of $95. Final call on those. Mountain Avalanche. This is $19.99. These are all new arrival sticker price. $19.99. Mountain. I love Mountain's music. $19.99 on Mountain Avalanche. This is a killer box set. The Fillmore's Last Days. 1972, $49.99 with all the inserts. It comes with a replica poster, a concert ticket stub, the 45, and all of the inner sleeves. It may even have a book down. Yeah, a book and inner sleeves. That's a great box set. Dead, Santana, Quicksilver, Boz Scaggs, Sons of Champlin, Lamb, $49.99. And here's another cool box set. The Who joined together. 3 LP with booklet. The Who joined together from their 1989 tour. Has a promo sticker. $44.99. $44.99. The Broken Jug is a buy it now for $5. Broken Jug, buy it now for $5. And Peter, Paul, and Mary. Peter, Paul, and Mary is a buy it now for $55, and Jerry Jeff is a buy it now for $95. So those are no bid buy it now autographs, JSL authenticated. Jerry Jeff wrote a lot of interesting stuff on this. Texas, Mother Effer, Sonny, Gut and Roof, Billy ASS, and then either Peter or Paul doodled on the back of that one, drew a little face of himself. I think it was Peter. And those are $95 and $55. The Beatles is now at $11. Also, we got Eric Clapton. This is a good album. Clapton, self-titled. We don't get this one as often as hardly anything. First label, really nice, $34.99. All right, let's get to some of the advertised auctions. And I did go ahead and promise. Man, we got a lot of blues and jazz tonight, which is awesome. Let's go ahead and do this John Lee Hooker. And yeah, there's some. Now, what's being requested the most? Parliament or Funkadelic? Or just the, I'm not for sure what exactly is going on here. And then let's do this Bob Seger, which is a great Bob Seger album. Smoking OPs, Bob Seger. A 1970s German issue. Wow, that's pretty cool. It's on reprise. So this is a cover album by Bob Seger, which he does some great stuff on here. Bo Diddley. My favorite is If I Were a Carpenter. It's a 1970s German press. VG Plus condition, a $25 start. There is a little bit of a blip up here on top of the jacket, but a nice Bob Seger with import sticker. That's going to go up for a $25 start. And now we got John Lee Hooker, free beer and chicken. John Lee Hooker is an original 1974 U.S. Pitman quad stereo press, VG Plus condition, $25 start on John Lee Hooker, free beer and chicken. That would get a lot of people lined up. I would be there, mostly for the chicken. I'd pass on the beer. The Beatles is at 12 with Tom Crenn. Bob Seger's at 25. Our next New Orleans single is going up right now for a $5 start, and this is the Pagans. I'm telling y'all, great, incredible New Orleans stuff tonight. Us and all of our friends are so messed up. The Pagans is going to go up for a $5 start. Tommy Call said he wants the last LP divider. I must have missed that. I did. Tommy Call, I'll take the LP divider. Sorry about that, Tommy. It's so do you for $9.99. We have the Beatles is at 10, the Beatles 11, Beatles 12, Pob's out, Bob Seger's at 25 with Bob. Bob has Bob. Hooker 25. Hooker as a starting bid for 25. So I think the Beatles were done. Tom Crenn has that for 12. And we have the Willie Dixon box set. 3 LPs, $49.99. So 3 great box sets right off the bat. Chess with book. We still got the Who, and no one bought the Fillmore or the Clapton or the Mountain. I figured the first 5 things in there would already be gone. and somehow yet they're still available. The Notorious Byrds Brothers by The Byrds. This looks like a really nice copy. It is on the first label, no condition notes. $34.99. Hooker's already at $37. Pagans is at $5, and Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits is $9.99. Is Bob Seger going to go to Bob Riger for $25? It is. As soon as I. All right, I'm back. Whew. Wow. I don't know what just happened. Well, last night, I'll tell you one thing that happened. The Fred Goodwin stuff is dusty. And after we got done going through that Fred Goodwin stuff, I was sneezing. And I lost my entire whole mojo to go to the gym. And I just I almost fell asleep here at the store working on ordering vinyl. Whew. I think I still got some of that up in my system. Okay. Tom Crenn, you get the Beatles for $12. This is sold to Tom Crenn for $12. Thank you, Todd. Next was John Lee Hooker was a quad. John Lee Hooker was an original 1974 US. It's billed as compatible stereo quad. Stereo quad. Okay. There was a new bid on Bob Seger for $27. ST got the Byrds. Todd Saw got Linda Ronstadt. The Pagans is at $7. Pagans is at $8. Pagans is at $9. John Lee Hooker, $53. Now, the other thing I had to say was, what was I going to say? Or what was I going to update? Oh, Pat Lucero. Pat, sounds like I just need to come by your collection. Pat Lucero, sounds like you got some pretty killer stuff. How about you just send me a message. I'll come out there and just buy your entire collection. We got Plastic Land, Flower Scene. Plastic Land is going to go up for a $5 start. If you're into unique singles, we got them tonight. The Hooker is now at $60. Bob's out on the Seeger. The last bid on Seeger is $27 with John Gollin. Interesting note on the Seeger. Never been reissued and not available for streaming. I've checked my Apple Music multiple times. I had to buy the CD on eBay, which was, I think, like $27 after shipping. Import it to my iTunes just so I could listen to that cover if I were a carpenter without having to go to YouTube every time. And of course, I have the OG record. I have Bob. I love collecting Bob Seger records. It's all the 45s and international releases. So just an interesting note, that album's never been reissued and it's not available for streaming. One of those weird deals like that. John Lee Hooker's at 60 with Michael Butler. Everybody else is out. Let's keep going. We have Ian Hunter, short back and sides. Ian Hunter's $19.99, short back and sides, $19.99. Lee Michaels Live. Lee Michaels Live is $29.99. And we have Lighthouse, One Fine Morning. Lighthouse is $9.99. And Barbara Jaggle, Donovan. Barbara Jaggle's $14.99 by Donovan. And Animalization by The Animals. There is some discoloration on the cover, but the vinyl is nice, $19.99. Pagans, 11, 12, 13, 14. The Flower Scene, just one bid for $5. Just one bid for $5. We are about to sell the Hooker, and the Mamas and Papas deliver. This is nice. On the Dunhill, original $19.99. Bob Panozniak on Lighthouse. That is sold. John Gollin does get the Seeger for $27. Thank you on that, John Gollin. That is sold. And that was a German press. That is sold. And now John Lee Hooker is sold for $60. And that is sold to Michael Butler for $60. All right. Next is Mountain Nantucket Sleigh Ride. Wow, it's complete. It's got the booklet, the photos, promo sticker, and a white label promo. Awesome copy, Nantucket. These are usually mastered by Ludwig, Bob Ludwig, and Holko. Yeah, Sterling, mastered by Lee Holko and Bob Ludwig. These mountain records are loud. That one and the other one in there and all of them. If you've ever listened to a hot cut of Mississippi Queen, the OG disc, incredible. A rockin' album. This is EX Plus near minus. This is $49.99 Sunday complete. The completeness includes a poster, a ticket stub, a 45, a book, all the inner sleeves, and the disc is nice. $49.99. Jeremiah gets the mountain. That's sold to him. Plus, there's a book in here and a press photo. Not really a press photo, but it came with a photo. The flower scene, just one bid, sold to Bob Panozniak for $5. And the Pagans is also sold to Bob Panozniak for $14. Look at that. The table is cleared. Let's go ahead and put up this Faces box set. This is really cool here. This is a 2015 box set. The note from Paul says 2015 box, limited to 7,500. All discs are pristine. $195 start. And this is You Can Make Me Dance, Sing, or Anything. So you get Small Faces, which is self-titled, Long Play, A Nod As Good As a Wink, Ooh La La, and it looks like some kind of other, I've never seen that one before. It may be a bonus disc. Yeah, it's called Stray Singles and B-Sides. Wow, so I've never seen a new pressing of Ooh La La. Let's see how they've done that. Oh, wow, they've got the original jacket and everything with the movable pieces. Really cool. Their Faces is a $195 start. And speaking of box sets, we just sold the Fillmore, and that is sold to Sunday Morning Session. It was only $49.99. Don't forget, we still got the Willie Dixon box and the Who live box set. One more record, the New Auctions, nice. The Best of Procol Harum, foil cover, gatefold, nice. A&M Records, $24.99. A wider shade of pale. Faces is a $195 start. Our next two New Orleans singles are going up right now. Wow, we got a John Lee Hooker single from the New Orleans. Let's see what kind of condition it's in. Ooh, I don't know. We probably don't need to auction that. I mean, we can try it. It's like fair. I don't see too many John Lee Hooker singles, though. Slow and Easy and Grinder Man, it's probably good or fair. So on a scale of 1 to 10, it's like a 2 or a 3. It needs a cleaning. I can tell it's never been cleaned. It may improve after that, especially ultrasonically. It's pretty dirty. It's pretty dirty. John Lee Hooker, $5 start, and Broken Jug is going to go up for a $5 start. The Broken Jug is on white vinyl, and that's a $5 start. ST got Procol Harum. That's sold to ST. Let's grab another auction right quick as soon as I plug back in my phone. I'm having battery issues over here with my phone tonight. Let's plug this up. And the Willie Dixon box was a triple LP with book, $49.99. Really nice, too. Very little damage on the box, and all the contents are extremely nice. Okay, Faces, $195. Let's do another pull. Let's see. We got a ton of jazz and blues, so we better go ahead and chip away at one. Let's do Miles Davis at Carnegie Hall. And this is an original 62 US mono, a Terre Haute original for Miles Davis, Carnegie Hall. I've always been intrigued about this cover. I don't know. What do y'all think? I always thought it was, forever, I thought it was a dinosaur. I don't know. I mean, there's obviously Miles Davis, but I always thought, to me, it looked like a dinosaur on the cover. Miles Davis at Carnegie Hall, an original 62 mono 6-eye label. Nice. VG condition. An OG 6-eye Miles Davis with a nice jacket. $35 start. Also, Hank Mobley plays on here. Wynton Kelly, Paul Chambers, $35 start. Shape is the Who box. Of course, no condition notes. No condition notes on the disc. The box is pretty dinged. Corner edge wear, still has the hop sticker, has the book, the solicitation. Looks like the records have been stored in polyline bags. Let me grab one and take a look at it here. An elephant. Well, oh, you mean like more like a woolly mammoth? Is that supposed to be the tusk? Yeah, the discs are beautiful. But the box is like VG minus. Okay, back to the crate. We got Bob Dylan, still has the hype sticker there on it. $34.99. I guess, wait a minute, well, I guess mammoths, I guess elephants do have tusks, don't they? Am I crazy? Bob Dylan, $34.99. 34, yeah, it looks like the Sinclair Gas dinosaur. Climax Blues Band is $19.99. Flying the Flag. I was crazy there. I was having to check my own sanity. I was like, elephants do have tusk, right? We have, what is this? Ars Nova. This is a 68 Allentown press, $29.99. Looks like Ars Nova, $29.99. And the album features a green dinosaur-like figure holding a stylized Miles Davis against a blood orange background. The image is scripted as op art. Okay, and then Jay Giles' freeze frame is $19.99. Jay Giles has the original on her sleeve. That's $19.99. And Daniel Boone starring Beautiful Sunday, Annabelle, and Crying. This happens to be a white label promo, $19.99. Miles Davis, Fred Cardinale, is an original 1962 Terre Haute. VG condition, it already has a bid for $35. No bid on Broken Jug, $5. No bid on the Poor or Fair John Lee Hooker on Stax, $5. And no bid on the Faces box set, $195. Wow, you get 2, 4, 5 albums. I don't know how many total discs. There's also something here called First Step. A lot of cool stuff going on in here, but $195 on that. $195 on Faces. Also, we have the Bluebell Sisters, $19.99. And we have Miles Davis is at $36 with Chris Bachek. And then Fred put Freeze. Is that for Faces? Sean Fairweather wants the John Lee Hooker single. Let's sell that to Sean Fairweather for $5. And then Fred wants both singles. Sean's already got John Lee Hooker, but I will say the Broken Jug for $5. And now where are we at? Fred put Freeze. He might have wanted Faces box set. And let me go ahead and show Peter Frampton's Camel, $9.99. All right, now we need all new auctions. Let's go ahead and pull, let's see, we got up Jazz, so we better do this right here, the Stooges. Oh my goodness, here we go. 7:39 p.m. Central Time, let's put up the Stooges. This is a 1969 U.S. Terre Haute. Company inner sleeve, cut by Lee Holko, the Stooges logo on the label. This is EX Plus condition, $175 start. Tough to get, especially in condition grade like this. Wow, I'm admiring what I'm holding right now. $175 start. It does have the original on her sleeve. There's the cover. The Stooges, $175 start. Miles Davis, 41. Fred wanted freeze frame. Okay, you wanted freeze frame. Thank you. Info on Willie Dixon. Who else asked that? No, nobody did. Willie Dixon is a 3 LP box set, 12-page book, EX Plus, near minus, $49.99. Also, Dylan by Bob Dylan, $24.99. Dylan by Bob Dylan, $24.99. The Stooges is a $175 start. Steve Miller Band Rock Love, $24.99. And Eric Clapton at his best, a double LP compilation. This is VG Plus, $24.99. VG Plus, $24.99. Our next two New Orleans singles are going up right now. The first one is the Mod Fun, Hanging Around. The Mod Fun is going to go up for a $5 start. And Plastic Land, Color Appreciation, that's going to go up for a $5 start. Plastic Land, Color Appreciation, $5 start. And the Mod Fun, Hanging Around, that's a $5 start. $5. Fred Cardinale does get the Willie Dixon box. It's sold. Miles Davis, $42.44. And now I'm going to go ahead and show a quick handful of some Buy It Now 45s right quick. Some Buy It Now 45s. Let me go ahead and do that righty now. And these are all $6.99 each. Very quickly on some Buy It Now 45s. We got Gary Glitter, Rock and Roll Part 2. That's the Hey song. And we have Arlo Guthrie, The City of New Orleans. Charlie Rich, I Need Your Love on Phillips. The Shantays, Pipeline, that's a classic. The Crest, Trouble in Paradise on Coed. It's the real thing, Coca-Cola from the new Seekers, by the World of Coke. And we have John Fred and his Playboy band, Judy in Disguise with glasses. $6.99. Those are all available. How much is the Who box? $44.99. Mod Fun has a bid for $5. Michael Butler on Arlo Guthrie for $6.99. Fred Cardinale wants Gary Glitter for $6.99. John Gollan wants Pop Line by the Shantays for $6.99. And that leaves John Fred, the New Seekers, a Coca-Cola promo. We have the Crest and Charlie Rich. Those are all $6.99. Update on Miles Davis. The high bid on Miles Davis, which is an original 6i 1962 mono. 1962 mono, Miles Davis at Carnegie Hall. The high bid on this is Tim Colino at $44. The bidder before him was Chris Bachek. So, Chris, that goes back to you. And before I end such an amazing record, such as the Stooges for a buy it now, I want to look at this one more time and let y'all know this is the real deal 1969 U.S. Terre Haute with the company inner sleeve, Electra, extremely nice. $175 start. Brian DeLeon wants the Crest. That is sold to him for $6.99. Fred's in on Mod Fun at $6. Scott Oman wants the Coke record, but George Jones put CC, and George Jones CC was for which record? Let's go ahead, and that might be for Coca-Cola. That could be CC for Coca-Cola. So we'll make sure, George Jones, you're first on that at $6.99. If not, then it goes to Scott. And Scott, if that's what he wants, he's in. Michael Butler in on the Stooges. Thank you. I was getting worried. I was like, that is worthy of at least locking in a bid. It's the real deal. Cut by Lee Holko, 69 Terre Haute, beautiful high grade. That is a grail for a lot of people. Miles Davis is the final call. Back to this bin. John's put out some really good stuff here. The very best of Dave Mason in shrink wrap. Only you know and I know. $9.99. Feeling all right. This is $9. That's the best of Dave Mason. He was in a band called Traffic. Humble Pie, a classic rock album. Rockin' the Fillmore. Gatefold 2 LP, $29.99. And Jerry Garcia, unusual to see something like that in the bin. Run for the Roses, OG with the company or sleeve, beautiful, $39.99. That's Jerry Garcia, $39.99. And Peter Frampton is $9.99. I'm in you. So did Plastic Land get a bid? Plastic Land did not get a bid. That's a buy it now for $5. Let's put that right over there. And the Mod Fun is sold to Fred Cardinale for $6. Grog is in on the Stooges at $180. The Miles Davis is sold to Tim Colino for $44. Parliament has not sold yet. We have not sold any of the Parliament or Funkadelic albums. I did promise one album at 8 o'clock, and that was the Mushroom stuff. And that is coming up here in about 15 minutes. That's coming up here in about 15 minutes. Fred Cardinale does want Humble Pie, and he also wants the Plastic Land single, okay? And that is right here, and that's so to Fred Cardinale. What's the Dylan title advertised? Was that the Dylan title advertised? I have a Bob Dylan album here I'm about to put up for auction. I actually had it next in the bin. This is an original 66 mono with the Claudia Claudendale cover. This is the real deal. Speaking of the real deals, this is the true OG pressing of Bob Dylan's classic Blonde on Blonde. It's the Columbia 2i mono, no pressing plant identified. So in the dead wax, there's no pressing plant. We do know it is a 66 mono though, and it has the original jacket here. When you open it up, it had a picture used without permission of Claudia Cardinale, or Claudia Cardinale, Cardinale. Her picture was used without permission. So that is a $75 start, EX Plus, and VG Plus. Overall, nice jacket, known for having a lot of ring wear. Two classics back here, 66 original and 69 US original. Wow, some cool stuff there up for auction. Now, the last thing was George Jones. Yes, you did get the Coca-Cola single. Fred got Humble Pie. Fred got Plastic Land. Stooges, $190. Roger Ramjet in on the Jerry Garcia. George, you did get Coca-Cola. Stooges at $200. And we have Alice and Gaza, Photographs at Memories, Photographs as Memories, $19.99. Also, Easter House, I believe. Yeah, Easter House Contenders, that's $9.99. So that's a true OG mono, Bob Dylan first jacket, $75 start. And we have John Wesley Harding in shrink wrap, $34.99, 70s press. And we have Steely Dan Aja, $34.99. Steely Dan Aja, original inner sleeve, beautiful copy. Deacon Blues, man, Peg, Josie, Aja, $34.99. Beautiful gatefold, high grade. Travis Wade on Alice, that is sold to Travis Wade. Dylan does have a bid. Stooges at $2 1/4. Grog, it's back to you. Randy's a Dylan collector. He asks every night, do you have any Bob Dylan? And I answer the same thing, yes. Every night, I bet we show anywhere between 5 and 10 Bob Dylan records. They're either going to be buy it nows, auctions, something. But we have Dylan every single night. There's a couple artists I can promise you every night we're going to have, and Bob Dylan's one of them. Bob Dylan, so he's up there. He sold so many records. We have them in so many collections. So many people have his and all kinds. They're everywhere. Now, the early stuff, high grade, rare mono, tougher to get. Some of the albums like in this crate, there's 4 or 5 in here. We have almost every night. Sometimes they sell, sometimes they don't. Depends on who's looking for what at the right time. For example, I show John Wesley Harding all the time. Sometimes they sell, sometimes they don't. Here is our next single. This is Satin Sadist or Satan's Sadist, or it could be Satan's Sadist. It's a 2 LP, 45 RPM. It's on blue and black vinyl. It's going to go up for a $5 start. We're pulling cool stuff from the New Orleans collection. There's Satin Sadist. Also, that's weird. Jake, the second monitor over here, it didn't really go out much. The picture went off on it. And we have Corpse Grinders. I Eat Babies. Corpse Grinders. $5 start. That's up for bid. Stooges Details. Oh no, it just went off over there. I noticed it in my peripheral vision. The Stooges is a 69 U.S. Terre Haute with the company inner sleeve, cut by Lee Holko. The Stooges on the label. This is a true OG red label, Electra, first pressing, real deal, Stooges, company inner sleeve, EX or EX Plus, a true grail. The final call is with Michael Butler at $225. He said, uh-oh, because Jason Boxel asked for the details. Thank you. I really didn't need it, but I'm glad to have it over there. I kind of can glance at that one or this one. Jake's doing an excellent job. Jake, I appreciate all your efforts. Jake flies under the radar here. All right, Dylan, 75, Dylan. I don't mention Jake's name as much, but I'm telling you, if we didn't have Jake here, we might not even have this stream up and rolling. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second and do this right here. I'm going to drink some purple juice. Jason must have woke up over in England. He must have been on one of those wild red coat parties last night. I told him they all dress up over there in red coats and they plot to try to take back the United States. All right, here are some more singles. These are $6.99. Deion Jackson, Love Makes the World Go Round. The Drifters, Ruby Baby in the original Atlantic sleeve. The Ohio Players, OHIO. And that's going to be an auction. That's a good one. And we have Tony Bennett and Simon and Garfunkel. And these are 33 1/3 jukebox records. Tony Bennett and Simon and Garfunkel. These are jukebox 33 1/3 EPs. Those are all $6.99 each. Now, all of a sudden, there's a lot of activity just right back here. So before I do anything else, let's kind of update the board, okay? Up at the top, we put up Satin Sadist and Corpse Grinders. And then Bob Dylan had bids for 75 and 76. SS5, SS7, 7, 7, 10, 8. Dylan got a new bid for 82, George Sambarez. Corpse Grinder 6, SS 11, Dylan 75, 80, 85, 5 and 5, Stooges 230, Stooges 250, Stooges 275, Stooges 300, Brian DeLeon first on the Drifters. That's so to Brian. Jason Boxel second. And we got the Simon & Garfunkel EP. It says Special Coin Operator Release, a.k.a. for a jukebox. How cool is that? Stereo 7. Hazy Shade of Winter, Mrs. Robinson, Bookends. I think that's really cool. Same thing for Tony Bennett. And then Ohio Players and Deion Jackson. Now, the Dylan's now at 92. The 45s, just for clarification, Corpse Grinders is at 6 with Fred, and Satin Sadist is at, SS is at 11 with Brandon Lack. Wow. And we're going through a great bin here. All I'm going to do is just read the titles. We've already went through these. I'm going to go ahead and knock out John's new arrivals tonight. And when we knock out John's new arrivals, we're going to be doing nothing but discounts for the rest of the night, clearing up Saturday night inventory. It is Saturday night, last opportunity for $7 in limited shipping before the invoicing cycle ends. I doubt we're here doing anything tomorrow. It's Easter. Paul, I've already decided Paul probably didn't need to do a sale. And he told me right before he left, he really needs to be off for Easter. And I said, that's perfectly okay with me. And I'm not going to be here. My mom has prepared a dinner, probably enough to feed 30 people. And she's already told my sister, I know Chad's not going to show up. He's going to sleep all day like he always does and wake up at 9 o'clock and then ask me if I can bring the food to him. So I'm going to prove my mom wrong. And I'm going to go to bed early, technically this morning. And then I'm going to go up and eat Easter dinner. And my mom's going to be so happy because she's cooked enough food for about 3,000 people. My brother works for the sheriff's department as a sheriff's deputy, so he can come up on patrol, and they take their lunch break, you know, kind of on patrol. So we're going to try to coordinate a family dinner tomorrow. We don't really ever get to do that. And we all live pretty close to each other. My mom works here almost every day, and I probably hadn't seen her in 2 weeks. So I'm actually going to go eat Easter dinner and try to take a moment of reflection. Let's go through these records one more time. We have Mountain Avalanche, 1999. We have Eric Clapton self-titled for 34. Ian Hunter still available for 19. Lee Michaels Live. Donovan Barber-Jaggle. The Animals is 1999. Nice vinyl, but discoloration. Mamas and Papas. Bob Dylan, Planet Waves. Climax Blues Band. ARS Nova. We have Daniel Boone, The Bluebells. Peter Frampton, Dylan by Bob Dylan. Steve Miller, Eric Clapton. I still got the Who box. And Dave Mason, Peter Frampton, Easter House, Bob Dylan, and Steely Dan. Did somebody claim Easter House, or am I crazy? Somebody might have got Easter House since we're on Easter Eve, or am I crazy? Yeah, Fred Cardinal did. Fred Cardinal got Easter House. That's so to Fred Cardinal. Okay, now let's see what's going on. We have Foods Line. Yes, Todd, I ate your sub. Thank you. If y'all don't know this, last night at midnight, Todd Saw sent a DoorDash delivery from Gallatin Publix, which is about 25 minutes away, and they delivered subs and Oreos. Now, Laura had already left, but this morning I told everybody here there was subs, and Todd, I think all of your food has been ate except one sub that they saved for me for tonight, which I'm probably going to need it. All right, now, we'll get back to business here. The Stooges is a final call, or actually, let me do an update. Michael Butler's out. Jason has it for $3.25. $325. It's a beautiful copy. A grail for a lot of people's collections. Iggy Pop there. $325. Final call. And then the Dylan. George Sambaraz has this for $102. Randy Klein, you're outbid. Let me know if you want back in. And then we have Corpse Grinders. The last bid on this is done. Also, I'll see some other claims. Sunday Morning Session has that for $7. Fred Cardinal, you got outbid. Sunday did bid 7 on this. And we have Satin Sadist. Fred has that at 17. You're out, Brandon Lack. Also, the Simon & Garfunkel EP was sold to John Meeks. John, thank you. That's sold for $6.99. Bill Keenum, I'll make sure you want the Steve Miller, or how about this? The Steve Miller was right here. It was $24.99. $24.99. If you don't want it, just say pass. We don't get that one too often. And then next was, what was the climax? The climax was Flying the Flag, 1999. And then the Who box is called Join Together, live performances from their 1989 historic tour. The box is VG or VG minus, the disc or AOK, $44.99. All right. Corpse Grinders is at 8, Sunday morning session, you're out. Satin Sadist is a final call with Fred Carnell at 17. Bill Keenum says he does not want the Steve Miller Band. And Randy's out on the Bob Dylan. This is OG, final call to George Sambarez, $102. An original 66 mono with the Claudia Cardindale cover. Columbia 2i, OG, and it's nicer too. EX Plus, disc 2 is VG Plus. Of course, y'all know Paul grades conservative on those. All right, and now, after a long battle, the Stooges is sold. And this is sold to Jason Boxell for $325. Thank you, Jason Boxell. I knew that. I was getting worried when it almost didn't get a bid earlier. I was like, oh my gosh, because I thought that should do really well. All righty. Let's go through it. Like I said, incredible auctions all night until we get done with everything. And then we'll start with discount bins. But I've got 2 more fantastic crates over here of new arrivals from John. Also, I'll go ahead and start showing some of those first 45s that Paul brought me. That's what he was working on today. But first, let's change out the crates, okay? Welcome, everybody, to Collectco. Saturday night at Collectco. You never know what's going to happen. We had an eventful one last night. Oh, my gosh, cleaning out that Fred Goodwin stuff. I was like, I just started showing stuff, and next thing I know, poof, we sold 3 entire crates, and I didn't even get finished. We ran out of time over on Facebook. I was like, man, I need another hour. If I had another hour, I think we could have sold 5 more crates full of stuff. Holy moly, this looks like a good bin. Let's go ahead and bring it over. I'm liking what I'm seeing here. I see everything from OG Alice Cooper to Sherlock Holmes to Genesis and Philip Bailey and Errol Smith and Van Morrison's. Always a cool bin here. John goes for the cutthroat classic rock and standards as always. All right. Corpse is still getting bids. Now we're at 10. That means Fred's out and Craig Thomas is out. But the Satin Sadist is sold for 17 to Fred Cardinale. And we have George Sambarez. Thank you on the OG Dylan. Always a good pickup there. 102. We had a copy of this one time in shrink wrap. A while back, like 3 years ago. You could peek down on the cover, though, and see it was a Claudia Cardindale, and it had a hop sticker, and we sold it, I think, for $480 or something like that. So these in unbelievably high grade can get way up there. So I figure that's a great price. Thank you on that. So now, the most insane... Adam Garvey, it is 8 o'clock. You're right. The most insane, we know where the greatest Dylan collection we've ever seen is. And if y'all remember the Dale's Pittsburgh collection that we've been selling now for years, the only thing he wouldn't sell is his Bob Dylan collection. Over 2,000 LPs. And we've got dibs on them, of course, whenever he decides to move them. But Paul said you wouldn't believe it. We're talking bootlegs, imports, first pressing, sealed, autographs, and we know where they're at. I hope one day we're able to acquire them. But can you imagine? Think about that. 2,000 Dylan LPs? How in the world? But if you start collecting bootlegs, you can get up there. If you start doing imports and bootlegs, man, you can rack up with the Dylan records. If you're trying to collect all the pressing plants, all the imports, that's like a whole wall of Dylan records. That's insane. Here's our next auction. This is big. This is an original 1969 US VG Plus condition, a $265 start. This is on the Parallax label, the Sacred Mushroom VG Plus, a $265 start. The Sacred Mushroom. There is a little bit of wear down here. There is a name and a phone number and another name written on the back. A $265 start. An original 69, that's the information Paul has given me. Corpse Grinders, we have a $1 bump from Fred Cardinale. What does that mean? The new high bid is at $11 with Fred Cardinale. Sunday morning session, you're out on Corpse Grinders. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's going to be another quick 45, and this is going to be a $7 start. And this is Michael Jackson, Don't Stop Till You Get Enough, Jamone. And Michael Jackson is a $7 start. Don't Stop Till You Get Enough in the original Epic sleeve. That's now up for bid, okay? Let's start right now, and I'll put up another LP after a few albums. Eric Clapton was here. Eric Clapton was here. Original under sleeve, $34.99. Actually, this is just a polyline bag, $34.99. Eric Clapton was here. Sing It to My Baby, Eddie Cochran. It is a reissue from Wax Time, $19.99 on that. We need to put that, the sleeve, the new sleeve we've put it in, it's a little torn. Let me get that off right there. That is $19.99. Somebody buys it, I'll go ahead and put it in a new one. Van Morrison, Tupelo Honey. Man, this looks nice. Gatefold. It has the poster with it. Van Morrison, green label with poster, which I hardly ever see the poster. $39.99 on that. Sacred Mushroom has a bid for $265. Corpse is sold for $11 to Fred Cardinale and Jethro Tull with the original hardback book cover, $34.99. And we have George Jones sold, Van Morrison sold to George Jones, and Aerosmith Permanent Vacation in shrink wrap. What a nice copy, $34.99. $34.99. Very nice copy here of Permanent Vacation. Next is Sacred Mushroom, $265. Going once, going twice to Jason Boxell. Also, we have an original 1967 U.S. Stereo Pitman. Paul says it's a strong VG, almost a VG plus, an original Columbia 2i label, $35 start. Miles Davis, a $35 start. Miles Smiles, now up for bid. $35 start. Sacred Mushroom is not easy to come by and pricey. We have a final call at $265. No bid on Michael Jackson. He's a $7 buy it now. Here is our next New Orleans singles. They're going up right now for $5 and $5. The first one we have is a $5 start, and this is The Likes of You. L-Y-K-E-S, likes, and you, Y-E-W. That's going to go up for a $5 start, The Likes of You. And check out this cover, Fosse Quattro. What a cover. Looks like something from a Castlevania video game. Fosse Quattro, $5 start on that. Sacred Mushroom has a new bid for $275. Scott Oman gets the Michael Jackson for $7. Next is Climax Blues Band, has a promo sticker for in-store play. $19.99. They sent these to stores and said, please play this in your store so people will listen to it and buy it. The Likes has a bid for $5. Miles Davis is a $35 start, a 67 US stereo. Also, Fosse Quattro has a bid for $5, and Argent Counterparts. That's one I don't see as often in their discography. United Artists, $19.99. Let's do some buy it now 45s. BIN 45s. These are all $6.99 each. These are going to be first come, first serve. First come, first serve. No more, no less. If you ain't first, you're last. And boy, we got a bunch here. Well, I've grabbed almost entire. Oh my gosh. Well, let's go ahead and do this. But I've got the OJs, the OJs, the OJs, the OJs. How about we do, instead of $6.99 each, a $1, 2, 3, 4, $20, $5 each. The OJs used to be My Girl, and This Time Baby, Brandy, and Take Me to the Stars, Darling, Darling Baby, and A Prayer, Get Out and Party, and Forever Mine, all four for $20. Then the Beach Boys, Come Go With Me, Going, Peggy Sue, and Good Timing. There's four more. I'll do four more Beach Boys. We'll do those for $20. Bundle. And then Boney M, Brown Girl in the Ring, Boney M, wow, and Rivers of Babylon, $6.99. And Rare Earth, When Joni Smiles, and I Know I'm Losing You. That's a good one. Of course, that's a Holland Grant. That's a Temptation song. I Know I'm Losing You. Rod Stewart did it. Rare Earth also did it. $6.99. All right, so the update was Sacred Mushroom 290, Adams out, Foss Quattro Fosse or Foss, whichever, that had bids for 5 and now 7, lock 6. Miles Davis does have a bid for 35. Tim Colino did lock in a bid for 35, an original 67. Strong VG, almost VG plus, Pittman Stereo 35. Michael Butler got Argent. Locks is at 6. Jason Boxell wants the OJ bundle for 20. That's those 4 for 20 sold. Nick Bargeron gets the Beach Boys bundle. That is those 4 sold for 20. And then Patrick was second. And then we have Fred Carnell and Rare Earth, and that just leaves Boney M. Boney M, $6.99. That's still available. All righty. So Joe Perry from Aerosmith. I've got the rock and rolls again. Joe Perry is $19.99. And speaking of Aerosmith, their greatest hits, an original, nice and clean, $29.99. Aerosmith's greatest hits. All right. The very cool Sacred Mushroom. That's sold to Jason Boxell for $290. Thank you again, Jason. That is sold to you. And then with Miles Davis, the hammer's about to be dropped as soon as I introduce the next auction. Let's go ahead and at least chip away at one of the Parliaments over here. Man, we got 3 or 4 right here in a row. Let's go ahead and do Chocolate City. Parliament is an original. Boy, I like these words. Obscenely clean. Paul put obscenely clean. Unusual here. Casablanca, Parliament, Chocolate City. Wow. EX Plus, a $35 star. Beautiful jacket, too. There is a saw mark. It wasn't a cutout bin at one point. Wow, $35 start on that. Nick, back-to-back on the Joe and the Aerosmith. Those are so Todd. You were second on Aerosmith. And Patrick says, or Nick says, give Patrick the Beach Boys bundle. So the 4 Beach Boys are sold to Patrick for 20 instead of Nick Bargeron. All right, Patrick was Patrick C. Smith. He's talking about Patrick Fu on the Beach Boys bundle. So Patrick, you get the Beach Boys bundle. Michael Butler, you did get Argent. Now, my question is, where are we on these 45s? Fred Carnell got the locks for 8. That's sold to Fred Carnell. And the Fosse is sold to Fred. Well, let me make sure Robert's out on that. That's sold to Fred for 7. Tim Colino got Miles Davis for 35, okay? And Sunday just asked about it. It only had 1 bid for $35, and now it's sold. Okay. Now, let's put up 2 more New Orleans singles right quick. Where's my stack at? Here we go. We have the Slow Slushy Boys. Slow Slushy Boys. What an interesting cover. It's got like a conch shell up to his ear. Slow Slushy Boys, $5 start. And Howling Commandos. Howling Commandos, $5 start. And, of course, got some cool stuff on deck. 5 and 5. Those are now up for bid. New LP going up as soon as I show you Jethro Tull Live. What a nice-looking copy. Jethro Tull Live, 2 LP, $34.99 for Jethro Tull Live, $34.99. Steve Miller Band Sailor, Steve Miller Band, $19.99. I can't believe it, but Parliament has 1 bid for $35, going once, going twice. We're about to sell a beautifully clean OG Parliament back there for just $35. The Best of Jay Giles is $19.99. And Exposure is $19.99. Let me grab another handful of buy nows. That last stack was good. Sold a bunch there, including some bundles. Here's some more. Might go through a whole nother box tonight. We never know. I have no idea what's in here. We're about to find out right now, though. First thing I have is the Cordettes. A Girl's Work Is Never Done. Wow. I think I auctioned one of those not too long ago. $6.99. George Benson, Gonna Love You More, $6.99. Stephen Bishop, Save It for a Rainy Day. The Knack, Having a Rave Up. How about Rick Dees and his cast of idiots doing Disco Duck, The Clovers, Blue Velvet, and we'll skip that Cordettes and the Romantics. What I Like About You. That's a big one. The Romantics. What I Like About You. That is $6.99. Everything that you just seen. All right, let's go back up to the top. First is Slow Slushy 5. Howling Commandos 5, Parliament 36, Parliament 37. Travis Wade first on Cordettes for $6.99. Travis Wade first on Cordettes for $6.99. Larry Smith on and CH. He just meant, wait a second. Travis Wade got Cordettes. I think Larry was trying to get the Cordettes. Larry Smith. Larry Warren says, Alice Cooper, question mark, question mark. I have not shown an Alice Cooper. Larry Smith, second on Cordettes. Jason Boxell, third on Cordettes. Parliament has a new bid for 40. Nick Bergeron on Rick, which is Rick D's and the Disco Ducks. That's sold to Nick Bergeron. Brian D. Leon got the Clovers. Jason Boxell was second. George Jones first on the Romantics, What I Like About You. Scott Oman on RD, whatever that is, probably the Romantics, it's sold. What is the expose? It's called Exposure, $19.99. Parliament with a new bid for $39, but we's already at $40. What are the auctions? Parliament 41, Parliament 42, Parliament 45. Okay, so that leaves the Knack having a rave up, Stephen Bishop saving for a rainy day, and George Benson, Gonna Love You More. Okay, now, before I do anything else, these singles have bids. Robert usually opens every one of them. Howling Commandos, Walk On By, $5 bid with Robert, final call. The Slow Slushy Boys, Robert has it for $5, final call. Back here in the back right is an original Parliament, 1975 US PRC, obscenely clean. It's now at $45. First thing I'm going to do, before I show anything else, is I'm going to take our stack of sold 45s back here into the operations room before we have a disaster. So let me take these in here right quick. You want them right here? Okay. I'll put them right there. I'm going to bring those other 2 boxes in here too in a second. There's going to be a box here, box there, box there. He bought 4 boxes full. All right, so there's our first stack. We've been working on that stack for about 3 hours now, so that's good. And those are all gone. Those are getting new bids. Let's go ahead and show a few more LPs. Marshall Tucker Band, Running Like the Wind, $14.99. Everything in here so far tonight, these records John have put out, is obscenely clean. When he's trying to work on 45s, the first thing he pulls out of these collections are the nicest records he can find. So a lot of them only just need a light wipe down. That's why some of these are so nice. Genesis, Wind and Weathering, $19.99. New bids coming in on Parliament, and No Jacket Required by Phil Collins. There's a girl that's been on my mind, Studio. Here's our next auction. It's going up right now. Let's go ahead and throw up a what? A Pink Floyd, a 1973 German import. 1973 German import. VG Plus condition. Wow. Paul says it plays and sounds incredible. I think this is a pretty highly regarded cut of Dark Side of the Moon, the 73 German. $55 start. No extras. You just get a nice laminated jacket. You get the lyrics in the gatefold. Ticking away the moments that make up a dull day. $55 start. That's a 73 German Dark Side of the Moon. Howling Commandos is now at 8. Robert's out. And the Slow Slushy Boys still just got that 1 bid with Robert Warner. So, Robert, I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you for $5. Bill Keenum on Marshall Tucker. Phil Collins is $19.99, and so was Genesis. All right. We have Philip Bailey, Chinese Wall. Speaking of Phil Collins, this has the duet Easy Lover on it, $14.99. And Olivia Newton-John, If You Love Me, Let Me Know, $9.99. Howling Commandos is sold to Fred Cardinal for $8. And now Parliament's at $50 with Philip. Wayne, you're out. Farmer Redman, you're out. Slicker, you're out. We got about 4 active bidders on Parliament, and it has a high bid right now with Philip at $50. There's the 73 German import of Dark Side of the Moon. All right, New Orleans singles going up right now. If you're interested in these, Fred Cardinal, I know Robert Warner already knows. I wouldn't go anywhere for like the next 30 hours, okay? And good opportunity. I don't see Teresa on. I hadn't seen William Drugovich bid in a while. They might not be on right now. I hadn't seen Tim Voldness in a while. I mean, usually we have about 4 or 5 people bidding on all these at the same time. Screaming Jay Hawkins, I Hear Voices. Screaming Jay Hawkins, a $5 start. And the Drags, Anxiety. $5 start on those. Here we go. We have the Boomtown Rats, a tonic for the troops. Boomtown Rats is $19.99. Frampton by Peter Frampton, $9.99. And Aretha Franklin, Who's Zooming Who? Aretha Franklin's $19.99. And Joe Cocker, Unchained My Heart. Joe Cocker's $24.99. And another Marshall Tucker, Together Forever. Marshall Tucker, Together Forever. That is $14.99. PF, that was for Peter Frampton. That's so to Todd Saw. Screaming Jay Hawkins, there's another 45 bidder. Mr. Craig Thomas, he's in at 5. Now, Pink Floyd does have a bid for 55. It looks like we could be done on Parliament. We do have one out. So we're waiting for Wayne Carr. Wayne, Mr. Wayne, are you out there? Since it's such a desirable record, I want to make sure everybody's done. It's a final call to Philip for 50. Pink Floyd does have a bid locked in at 55. Are we done? Let's go ahead and do some more buy it now 45s. Those have been extremely popular so far tonight. Let's go ahead and grab another handful, and these are going to be $6.99, okay? I feel like if I showed that bottom, back here in the back, the bottom stack, the first couple stacks I showed had some incredible ones that didn't get claimed. There's the Cordettes. The Cordettes is $6.99. Commander Cody, this is, what is this one called? Commander, long title, Beat Me Daddy 8 to the Bar. That's Commander Cody, $6.99. We have Crazy Elephant, Give Me Some Good Lovin', and Dark Part of My Mind. The Magic Lantern, Shame, Shame, that's cool. The Ambroy Dukes, Journey to the Center of the Mind, Ted Nugent. Bobby Fuller 4, I Fought the Law, and the Law 1, and a CBS record sampler. This is a promo deal with George Jones, Merle Haggard, and the Burrito Brothers and Larry Gatlin. Those are all $6.99 each. Those are all buy it nows for $6.99. This is when the comment section gets crazy. All the comments come in, they get crazy. All right, I think I got some stuff to correct. So let me go back up to the top. Todd Saw put PF, but he was about to bid on Pink Floyd, not for Peter Frampton, okay? That came in at the wrong time. J5, Pink Floyd 55, Marshall Tucker some for Marshall Tucker for Bill Keenum. I'm assuming for that one, Bill. And then Parliament was resurrected, 51, 53, 55. Todd Saw bid 60 on Pink Floyd. Travis Wade first on the Cordettes. Then Larry. Jason on Magic Lanterns. George Jones. George Jones on Ambroy Dukes. Jason Boxell on Bobby Fuller. Larry Smith next. On FC and FF. And then Bill Keenum gets the sampler. Parliament 57. Pink Floyd 68. That's very confusing. The comments get crazy on the 45s because everybody starts typing as physically as fast as they can. I think without proofing. And they just start typing whatever and hitting send, and then I have to decipher it. All right, the Fanfare sampler. Okay, Fanfare. So FF, that was Larry Smith. He put FC, FF, and then Fanfare. All right, so this goes to Larry Smith. So let me clarify all those. That was confusing, I think, even for me. If you want to see some chaotic stuff, let me throw down some highly sought-after 45s for everybody watching. Oh, my gosh. All right, so Travis Wade got the Cordettes. Jason Boxell got the Magic Lanterns. George Jones got the Ambroy Dukes. Jason Boxell got Bobby Fuller. And Larry got the sampler. That was everybody that was first. Everybody else is out. Okay? That's it gets crazy, like Crazy Elephant and Commander Cody. That was fun. That's a brain exercise for me. Man, that'll keep my brain activity high doing 45s. Now, the Drags did not get a bid for $5. The Drags Anxiety, $5. Screaming Jay Hawkins, just one bid for $5 sold. Now, Pink Floyd's at 75 with Todd Saw. 75 with Todd Saw. Mark Riley, you're out. The Parliament is now between Christopher S. and I think that's it because Phillip and Wayne's went out. Christopher S. has Parliament for $57. Final call. Wow. Okay. First thing I have here is Jafria. There is damage at the bottom of the cover. Just $14.99. Fred Cardinal wants the Drags for $5. Also, Genesis, Trick of the Tail. A 2016 press, $34.99. Genesis, $34.99. And Jay Giles Band, Nightmares, $19.99. Mark Riley, Pink Floyd, back to you. Here's our next New Orleans singles. We have Double Spicy Volume 1, Los Explosos, and the Cavanerios. That's a $5 start. And we have The Preachers. Red Hot Rock and Blues, Bye Bye Baby, All I Can Do Is Cry, and Heart of a Fool. Those are $5 and $5. The Jafria cover damage is right here. Looks like it got a little wet, maybe something stuck to it on the front and back. There is no condition notes on the vinyl, $14.99. Okay? Climax Blues Band Shine On, another copy, $19.99. There was another one in here already. Yeah, we got 2 copies of that. And Phil Collins, Hello, I Must Be Going. Phil Collins, $19.99. And the Commodores, Midnight Magic, $14.99. Christopher S., this is sold to you for $57. I haven't heard back from Mark Riley on Pink Floyd. Mark, if you're out there, I'm going to give one more chance for you to either bid or say out. If not, I got to sell it to Todd Saw over on YouTube for $75. And we have Glenn Frey, the All-Nighter. Glenn Frey's $19.99. Glenn Frey, the All-Nighter. Now, Mark Riley has bid 78 on Pink Floyd. He's not done. Todd Saw, it goes back to you. Our next LP going up right now is John Lee Hooker, an original 1967 U.S. with the company inner sleeve, a strong VG Plus copy. More blues here for you, live at the Cafe A Go-Go. And this is a $45 start. VG Plus condition, an original 67. It has the original ABC company sleeve that went with it, and not a bad cover whatsoever. VG Plus on that one. All right, let's go over here. Todd Saw, you're out on the Pink Floyd. There's a new bid for $78. We have The Preachers and Double Spicy. Double Spicy has a bid for $5 and no bid on The Preachers. Rat Fink, it looks like a Rat Fink cover, or at least close to one. Okay, there we have a few more LPs, and it's time for more $6.99 craziness. Climax Blues Band Stamp Album, $19.99 for Climax Blues Band. And we have D-Kong on Jay Giles. That was for Nightmare. D-Kong, that's so to you. And John Lee Hooker has an open bid for $50. Bob Dylan, Empire Burlesque. Bob Dylan's $24.99, and Derek and the Dominoes in concert, $34.99. Gatefold 2 LP, Eric Clapton, $34.99. Also, we have, there's a thumb, I'd even do a thumbs up. How did that happen? There's the thumbs up for tonight. Make sure everybody's hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. I would greatly appreciate it. If not, then I'm going to be very sad. Craig Weatherford on Expose. Expose, that was back here. That is so to Craig Weatherford. Now John Lee Hooker has a new bid for $55. And just in case y'all want to see the balloons, there they are. We love the balloons. All right, John Lee Hooker, 55. Todd, Spicy is up for bid. The high bid is $5 with John Gollin. That is at $5 with John Gollin. Nobody bid on The Preachers. It's a buy it now for $5. And now we have Pink Floyd officially sold to Mark Riley for $78. $78. Sorcery. Yeah, y'all going to think there's going to be a witch hunt on me now. Y'all are going to be hunting me like a witch. John Lee Hooker getting new bids. Double Spicy, going once, going twice for $5. All right. First thing, new LP. Boy, we got some great auctions we've been working on tonight. Holy moly. Let's get back to the back of the crate. Where's some? Oh, U2. I did promise somebody to run this. Sorry, Chad's stretching. Chad is stretching. Oh, wow. Oh. Whew. That felt pretty good. Now I'm going to attempt it. All right. First thing I have here is U2 Bowie. U2 is a 1981 US. It has mixed stampers. It says it was made at Winchester, Jacksonville, and EDP, so we don't know where it's from. This has the original inner sleeve. This is U2 Bowie, a 1981, with mixed stampers on the dead wax. Original inner sleeve. U2 Bowie is in shrink wrap. Let's go ahead and put that up for a $35 start. We don't get that one too often. An 81 with unique matrix marks on it. $35 start on that. All right. John Lee Hooker 60, 75, now 80. The Yardbirds Greatest Hits. This is 1999, the Yardbirds Greatest Hits. And Steam in the High Country. Another train record. I've never seen this one before. $24.99. These are really cool, though. $24.99. Steam in the High Country. $24.99. Next, New Orleans 45 is the Campus Rumpus. Let's do the stroll at the Campus Rumpus. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Jack Scott, Gene Brown, Joe South, 5 on that. Spicy has a new bid for 8. And now, before we go any further, it's time for a box of some Buy It Now 45s. 1 second, please. All right, here we go. Let's see what this next handful will produce for us, all right? These are all $6.99. And the first one I have here is Billy Joel, a picture sleeve, Say Goodbye to Hollywood. Paul Simon, a mother and child reunion. Me and Julio, Down by the Schoolyard. Waylon Jennings, Luckenbach, Texas, Back to the Basics of Love. Belle of the Ball, Waylon Jennings. Eric Burden and the Animals, San Francisco Nights. And Down in Monterey. What about Joe Cocker, With a Little Help from My Friends, the famous Beatles cover, and another great song, Delta Lady. Lee Dorsey, Working in the Coal Mine, and Mexico. And we have Al Green, Get Yourself Together, and Don't Hurt Me No More. Let's do one more, and this is Harold Dorman, Move to Kansas City. Those are all $6.99. Those are all $6.99 there. First come, first serve. Buy it nows, no more, no less. All right, let's get back up to the top. And John Lee Hooker was quite the battle. Grog had bid 80. Jason Boxell had bid 90. Double Spicy got a bid for 8 and then 9. Slicker Van Slyke wants the Steam record. Susie put Mike, M-I-C. And then Stacy got P.S., which was Paul Simon, Me and Julio, and Mother-Child Reunion. Jennifer Schrader on J.C., that's probably for Joe Cocker. And then John Gallen got the Animals. Dale's in on U2 at 35. Brandon Lext on Joe Cocker. We have Todd Saw out on Double Spicy. Jason put OF, LD, AG. All right, so OF, LD, and AG. There's Al Green for sure. Also Lee Dorsey. And that leaves Harold Dorman, Waylon Jennings, and Billy Joel. The only 3 didn't collate there. $6.99. Nobody bid on Campus Rumpus. That's a $5 buy it now. Double Spicy is sold to John Gallen. And John Gallen, that is sold to you for $9. Grog, I don't think has set out. He did. So this sold to Jason Boxell for $90. Dale Shannon has the U2 for $35. And since he's bid, I'm about to sell it to him for $3.5. Let's put up some new auctions. But first, let's go ahead and pull the Billy Joel back here. And that is sold for $6.99 to Larry Smith. Carol's in on the U2 at 36. I had a feeling we probably wasn't done on that. And this is a 81 US mixed stampers. So basically, it's got multiple different markings there on it, okay? Let's go ahead and put up Stories of Sherlock Holmes, Basil Rathbone, $19.99. Basil Rathbone reading Stories of Sherlock Holmes. And Miss America, Vonda Van Dyke in Teenage Diary, $19.99. What an interesting record there. Let's go ahead and put up another LP auction. I think it's time we put up this thing right here. Boy, this has been asked about. This record here has been asked about since Paul posted it in the Hot Picture when we bought this collection. And this is one of the original vintage Pink Floyd bootlegs for Pompeii, which they are about to release this officially for the first time ever. This has always been, like he said, a highly sought-after collectible vintage Pink Floyd bootleg. Pink Floyd live in Pompeii, a $95 start. Pink Floyd live in Pompeii, a $95 start. There's the LP. Really cool cover with the Pompeii ruins there. $95 start. Echoes. Man, that's so good. Very cool vintage bootleg. U2 is called Bowie. Dale Shannon, goes back to you. It's an 81 US mixed stampers and markings. In shrink, and the vinyl's near mint minus. Okay? And then Slicker says he wants to put back the Steam record. Steam is going back in the bin. 2 New Orleans singles. I'm working out of a whole big box over here. This could get interesting. Here's the next 2. We have the Zeros for a $5 start. The Zeros for a $5 start. And we have, what do we have here? Who's Joey's song? I try to immediately figure out who's actually the artist. I guess we'll call it Joey Songs. It's on marble vinyl. Pink Floyd is near mint minus, EX++. No condition notes on Pink Floyd. All right, let's keep going through this new Arrivals band. We have Jane Powell sings with David Rose and his orchestra. Jane Powell is $19.99. Also, we have Bert Henry of the Hungry Thigh. That is $19.99. Some interesting covers in here. Alice Cooper, Pretty's for You, is a 71 Terre Haute. Alice Cooper, $39.99. Pink Floyd, ? Let the Music Do the Talking, Joe Perry Project. Gold stamp promo, $19.99 on Joe Perry. War, Love Is All Around. War is $24.99. Love Is All Around, $24.99. Also a gold stamp promo. And Procol Harum, A Salty Dog. Procol Harum is $24.99. Very nice copy of that, A Salty Dog. So the high bid on U2 right now is $38. No bid on Pink Floyd, $95 start. The Zeros have 1 bid with Robert for $5. And Joey Songs is a final call for a $5 start on that. War. Why did John not put this in a new sleeve? War is $29.99. I'll put it in a new sleeve right now. War's Greatest Hits, $29.99. That is available, and Chad's going to put it in a brand new sleeve. That was an old sleeve. There it is. Top Loader, War's Greatest Hits. Also, Long John's Blues is $19.99. 12 performances by Lon John Baldry. Jimi Hendrix is $44.99. Electric Ladyland, 2 LP, no condition notes, very nice. Eric Clapton by Eric Clapton, $34.99. And we have the fabulous Johnny Cash, $39.99. Columbia 2i, nice high grade. Okay, so here's what's going on. First thing is I'm going to sell Robert Warner the Zeros for $5. Joey Songs is a buy it now for $5. U2 has a new bid and Carol's out. So it's down to Robert and Dale Shannon. Final call on U2 Bowie, in shrink wrap, no condition notes, 1981. Mixed stampers in the dead wax. It has a high bid of $39. Slicker isn't on Pink Floyd. This is called Pink Floyd Pompeii. It is a vintage bootleg, highly sought after, no condition notes, 1 bid, $95. Final call on Pink Floyd at Pompeii. Slicker Van Slyke has it. All right, let's put up 2 new singles right quick from the New Orleans collection. We have this one and this one. These are going to go up for a $5 start. Okay, let's put this up right here. This one's in a resealable baggie. I think this has something to do with Matthew Sweet. The Pillowcase EP. Matthew Sweet and Susanna Hoffs. Interesting. I don't know if that's the same Matthew Sweet that we sell a lot of his new albums from. But the Pillowcase EP, it's a double 45. $5 start on that. And then Janie. Janie is a $5 start. And Janie is called what? Dale Shannon, are you out on the U2? Just wanted to make sure. Robert has it for $39. We're about to sell it. Same thing for Pink Floyd. All right, boy, the chats went really quiet, especially after all that right there I showed. Holy moly. So many nice records. 45s. I'm going to do a little cleanup over here. And bootlegs, copyright violation. So the way bootlegs work back in the 60s and 70s and 80s, somebody would get a hold of a performance, a live concert, and or studio outtakes or whatever, and they would press them illegally. And they would sell them in the back of their trucks and vans, and they would sell them outside of concerts. And yes, they're basically unofficial pressings, which means Pink Floyd did not authorize this back in the day. Somewhere or another, somebody got a hold of that concert, and they made it, and Pink Floyd wasn't notified. People got a hold of outtakes, et cetera, et cetera. And so they've made thousands, if not millions, all through the 70s, concerts, outtakes, et cetera. And basically, people sold them illegally, and people collected them now, and they collected them back then. It's a whole market. I had a book from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, because Dale collected bootlegs. He had this incredible out-of-print book talking about the history of people bootlegging records. So, all right, here's some unsold 45s from New Orleans. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Instead of $35, $21. $3 a piece if you do that bundle there on the New Orleans. The Blackstones, the Starlights, Bona Roba, Broken Jug, Preachers, Campus Rumpus, and Joey Songs. So those are all $21 now instead of $35. The pillowcase has bids for $5, $7, and now $10, and Janie's at $5. Unfortunately, I lost Dale Shannon, so Robert Barnett, you get the U2 for $39, and now Pink Floyd has a last-minute bid for $100. Slicker Van Slyke, you've been outbid. Ride My 65 has it for $100. Ride My 65 has it for $100. There's that and there's that. Let's put up another auction. Maybe I'll put up a Parliament record and wake some people up. Hope everybody's not snoozing on me on a Saturday night when we have all this insane stuff to put up for auction. Here's Parliament, the clones of Dr. Funkenstein. Philip Hope just said he's waiting for it. I hope you don't get in the checkout line whenever we put this up. Here's a 1976 U.S. Terre Haute. For some reason, Philip always ends up at the grocery store whenever we start selling these Parliament records. You need to have all that taken care of earlier in the day, Philip. Oh, my gosh. We have a 1976 U.S. Terre Haute original. Paul has a note here, an obscenely clean for a P-Funk album. This is unusual. It has the original inner sleeve. Look at all the Kiss advertisements. Has the original inner sleeve. 1976, a $35 start. Get ready to rumble. That's now up for bid, a $35 start. Slicker, you're outbid on Pink Floyd. Nobody bid on Janie. It's a $5 buy it now. I can't believe no one's took my New Orleans. I'm going to have to text Tanner or Ed and say, message Teresa, Tim Voldness, everybody that buys these singles, and tell them to get on the chat. We're cracking open a new box, and we got stacks over here that's not selling. Where is everybody? A fresh box, and we got bundles and everything not getting claimed. Are they asleep? Are they at the movies? Are they at dinner? Are they with their wife and children? If so, they're making mistakes. They should be here. They should be here buying records. You can do family time any other time. This is Collectco time. I'm going to read through this crate one more time. Parliament already has a bid for $35. Pink Floyd at $105. Like I said, put your wife and kids to bed, your husband, your children, whatever it may be. We got records to sell. We have Robert Barnett out on pillowcase. Craig has that for $10. Final call on that. Here's what's left in here. Easter weekend. Deals are being had, evidently. Eric Clapton. We have Eddie Cochran, Jethro Tull, Aerosmith, Climax Blues Band, Jethro Tull, Steve Miller Band, Jay Giles, Genesis, Phil Collins. We have Philip Bailey, Olivia Newton-John, Boomtown Rats, Aretha Franklin, Joe Cocker, Peter Frampton, Genesis, Jafria, Climax Blues Band, Phil Collins, Commodores, Climax Blues Band, Glenn Fry, Bob Dylan, Derek and the Dominoes, Yardbirds, Basil Rathbone, Vonda Van Dyke, the Train album, Jane Powell, Bert Henry and His Thighs, Alice Cooper, Joe Perry, War, Procol Harum, War, Long John, Jimi Hendrix, Clapton, and Johnny Cash. Wow. Pink Floyd has a new bid. The new bid on Pink Floyd is $105. Parliament has bids for $35, now $40. And the pillowcase is sold to Craig for $10. Thank you, Craig. That's sold to you. Now, where are we over here on these? We need more Buy It Now 45s, and I'm bringing over another new arrivals crate, okay? Bringing over another new arrivals crate right now. Or, excuse me, another new arrivals, and here's some more Buy It Now singles for $6.99. This is Frigid Pink, House of the Rising Sun, $6.99. The Meters, Look, Ka, Pa, Pa. John Mayall's Blues Breakers, Oh Pretty Woman, a promo copy. Mac Davis, Baby Don't Get Hooked on Me. James Taylor, Up on the Roof. The Babies, Every Time I Think of You. Carole King, Hard Rock Cafe. The Babies, Love is Just a Mystery. The Beach Boys Melody and The Babies, Turn Around in Tokyo. And if anybody wants all 3 Baby singles, I'll sell them for $15. I'll sell them for $15. $15. That is the Babies, okay? Now, the most recent new comment was up at the top, Johnny Cash info with Cody Wright. Hold on a second. So, the second Parliament of the Night's up for bid, and it's another unbelievably clean copy. Philip bid $40. Gregory bid $50. We have Witch Wars. This one is called War's Greatest Hits, $29.99. War's Greatest Hits, $29.99. This one is Love Is All Around, $24.99. And I think that's the only 2 in the bin. Now Parliament, $42. Now Parliament, $60. Jason Boxell first on Frigid Pink for $6.99. John Gollan was second. Missed it earlier. What's the Aerosmith? That was Permanent Vacation in shrink wrap. Beautiful, $34.99. Ragdoll. Dude looks like a lady. Tony Lewis. Hold on a second. Frigid Pink sold to Jason. John second. Jason Boxell on JM. JM for Jason Boxell was John Mayall. Tony Lewis gets the Babies for $15. Jason was second. And then everything in here, Bill, is sticker price. These are new releases. Tony says he'll take the first Babies. Are you sure you don't want all 3 of them for $15? I'd rather sell them like that since Jason said he would take all 3, but it's up to you. And then Parliament 62, Parliament 65, Scott next on all 3 Babies, Parliament 65 and Parliament 67. Olivia Newton-John, is that in the bin or is that, that might be in the bin here. This is sold to Joe DeGaldo. It's Aerosmith a gatefold. No, I don't think that was released as a gatefold. And then Parliament 65, 67, 70. Now, what about Pink Floyd? That was a weird auction. Are we done? The last bid on that one was a long time ago. Ride My 65s Out. It sold to Slicker Van Slyke for $105. All right, that's sold for $105 to Slicker. All right, Tony Lewis does take all 3 Babies. Thank you. That made it so much easier for all of us. All right, now Parliament 75. Hope everybody's come back from their family time. All right, here we go. We have the still got the Beach Boys, Carole King, James Taylor, Mac Davis, and the Meters. Still got the Meters on Josie. Let me put all those back there for y'all. All right, awesome. Time for a new crate. That one is insanely still full of incredible records, but everybody's sleeping on them. Let's go ahead and bring over another one. And more 45 auctions, and more LP auctions, and more everything. More everything. Speaking of family time, like I said, if I probably don't get to bed early and get up to my mom's by lunchtime for Easter, she's liable to yell at me. I don't want that. Okay. Parliament 75, Parliament at 80. Philip Holt was at the grocery store. He's left his groceries. He's trying to buy a Parliament record, folks. We're about to find out if he's going to get it or not. Now Parliament's at 85. Let's go ahead and put up a couple more New Orleans singles. One piece at a time. This is our first record, next record here. Make sure it don't have a warp to it. This is the Peebles Square Box. The Peebles is A-OK. Square Box. $5 start, and Hazel Aikens and his Happy Guitar, Get Out of My Car, $5 start on Hazel, Norton Records, $5, $5. All right, next LP that's going up in the back goes by the name of Ultimate Spinach. Oh boy, here's a good one. Here's an original 1968 US stereo MGM press with the accompanying sleeve. An essential psych record from Paul. An essential psych record. VG condition. Let's go ahead and say a $25 start on Ultimate Spinach. It is in VG condition. It is in VG condition. This is Ultimate Spinach. We have a original inner sleeve from MGM. Ultimate Spinach, gatefold, original, $25 start on that. $25 start, Ultimate Spinach. All right, new vintage arrivals here. So here's what we're going to do. This is the last crate of new arrivals for tonight. And then we're going to do nothing but discount bins the rest of the night until all the auctions are sold and until we have sold every 45 we can. So we still got a half a crate of advertised auctions. Incredible stuff that should get lots of biddings. And I've got enough 45 buy it nows for the next 3 shows. So we're going to do as many as we can tonight. Here comes the next handful. Here comes the next handful. So if you're interested in those, don't go anywhere on those. I've got more coming right now as soon as I fix these so they don't spill over. These are all $6.99. The first one I have is the Chambers Brothers Funky. $6.99 on the Chambers Brothers. The Babies, Head Above the Waves. Ray Charles Orchestra, Booty Butt. Tom Fogerty, Joyful Resurrection. Michael Rabin and Choctaw, Let Your Light Shine On promo. Gary Glitter, Shaky Sue. Michael Nesmith, Joanne. And Gloria Lynn, Watermelon Man. Those are all $6.99. So the Parliament's a final call to Philip for $100. Gregory, you're out. Hazel has bids for 5, 5, and 7. No bid on the Peebles, final on that. Here is Dr. Birds and Mr. Hyde. This is $29.99. Final call on Parliament for $100 with Philip Holt. He's about to get it. It's a 76 Terre Haute with the accompanying sleeve. Obscenely clean for a P-Funk album is the note for Paul. We're about to sell that. We have the Rockets, no ballads. The Rockets is $9.99. Joe Cocker, I Can Stand a Little Rain. Joe Cocker, VG Plus $14.99. New vintage arrivals here. Also, we have the Frost, Rock and Roll Music. The Frost is $34.99. We're still getting bids on Hazel, 9, now 10. And the Yardbirds, For Your Love. There's Jeff, there's Jimmy, there's Eric. The Yardbirds, $19.99. We have Susie on the Watermelon Man for $6.99. Still got Michael Nesmith, Gary Glitter, Michael Rabin, Tom Fogerty, Ray Charles, the Babies, and the Chambers Brothers there. By the way, Ultimate Spinach is at $25, now $26, now $30. Hazel's at $10. Al Green's Greatest Hits is $24.99. That's nice. The Peebles is a $5. The Pebbles, excuse me. The Pebbles is a $5 buy it now. Hazel's at $12. John Mayall, The Turning Point. John Mayall is $26.99. Mike Torres gets the Yardbirds. And so Gregory, or so Philip can get back to his grocery shopping. He gets the Parliament for $100. Thank you, Gregory, on that. These Parliament and Funkadelic albums, absurdly hard to find in high grade and highly desirable right now. That's so to Philip. What a nice copy. Thank you. That's so to you for $100. Now you can resume shopping for a while. Jesse's out on the Ultimate Spinach, so that's a final call for $30. And now Hazel's at $13. Our next New Orleans single is going to go up right now for a $5 start, and it's the Joneses of Hollywood, Anita Fix EP. The Joneses of Hollywood, a $5 start on that. The Joneses of Hollywood. Wow, what Sun record is she holding there? Look, Elvis Presley, Jerry Lee Lewis. Pretty cool. The Joneses of Hollywood, $5 start. That's now up for bid. Also, we have John Baldry, It Ain't Easy, $19.99. Hazel's at $13. And This Is Sinatra, $14.99. We're about to sell Ultimate Spinach. It's about to be sold to Sleeker for $30. Just saying. Sinatra should be an older label. It is. $14.99. Condition on the Leaf. Leaf or Ultimate Spinach? Ultimate Spinach is VG. Ultimate Spinach is VG. Has the original company sleeve. It is an OG. Has a high bid of $30. All right. Now, let's go ahead and put up a new LP. I feel like we hadn't done a jazz album. I feel like I read off Monk and Coltrane 100 times earlier, and we hadn't put up a single one yet. So we better start chipping away at more jazz. And let's go ahead and throw this thing up right here. This is John Coltrane. This is an 80s US pressing, a remaster, GSP. It does have the insert, a $35 start. John Coltrane is called Ohm. It is an 80s remaster, but it's beautiful. 35 on John Coltrane. It does have the insert with it. McCoy Tyner, Jimmy Garrison, Elvin Jones, Pharoah Sanders. That is John Coltrane on a $35 star. Spinach has a new bid for $35. What about Hazel? It's a 16. Talks of Ravens, you're out. The Joneses is a $5 star. Let's do some buy it now. Let's do some buy it now 45s, okay? Let's do some buy it now 45s. Oh, and I also got it. What happened to that stack that Paul brought me? I got all those 45s that Paul brought me that he worked on today. We hadn't done any of those yet. Here's some more buy it nows, though, for $6. Coming at you, and we've almost read through an entire box. Amazing. First is Sticks. I've got too much time on my hands. $6.99. By the way, Slicker, you are out on Ultimate Spinach. James Brown, Body Heat, Part 1 and 2. Nice in the company sleeve. James Brown. Dreamboat Annie and Sing Child from Heart. That's nice. Also, we got George Harrison, Cracker Box Palace. That's a cool song. We have Curtis Blow, The Breaks, Aldo Nova, Fooling Yourself, and Bonnie Raitt, Louise. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. Those are all buy it now 45s. $6.99. Hazel is waiting for one person. Coltrane has bids. Spinach is getting new bids. Let's keep going through the new bin of arrivals. The Yardbirds Favorites. Yardbirds Favorites is $24.99. Cool cover. Gary Wright, The Lot of Smiles. Gary's and Shrink, $14.99. And Grand Funk, always a tougher one to get. This is called Grand Funk by Grand Funk, $26.99 for Grand Funk. All right, first is Michael Butler on the George Harrison Cracker Box Palace. Now, Ultimate Spinach has bids for $40. Scott Beebe wants the Yardbirds out of here. Hazel's out, so Hazel is officially sold then to JK for $16. The Joneses is a no bid. It's a $5 buy it now. And we still got Bonnie Raitt, Aldo Nova, Curtis Blow, Heart, Dreamboat Annie, James Brown available, surprisingly. Body Heat Part 1 and 2, and Sticks, Too Much Time on My Hands. The flip of Aldo Nova is See the Light. See the Light. Those are all still available for $6.99. Ultimate Spinach is tied. Wes, Scott, and Slicker is out. Slicker's out. Wes has it for $40. James Brown is sold to Jason Boxel for $6.99. Coltrane still just with that one bid of $35. We got Jean-Luc Ponty, Civilized Evil for $9.99. And Living Time, Bill Evans, George Russell Orchestra, $34.99. $34.99. Let's go ahead and introduce a couple more New Orleans singles. We got The Vicars and Paul Messis. The Paul Messis is going to go up for a $5 start, and The Vicars, You Lie, this is going to go up for a $5 start, okay? Also, King Curtis Sweet Soul, $29.99 on King Curtis, and Thunder Box by Humble Pie. Thunder Box by Humble Pie, and actually, it's got a little bit of a nudie inner sleeve. This woman is, there's your toilet cover that they had to hide. No toilets on covers, but if you put it in there, you can kind of see her sitting on a toilet. Very weird, but highly collectible. Humble Pie, $24.99. Coltrane just got that one bid for $35. Surprising, but sold to Jeremiah Lewis for $35. I love listening to Coltrane. Probably my favorite of jazz. Of course, Hank Mobley, or not Hank Mobley, Moanin'. Wait a minute, I'm getting my names confused. Hank Mobley. Yeah, well, no. Oh, no, I've lost some names in my brain. Okay, what's going on here? Paul Messis has a bid for $5. Ultimate Spinach is now at $50, and then The Vicars. Let's get another album going. Let's see what else Paul's got in here. See, that was jazz. Let's do some blues. And this is always a one of any pressing. Junior Wells coming at you. And nice, it's an original. How about an original? How about an original 68 US stereo press, EX condition of Coming At You, Junior Wells. EX condition. How nice for a Junior Wells blues album here. Vanguard with the original company sleeve and a nice jacket. There's a little bit of writing right there. $35 start on Junior Wells. We're going to do some monks after Spinach sales. Spinach is down to Slicker and Scott. All right, and then we're also going through new arrivals in here. We have J.J. Cale, Okie. J.J. Cale is $34.99 for Okie. Also, here we are again, Country Joe and the Fish. Country Joe and the Fish is $19.99. Rhinoceros, Better Times Are Coming. Rhinoceros is $34.99. And Eloy Floating. That's interesting. A Krautrock record, 1975. Krautrock, Eloy Floating. Janus Records, nice, $39.99. Ultimate Spinach is now at $55. Paul Message, just one bid with Robert Warner. That's sold for $5. And that means the Vicars is a buy it now as well for $5. Gary Goldberg, a 1969, $34.99. Looks like we need some buy it now 45s right quick. Let me grab my next handful from this box over here. Let's grab this next handful from this box over here and see what we have. The first one should be another quick sale, just like the last one. And this is $6.99, and that is Stone Cold Drag and Regrets from James Brown in the company sleeve. Shattered. The Rolling Stones from Some Girls. Hit Me With Your Best Shot. Some hit singles here. There's Pat Benatar. Bee Gees, He's a Liar. Toronto, Your Daddy Don't Know. Robert Palmer, Every Kind of People. Tiny Tim, Tiptoe to the Gas Pumps. Deeper Than the Night by Olivia Newton-John. Debbie Harry, The Jam Was Moving. And we have Honey. Is this Orion? This is Orion. Orion from the Sun label, Honey and Ebony Eyes. Those are all $6.99, okay? Let's go back to the top, and we had Ultimate Spinach 53. Ultimate Spinach 55. Scott says he's done, so that's a final call. Jason Boxel does get James Brown for $6.99. Scott says he's out on Ultimate Spinach. What he will take the Rhinoceros record. That's so does Scott. Jennifer Schrader on Pat Benatar. And that means Jason Boxel was second. That also means no one's bid on Junior Wells, so it's a $35 final call. Final call on that one. No bid on the Junior Wells, an original 68 copy, EX. We still got Orion, Debbie Harry, Olivia Newton-John, Tiny Tim, Robert Palmer, Toronto, Bee Gees, and nobody on the Rolling Stones. What's the flip? Everybody's turning to gold. Shattered's a cool song by Rolling Stones. All right, let me show two records, and I'm selling Ultimate Spinach. King Cobra's 1999, Chicago's King of the Harmonica, and Mountain Live, Leslie West and Felix Paparotti, 1999. Derek Clark says Eloy was the German Pink Floyd. Wow, $39.99. Krautrock. Ultimate Spinach is sold to Slicker Van Slyke for $55. That is sold. Thank you, Slicker. That is sold to you. All right, now let's go ahead and throw up another auction. And the first thing we have here for a $5 start is going to be these. The Moths, M-O-F-F-S, the Traveler Quaker's Drum, $5 start, and Gentleman Jesse. Gentleman Jesse, those are $5 starts there. Junior Wells is a buy it now for $35. No bid. Coming at you, an original 68 stereo EX, and that is a $35 buy it now on Junior Wells. Somebody can pick that up for the low buy it now price of just $35. And Jennifer Schrader says, Chad, you know what? I'll take it. All right, that means the auction block's cleared. I'm accumulating quite the bundle of New Orleans singles over here. I'm going to keep adding to them, and hopefully later we'll do them all for that reduced price. But before I do anything else, the first thing I have to do is I'm going to clean up my no-bid albums back here, which is just a couple things. We have the Faces box. The Faces box set is still available for $195. That's technically the only no bid tonight. $195 on the Faces box. And then don't forget, we did show a couple autographs earlier. I reduced Peter, Paul, and Mary. It's signed by Paul Stuckey and Peter Yarrow. Doodles on the back, JSA authenticated. It's now $55. And Jerry Jeff, I feel like I've made a big price reduction on this. Signed, inscribed, and even doodled on, Jerry Jeff is $95. $95. So that's technically two other autographs. I brought those out and reduced them because they're about to go online. Next week is a big week for our autograph department. So trying to chip away at some stuff. And I'd rather sell to y'all cheaper than maybe even selling it for more on eBay, because fees, time to list it, photographs, you got to type out descriptions. I can show it to you right now and explain it to you rather than having to type all that out. Do this, take pictures, answer questions, pack it up, ship it, which we got to do anyway. But with y'all, it's multiple purchases usually, so it makes it a lot more efficient. Now, We have great auctions tonight. It's a great night to be watching if you can tune in. I think some people may be out doing some family stuff tonight because of Easter weekend. With that being said, there's been some good deals slipped through the auction block. Some stuff's been pretty competitive. However, I have seen a couple things I've been like, wow, didn't expect that to bring so cheap. We got a ton of blues, we got a ton of jazz, and really cool stuff like Hawkwind here still to sell. So thanks for tuning in, and let's keep rolling. Plenty of 45 buy it nows too, and maybe some more bundles tonight. We've already sold 4 boxes of 45s tonight. This is an original 1974 U.S. Terre Haute with the original under sleeve. This is OG Hawkwind, Hall of the Mountain Grill, VG++, a $35 start. VG++, a $35 start. Hawkwind. It does have a clip corner. Hall of the Mountain Grill, $35 start. That's up for bid. We also have Monk, straight, no chaser. Monk is an original 1967 U.S. stereo, Terre Haute, a strong VG+. It does have a promo marking on the back of the jacket. Demonstration, not for sale. Very cool. Another killer jazz album, $35 start. The Moths and Gentleman Jesse didn't get bids. Those are buy it nows for $5 and $5. Those are buy it nows for $5 and $5. Next is Moby Grape, 20 Granite Creek. Moby Grape is $24.99. The beginning of the supergroups. Boy, this looks pretty cool. Some sort of compilation. German Belaphon label, $19.99. Grog, I forgot about your question. The Eloy album is called Floating. Eloy is a 1975 original krautrock album on the Janus label, $39.99. And right now, the crate is new arrivals. Brand new arrivals for the night, sticker price. Hawkwind and Monk already have bids. Let's grab 2 more New Orleans singles. These are going up right now for a $5 and $5 start. First thing we have is the Vaticans. It's actually sealed. The Vaticans is sealed. That's a $5 start. Commotion and Talking About You. And Imperial Dogs, I'm Waiting for the Man. And This Ain't the Summer of Love. Those are $5 starts there. Wow, the 2 back auctions getting lots of activity all of a sudden. Do I have any purple juice left over here? About time for me to go get a V8. Let me drink what I have left over here right quick. Laura's not here today, so I don't have anybody to bring me a bottle of water. I'm going to have to run up there and get one in just a second. All right. Grog does take the Eloy album. Yes, thank you. That's so do you. All right. You sure you don't need a bid on the other Philip? Philip, there is another Parliament coming up. The Yardbirds featuring Eric Clapton. $26.99 on the Yardbirds featuring Eric Clapton. Jack Bruce at his best. Jack Bruce is $34.99. Jack Bruce at his best, $34.99. Spirit, the family that plays together. Spirit is $19.99. Canned Heat, Johnny Winter, Traffic, Spencer Davis, Joanne Kelly, Albert Collins. Underground Gold, that's a cool looking compilation, $19.99. Steve Winwood, $19.99. There's a sticker on the front that says UK Press. It is very cool, $19.99. Here's the high bids. Monk is at $40 with Grog. Hawkwind's at $60 with Jeff. Slicker, you're out. Vatican and Imperial Dogs. Final call to get bids for $5 and $5. We also have all-time greatest hits, Paul Revere's and the Raiders. That's $19.99. The Very Best of Poco's a 2 LP, $19.99. J.J. Killed Naturally. J.J. Kill is $34.99. That's on the original Shelter label, $34.99. And Joe Cocker, Mad Dogs and Englishmen, very cool, 2 LP. Got that fold open cover, $39.99. CH is sold, and that is to Slicker, or he puts also Slicker. Are you done on Hawkwind? What was CH claim? Maybe for the comp. Is that right? If so, that's so to you for It's $19.99, and we have ST on JJ Kell, and then what's on the Paul Revere and the Raiders? All-time greatest hits. Hungry, Kicks, Good Thing, Mr. Sun, Mr. Moon, The Great Airplane Strike, Stepping Out, Louie, I Had a Dream, Too Much Talk, Just Like Me, Doing to Others, Peace of Mind, Don't Take It So Hard, Cinderella Sunshine, Just 17, Let Me, Him or Me, What's It Gonna Be, We All Got to Get Together, Legend Paul Revere, Up and Downs. I don't know if that's all of them, but that's that. $19.99. New bid on Hawkwind for $43. Grog gets Monk for $40. Thank you, Grog. Only bid on that for $40. That's so to Grog. Now, Imperial Dogs is a buy it now for $5. The Vatican's is a buy it now for $5. Those are available, $5 and $5. What's the 45s on the right? That's all the ones that hadn't sold tonight. The stack back here behind the comments are the ones that did sell. And now we have some more buy it nows. We have another handful here at $6.99. These are first come, first serve. All $6.99. Time for new auctions. Also, we have Ohio Players, Feel the Beat, Everybody Disco. We also have McGuinn, Clark, and Hillman, Sad Boy. And the flip on that is Don't You Write Her Off. The other side of Ohio Players was Contradiction. Those are available. Also, Redbone, When You Got Trouble. And When You Got Trouble, double-sided promo. The Raspberries goes all the way. That's nice for $6.99. Parveer and the Raiders like long hair. Spies, Ice Age. We have Oakso, Whirly Girl, Foghat, Take Me to the River. The Kinks Destroyer, and Chicago, Take Me Back to Chicago. Those are all $6.99. First come, first serve on those 45s there. Back up at the top, what's the 45 on the right? Oh, this was Imperial Dogs. Imperial Dogs, I'm Waiting for the Man, and This Ain't the Summer of Love on Backdoor Man Records, $5 on that one. Hawkwind is still getting bids. Slicker now has it for $68. Tony Lewis wants the Raspberries. Go all the way. Tony Lewis, that's so to you for $6.99, okay? Now, Hawkwind's at $70. That still leaves Chicago, The Kinks, Foghat, Whirly Girl by Oakso, Spies, Ice Age, Parveers, Redbone, McGuinn, Clement and Hart, and Ohio Players. Those are all going right there. Now, we have 70 and the Joe Cocker. Yes, this is OG, $39.99. Awesome Joe Cocker album here. It's a gatefold type deal with the fold open cover. Really incredible. Mad Dogs and Englishmen. Some great music on there. All right, Hawk wins a final call to Jeff Brindley for 70. Let's throw up some more auctions right quick. And let's see, there's Hawkwind. It's on the tail end. I'll go ahead and introduce this first Peter Tosh album of the night. Peter Tosh is an original 1976 U.S. Terre Haute EX condition. A $35 start on Peter Tosh. Legalize it. Nice. Peter Tosh, $35 start. This is an original OG Terre Haute EX, a $35 star. Don't get those as OGs too often. It's now available. 76 Terre Haute Original EX, a $35 start. Hawkwind is sold to Jeff Brindley for $70. Thank you, Jeff Brindley. That is sold to you at $70. All right. Here we go. Talks of Ravens already in on the Peter Tosh and wants the Joe Cocker. Thank you and thank you. Next two New Orleans singles are going to go up right now for $5 and $5. These look cool. How about the Zombies from the New Orleans collection? The Zombies, At Work and Play, Walking in the Sun. Sometimes it's like an EP from Big Beat. That's a $5 start. And we have Boneyville, Rockabilly Beat. That's going to go up, or Boneville, or Boneville, $5 start on those. All right, Peter Tosh and Like Long Hair, Paul Revere. Is that in this crate? Like Long Hair. By the way, I'm going to read through these one more time. If you heard something and you're like, whoa, 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 what was that? Let me know, okay? And we'll go back to them. Let's see. Because we're about to do discount bins. We got Dr. Birds and Mr. Hyde, The Rockets, No Ballads, Joe Cocker, I Can Stand a Little Rain, The Frost, Rock and Roll Music. Nobody got Al Green's Greatest Hits. This is an original. You Ought to Be With Me. Wow, I'm Still in Love with You. Original label, too, $24.99. John Mayall, The Turning Point. John Baldry, This Is Sinatra. Gary Wright, Grand Funk, still available. The Red Album, nice, clean copy, $26.99. We have Jean-Luc Ponty, Bill Evans, King Curtis, Humble Pie, J.J. Kill, Country Joe and the Fish. Let me pause right there. Paul Sponable said, oh, the 45. I know which one. That's the one with the playing cards on the label. Yeah. You wants the Gardena Records. That's a tough picture sleeve to find. That company sleeve there, I don't recall seeing that too many times. There's that. All right. Now, Peter Tosh has one bid for $35. And the next thing is our next LP. And let's put up Let's put up Buddy Guy here. I was walking through the woods, and this is an early mid-70s US reissue, but it is super clean for a $35 star. Very nice, Buddy Guy. I was walking through the woods. Look how nice. I'm going to say it again. It's nice. This is very nice. A very nice Buddy Guy. That's going to go up for a $35 start. The Zombies has one bid for $5, final call. Bonneville has one bid for $5, final call. Peter Tosh, which is an OG, already a final call for $35. Now Buddy Guy has a bid for $35. We have Barry Goldberg, King Cobras, Mountain Live, Moby Grape, The Beginnings, Yardbirds, Jack Bruce, Spirit, Steve Winwood, Poco, and Paul Revere. Those are all available. I'm going to do a little bit of condensing. If you change your mind and you're like, whoa, 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 what's going on? I'll take everything that's left in there, Chad. Holy moly, go ahead and ring me up. I can do it with just a couple clicks. I'll say, boom, boom, everything so to so-and-so. And you always want to be so-and-so. If you're not so-and-so, then I'm sorry. Well, John's 4 crates have been condensed into 2. That's pretty amazing. And Woods has a new bid for 40. And when I come back, I'm selling the 3 auctions on the left. Let me empty crates and let's find our next one. All right, take me back to Chicago. Now that song's stuck in my head. That happens a lot when we have those singles. I'll read off some of those songs and then they immediately start playing in my head. I'm like, oh boy, here we go. The other one was Soulful Strut. Humble Pie, I believe, was 24. Thunderbox was $24.99. $24.99. Okay. Am I crazy, or did somebody last night ask for a Hank Thompson autograph? I could be crazy, but I'm pretty sure somebody asked for a Hank Thompson autograph last night. So first, let me sell these. Bonneville sold for $5, and that was the Robert Warner. The Zombies is sold for $5, and that's John Gollin. And then Peter Tosh just one bid, $35, $40, $35, Talks of Ravens, $35 on that, okay? Boom. Hank Thompson and the Brazos Valley Boys from Fred Goodwin's collection, autographed by Hank Thompson, a $5 start, a quick auction just because I found it laying over here on top of a crate. Hank Thompson and the Brazos Valley Boys, $5 start. I can't remember or not. I don't know. I doubt it. I did have some country autograph requests, but okay. Now here is some stuff that Paul tagged for me. So he's been going through some obscure 45s for us, and he said about everything here is great soul. So these are the kind of records that we find in collections, and they're worth a check on Discogs because they could be worth anywhere between $5 or $5,000. And this is a 1980 Funk Soul Disco Black Russian Leave Me Now. That's going to go up for a $7 start. And the Marvelettes, a promo, My Baby Must Be a Magician. That is a $7 start. So Motown promo, Tamla Motown promo, Black Russian, and the Marvelettes. JD, I've already said Hank Thompson, a $5 start, and we have a bid. $5 start. It's now up for bid. But yeah, a lot of cool soul stuff here. Should be some great listening. $7 start on those 45s. Black Russian and the Marvelettes. Buddy Guy's at 50. Hank Thompson's at 5. Grog has Buddy Guy at 50. Brandon Lack out. Brent Robley out. Let's find our next discount bin, all righty? Let's do some shorting and find our next discount bin. All of a sudden, the Sean Connery and me want to start coming out. Well, I start putting shhs and everything. Oh, let me show y'all the item of the night. Let me go get it and show y'all the item of the night, okay? Shoot. They moved it. Oh my gosh, let me text them. Let me text. Well, I do have another really incredible autograph to show too, but first, let me show a different one. All right, this is really cool. This is, I got 2 high-end autographs that I just acquired. They're really cool. They're buy it nows. They're really cool. I kind of want to keep both of them. They're unusual for their size, and they're just incredible. This first one is $899.99, as in $899.99, so $900 less a penny. This is a signed 11 by 14 of Kurt Russell from Tombstone. Very cool. It's Beckett authenticated. $899.99. An incredible signed piece. Kurt Russell doesn't sign a lot of Tombstone stuff. $899.99. It would look killer in a frame, the way I'm about to show you the other piece if I can find it, okay? An amazing signed photo. Kurt Russell from Tombstone. Think about it, but don't think long. That would look awesome hanging in your man cave, right? Or your she shed if you know, for the opposite gender. You know, you may just be googly eyes over Kurt Russell. Okay, now let me step over here and find that crate. Let me see if I can reach out to whoever may have moved the Kurt Russell autograph. I laid it on a cart and it was perfectly fine. What did they do with it? I don't know. And then I've got to come back and update all these auctions and, or the other signed piece, if I can find it. Let me grab our next crate though. I think that stuff's there pretty recent. Let's see what this is. This has got, this needs to be gone through buy it now best offer. Yeah. Let's go do this one, buy it now, best offer. Whoop. Here we go. Let's grab this here. I had a 45 tumble. I got to be careful. These are so slippery. I can start putting them back in the box. Let me put them back in the box here. Okay. Kurt Russell is available. I've got a 45 spill over here. Sorry. I let those stack. I stacked those way too high. That's on me. Let me get them resorted here. I missed out on I've been trying to get a signed Elton John album. Man, they're so expensive, like thousands. And I missed out on one. It's still sold for a ton of money, but it's probably my favorite to have signed. I either want a Goodbye Yellow Brick Road or a Greatest Hits. And man, I just seen where one sold for $2,700, and I was like, dang, because every time I've seen one lately, they're like $5,000, $6,000, $4,000, which is just crazy for a signed Elton John album, but they sell for that. It's amazing. All right. Sorry, I'm having to clean up a 45 spill on aisle 2. Luckily, they always fall forward, not backwards. There we have it. All right. Now, let's see what's going on. The next comment was Buddy Guy was at 50. I think everybody went out except maybe Brent, but I've got to sell it because I said that a while back. And this was about 7 minutes ago. So Grog gets this for $50. Thank you, Grog. That's so to you for $50. Okay. Then we had the Hank Thompson autograph, which Rod Bryan went out after Robert Warner bid $14. So this is sold to Robert Warner for $14. Let's put that in a new sleeve right now. I bet Tanner's already asleep. Actually, my phone says no internet connection. How's that happening? All right, and then what about the 45s here? Sorry for the delay. Had to show some incredible stuff here. All right, we have the Marvelettes. These are $7 starts. Did they get bids? I don't think they did, right? So the Marvelettes, Tamla Motown, $7, and Black Russian was $7. Those were no bids, right? So 7 and 7, no bids. Now, Robert, you did put Marvelettes, but those were, of course, auctions. So I think we're done and nobody bid. So those are $7 and $7, okay? Now we're ready for all new stuff. We're about to go through a buy it now or best offer bin. Buy it now, best offer bin. And we're ready for new auctions. Let's go ahead and put up Fleetwood Mac. This is Kiln House, and this is really cool. It's a white label promo. This is an original 1970 white label promo of Fleetwood Mac Kiln House. It does have the company inner sleeve and the insert. Fleetwood Mac is a $45 start. It does have the insert with it, which I don't think I've seen too much. That's pretty cool. Earlier Fleetwood Mac here with the original company inner sleeve. It has a hop sticker, a promo timing strip on it, and a gatefold. There is a little bit of discoloration inside of the gatefold, but a pretty cool copy being a white label promo for $45. Next is the Marvelettes. That is sold for $7 to Robert Warner. Let's go ahead and go back over here to our New Orleans singles and get these going for $5 and $5. And that one has a piece of tape sealing it, so let's grab this one and this one. All right, and the first thing I have is Plastic Land, pop-up what's that say? Pop-up drops, Plastic Land. That's a $5 start, Plastic Land. And the Okie Dokies, I Got a Woman, and the Okie Dokies Blue Suede Shoes Live. That's a $5 start in a company sleeve there. I'm going to show a few records, and we're going to go to our next auction here. One second. I'm trying to locate this item because I'm very curious what they've done with it. One second. One second. All right, I'm trying to figure out who was all here today. Okay. First thing I have is Super Grit Cowboy Band, If You Can't Hang. And this is an 81 U.S. Southern Rock Country Rock album, sealed, $14.99. Fleetwood Mac's a $45 start. We have Okie. At 5, 6, and 7. This is $19.99, and this is together Johnny and Edgar Winter, unfortunately from the Connery collection, $19.99, and these are buy it now or best offer. Also, we have the Willis Brothers Going to Town. The Willis Brothers is an original 66 US stereo, $24.99 for the Willis Brothers, and Allman Brothers Beginnings. Unfortunately, it has the name tag on it from the Connery collection, but an awesome compilation here. The first two Allman Brothers albums, $24.99. $24.99. This is Brian Adams, $14.99. Brian Adams and Al Stewart, 24 carats. Al Stewart is $9.99. And Edgar Winter Anthology, $19.99. And Edgar Winter Anthology, $19.99. So no bid on Plastic Land. It's a buy it now for $5. Fleetwood Mac is a no bid, a white label promo, 1970 with the company inner sleeve. It can now be bought for $45. Kiln House, a white label promo copy with the timing strip at the bottom, $45 buy it now on the original OG here, Fleetwood Mac white label promo. Wow, $45 buy it now on that. Plastic Land is a buy it now for $5, just saying. Also, we have the best of Brian Auger, $14.99. We're going through BINBO stuff here. Phil Alvin with Sun Ra, unfortunately from the Connery collection. If I say that, that means it has a name tag on it, and writing on the front, writing on the back. If you can look past that, everything's really nice. The Okie Dokies is sold to Ryan Eaton for $8. Thank you, Ryan Eaton. That's sold to you for $8. Our next New Orleans singles are going up right now. First is All Kindish Girls. All Kindish Girls. It's a gatefold. $5 start. Uh-oh, it may be slightly stuck together. There we go. Pretty much no damage at all. Looks like it's a double LP gatefold. $5 start. Looks like it's got a couple different bands. And we have Going Around with the Others. There's a couple cool ones there. Going Around with the Others. Those are $5 starts and $5 starts. We have Al Stewart. This is $14.99. Past, Present, Future. Johnny Van Zant Band, round 2. There is some writing right here on the cover. That is $14.99. And the History of Richie Valens. It does have a name written on the cover. That's a 1981 3LP box set of Richie Valens, $39.99. Craig's In on Girls at $5. And Going Around with the Others is a $5 start as well. Next auction is going up right now, and that is going to be Parliament. And Parliament is an original 1977 U.S. Terre Haute with both company inner sleeves. It has the poster and the iron-on. Nice. EX and VG Plus. This is going to go up for a $35 start. So there is one Casablanca, two Casablanca inner sleeves. There's one LP. There is the second LP. Excuse me, no iron-on. No iron-on. So it does have the poster. No iron-on transfer. So just missing one item. It's got the poster, but no T-shirt transfer. $35 start. Nice. EX and Disc 2's VG Plus. There's Parliament live. P-Funk Earth Tour. So very cool there. That already has a bid with Retro Productions Martin. Thank you, Rydell Martin. That's with you at $35. The others has bid for $5, and now the girls is at $7. We have new and sealed Dexter Wanzel. That is an original 78 US. That is sealed for $29.99. And Ashford and Simpson, solid. Ashford and Simpson is in shrink wrap, $9.99. Santana Abraxas, a 2020 180 gram pressing, $19.99. Keep in mind, this is a buy it now or best offer bin. Buy it now or best offer bin. Give me 1 second. I'm going to walk through right over here and see if I can find where Tanner says they may have laid this item. So give me 1 second, please. Nope, still no luck. It's amazing how something that large is misplaced in the store. Let me ask Jake. Tanner says he was the one possibly that moved it. All right, so let's figure out what we have. Last thing was girls 9, girls 10. Parliament has a new bid for 38, which means Larry Gonzalez, you're out. MT Matt said S16. That's for Santana. Thank you, MT Matt. That is sold to you. And we have Retro Class on DW, which was Dexter Wanzel. So those are sold. Now my crate here has gotten really full. So let me go ahead and swap that out right quick. Thanks to everybody for tuning in on Saturday night. We are here, and we are selling records, and hopefully a lot of other stuff too. Hopefully a lot of other stuff too. Parliament has the poster, no iron-on transfer. The high bid's at 40, now 45. The last bid on the others, I still think, is that one bid, which was 5 of Robert Warner. So that just got a bid for 5. The girls is at 10 with Rod Bryan. Craig says he's done. We also have Betty Wright traveling in the circle. Betty Wright is a 79 US sealed copy for $19.99. And we have Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, the 50th anniversary edition, sealed for $34.99. I've got 3 copies sealed, $34.99. Alabama Kids, 1990 Netherlands indie rock, alternate rock, that's $9.99. And now the next LP auction is going to be this right here. John Coltrane, My Favorite Things. Coltrane is a mid-70s Richmond company inner sleeve, VG Plus, a $25 start. So this was pressed in the mid-70s, Atlantic Records. It does have the company inner sleeve. The jacket is really nice and shrink wrap. John Coltrane is a $25 start. Betty Wright, $14. That is right here. That is sold to Rydell for $14. PF for $30. Let's sell a Pink Floyd to Michael Snared for $30. Let's sell Todd for 1 for $30, even though he was going to pay full price. We'll only charge him $30. Does anybody else want 1 for $30 as well? Also, we have the Contours, the Flashback, a 1990 UK, $14.99. Are we done on Parliament? $45. JD Conklin, it's back to you. And now the girls is sold to Rod Bryan for $10. Rod Bryan, that's sold to you for $10. Nick Bergeron on JC for $25. JC for $25. That's John Coltrane. He's in at $25, going once, going twice. Our next New Orleans singles are going to go up right now for a $5 start. And here are the next ones. This is Big Sandy and the Fly Right Boys down at Jake's Barbershop, $5 start. And We the People, Turn Off Your Crying Gun, and My Brother the Man, $5 starts on down at Jake's Barbershop and We Are the People. I have Steve Earle and the Dukes. That's sealed for $19.99. This is a buy it now best offer bin. Also, we have another handful of buy it nows that I didn't get to. And I think, yeah, right here. Here's a handful of buy it nows I hadn't shown yet. These are all $6.99. We have Ricky Nelson, a UK copy, Just a Little Too Much. Robert Parker, The Scratch, another Ricky Nelson UK, Lonesome Town. Jim and John, the Twin Tones, in a cardboard EP from RCA. The Dave Clark 5, that's like a cardboard free cutout magazine type cardboard something record. Atlanta Rhythm Section, Imaginary Lover. Atlanta Rhythm Section, Neon Nights. Atlanta Rhythm Section, My Song. I'll do all 3 of those for $15. The Main Ingredient, Everybody Plays the Fool. And check this out, a Ray Charles, kind of a jukebox EP, yellow label from ABC. Those are all $6.99, $6.99 on all those, okay? Now, Raphael put PF25. Pink Floyd was marked 35. We've already reduced it to 30. We've sold 2. So, Raphael, if you want that last copy, it is $30, okay? Now, I hadn't heard back on Parliament from JD Conklin, so I've got to sell that in just a second. And John Coltrane just got 1 bid for $25. But first, I'm going to tag these. We got Steve Earle 15, Steve Earle 15. So, Nick Bergeron was first. That sold to him for $15. And then Matt Lawson was second. Larry Smith on Ricky Nelson. Let me know if you want 1. Or let me know if you want both. They're your call. Jennifer Schrader on ARS. I'm going to give you all 3 Atlanta Rhythm sections for $15. Larry says he does want both Rick Nelson, $6.99, $6.99. And then Grog is Albert Ayler. I'll do that in just a second. MT says he'll take the last Pink Floyd. Let me make sure that the other person doesn't want it. Chuck Haley wants the Dave Clark 5 for $6.99. Raphael said he will take the last one for $30, okay? That's sold to him. That means he's out on Parliament, and that means we can go ahead and sell this to Rydell Martin. And this Parliament is officially sold to Retro Class Entertainment for $45. Thank you. Now, We the People has bids for 5, 5, and another 5. So to do any higher on that, we need another bid higher than 5. Let me go ahead and put the Parliament away in all of its new sleeve here. And boom, boom, and boom. Okay, there's that, there's that. Let me fix my stack of 45s here a little bit better. So Robert Warner bid 5 first. And then, yeah, I think, hold on a second. Yeah, Robert has this at 5. Rod, you're out. Nobody bid on Big Sandy. He's a $5 buy it now. Chris Bachek, Steve Earle's already sold. And yes, Kiln House is $45. That stack left the Ray Charles EP, the main ingredient, the Twin Tones, and Robert Parker. Those are $6.99 each if anybody's interested in those. What the heck have I done with my cell phone? Not the one I'm using for comments. I lay them in precarious places. John Coltrane is sold to Nick Bargeron for just $25. Thank you on that, Nick. One bid. There's my phone. I found it down in the crate. Wouldn't that be a disaster? I drop my phone down on one of these crates, it'd be gone for hours. I'd be searching. I found it. Fleetwood Mac sold to Matt Lawson for $45. Let me step over here and see what we got. See if Jake left me any clues. Okay. Big Sandy, We the People, that's sold to Rod Bryan for $6. Preston Rose wants Big Sandy for $5. Thank you. All right. And then songs on Ray Charles. The songs on Ray Charles was It's a Man's World, Chitlins with Candied Yams, Please Say You're Fooling, You Don't Understand, She's Lonesome Again, It's a Man's World, and Chitlins with Candied Yams. $6.99 on that. All right, back to the Buy It Now Best Offer. We have the Velons, Remember When. That is a 1979 sealed doo-wop record, $9.99. Dexter Wanzel, What the World Is Coming To, a 77 Funk Disco, $19.99. Baby Washington and Don Gardner, Lay a Little Lovin' on Me, a 1973 U.S. Soul Funk, sealed for $24.99. Meat Puppets, Dusty Notes, Meat Puppets is sealed, a 2019, $24.99. All right, let's put up a couple more LPs for auction. And somebody has requested Albert Ayler. Just let me find it. Sorry, hadn't been ignoring you. It's just that one I don't see as often, and I don't know what it looks like. Okay, it's this one. I have found it, and let's run this possible audiophile grade Steely Dan. Todd, if you don't want the Ray Charles, it looks like Nick Bargeron was. Time for a new wave of auctions. This is a 66 US stereo. It is EXEX Plus. This is technically a second label, and this is going to go up for a $45 start. A 66 US stereo. It looks like it was a radio station copy, KMI H Jazz. $45 start on that. Albert Ayler, a 66 US stereo. The vinyl's nice. EXEX Plus. And then here's Steely Dan. This is a 1998 UK Simply Vinyl audiophile press. Pretty collectible, pretty desirable audiophile grade copy of this. $75 start. It's VG++ EX. 98 UK audiophile, and that is going to go up for a $75 start. Next was, we got a pending on the Ray Charles. Next is BG18, and BG18 for that was retro BG18 was, I'm looking. Let me know what that is. I don't see that. Robert Barnett, Meat Puppets, I'll do that for $20, marked $24.99. And we also have Otis Williams, Greatest Hits. That is sealed for $19.99, a 69 US Soul Funk album. Also, Old Neck and New Strings. This is Davey Allen, a 1990 US Surf Garage album. That's sealed for $14.99. Okay. Then Nick Bergeron says RC put. Okay. Next two New Orleans auctions. Nothing about nothing. The Mojo Maddox black vinyl, $5 start. And Ronnie Self, Mr. Frantic, $5 start. All right, those are up for bid. Now, so Robert Barnett got the meat puppets for 20. Albert Ayler has a bid for 50. Greg, you were second on meat puppets. Robert got it for 20. Steely Dan has a bid for 75. Albert Ayler's at 45. I think the opening bid was 50. It was. Okay, I was confused on Ray Charles because this was... Todd Saw asked for the track listing. And then I was waiting for his word. Nick said he'd take it, and then Nick put it back, but I hadn't heard back from Todd Saw. So I'm going to go ahead and put it right over here. It's the whoever wants it. Doesn't matter to me. Whoever wants it, it's still available. Whoever wants it, it's still available. Okay. We have Barry Allen, sealed, a 1971 US, $9.99. Herb Albert and Hugh Muscella, $14.99. Also, Retro wanted Lay a Little Lovin' on Me. That was this right here. And this is sold to Retro Class Entertainment for $18. That's sold to him. Now Albert Ayler's at 53. Any other jazz? Yes, we've already sold a bunch and there's several left. Ronnie Self has a bid for 5. Mojo has a bid for 5. Ayler at 60. Final call on Steely Dan. Just one bid for $75. Bad Company. It is a nice copy. However, there is a name tag on it. But that is OG Bad Company for $24.99. Steel Trek VG $9.99, a country album. And Sound Experience, Don't Fight the Feeling. A 74 US Soul Funk VG condition, $24.99. VG $24.99. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Also, we have Todd Saw claiming the Bad Company. We have HA at 10, which was Hugh Muscella. Herb. That's sold to Larry Smith for 10. And we have SE Sound Experience. That's sold to Rydell for $18. Now, the Albert Aylers between Grog and David Hoy. Grog has it for 60. Melvin Sparks is a 75 US Jazz Funk album. VG Plus $34.99. And both of these are sold to Robert Warner for $5 and $5. Thank you, Robert. Those are sold to you. This is Otis Williams, G Condition, $24.99. VG, $24.99. The Allman Brothers Band, Brothers and Sisters, VG Condition, $14.99. The Allman Brothers Band and Crosby, Stills and Nash, EX Edition, $22.99. 4-digit, it is OG, very nice and essential. Only one bid on the Steely Dan. Thank you, David Johnson. That's sold to you for $75. Figured that would bring over $100. David Hoy, it's up to you on the Albert Ayler. And now our next auction is going to go up right now. We've sold one of the 2 Peter Tosches, so here's the second one. Here's one I don't see as often. An original 1983 U.S. Jacksonville with the original inner sleeve. And this is going to go up for a $15 start. This is called Mama Africa. Peter Tosh, an original 83 U.S. Jacksonville, has the original inner sleeve. Peter Tosh, $15 start. That's now up for bid. Peter Tosh. Let me grab the next 2 New Orleans singles. All right, and then we have Albert Ayler 62. MT Matt, you're first on Crosby, Stills, and Nash, but Marshall has matched you by $2.99 more. So Matt, that's yours, but it'll be sticker price if you want it. Also, we have Dr. Feelgood Encore EP, $5. Yes, Chris Liddings, the Faces box set's a no bid. Chris, the Faces is still available. It's technically the only advertised no bid. 2015 box set, limited, numbered, or limited to 7,500. I don't think they're numbered. All discs are pristine, $195 start. That's the only advertised no bid tonight. Everything else is sold unless I hadn't got to it. Empty Matt, that's yours for a few dollars more. There's the Feel Goods Encore EP. That's a $5 start. And now our next single is going to go up right now for a $5 start, and that's DM3. DM3 for $5. So Marshall Bassett, you get Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Albert Ayler's at $70. Peter Tosh does not have a bid, looking for a $15 start. Janet wants the Allman Brothers. That's so to Janet Gray. Great stuff in here. This is a Buy It Now Best Offer bin. This is Peter Gabriel's newest album, I.O., a 2023 pressing, sealed, $39.99. There's our next two New Orleans singles. Those are $5 and $5 starts. And Brian Auger's Oblivion Express, EX1799, Happiness, Heartaches. Brian Auger's Oblivion Express. Brian Auger's Oblivion Express. All righty, give me 1 second. I'm trying to still track down this item. We got like a mystery going. There's like a gigantic framed piece that I was going to show y'all tonight. It's like probably one of the neatest autographs I've got in a while. It's already framed. I unboxed it and I left it on a table back there. And everybody that was here today don't know where it is. So somebody's moved it. Somebody was here today shipping stuff that I got to go back and see who's logged in on the security log, because I don't know what happened to it, but this gigantic framed item has grown legs and disappeared. Uncle Louie's here. VG, I actually laid it somewhere where it wouldn't be in anybody's way, and now it's disappeared. So I hope it's still here in this building. Otherwise, we got a major problem. Utopia, Deface the Music. Utopia's EX edition, $12.99. Peter Gabriel, Fred, I'll sell this to you for $33. I'll do $33 on that. David Hoy's out on Albert Ayler. This is sold to Grog for $70. Thank you, Grog. That's sold to you. The 245s are a final call. Seth was the first one here this morning. He got here at 5:45 a.m. It was about 10 minutes after I left. He was the first one here. He's saying he don't know what happened to it, or he didn't see it. And I was like, dude, it's like in a gigantic frame. It's like it'd be hard to fit in his Camaro. Actually, he's got a new car. He went out and bought a new Camry. Seth's in a new Camry. 8-Ball and MJG, We Are the South. That's sealed, $34.99. A 2022 Record Store Day Silver and Blue, $34.99. And we have Earthless. Earthless is sealed for $29.99. Fred Cardinal said sold on Peter Gabriel for $33. That is sold. And we have ELO's Greatest Hits, EX Condition, $22.99. ELO's Greatest Hits, EX, $22.99. Uncle Louie price. Uncle Louie is Funk Soul Disco VG, $9.99. Wow, no bid on Peter Tosh. Buy it now for $15. An original 83 US Jacksonville with the original inner sleeve. VG Condition, a $15. Buy it now. $15. Time for new auctions. These are no bids. The Feel Goods and DM3, those are $5 and $5. Marshall Bassett on Electrolyte Orchestra Greatest Hits. Paul was giving you a strange look. He was acting suspicious, wasn't he? I think sometimes they hide stuff from me. Faces is a 2015 box set. This is one of the first auctions of the night. I figured this would sell for well over $200. It is the Faces Stereo Discography Plus bonus disc. It's all near mint, $195. $195. Brent Robley on Peter Tosh. Peter Tosh, that is sold to you for $15. And then Uncle Louie is sold to Rodell for $6. Robert third on Peter Tosh. And now we need new auctions. They're going up right now. First, I have in my vicinity, I'm going to put up another auction, and it's going to be Thelonious Monk, and then let's also go ahead and put up Miles Davis. How about Miles and Monk at the same time? So we got Thelonious Monk, Panorama. Thelonious Monk is a 1969 US, a strong VG Plus copy, a $20 start. Panorama, Thelonious Monk, VG Plus copy, a $20 start. Panorama. And Miles Davis, Water Babies. Miles Davis is an original 76 Terre Haute. The note from Paul says extremely nice. Water Babies. Miles Davis, a $35 start. All right. And then Monk is a $20 start. Fred Cardinale says he'll take both 45s for $5 and $5. This is DM3 and the Feel Goods. Now, I tried it earlier, and since then, I've added to it. But here so far are the no bids from New Orleans. Miles Davis is a 35. Monk is a 20. 35 and 20. So from New Orleans, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There's 16 of them that were $5 starts. 16 of them. That would have been 16. That would have been $80. I'll do them as a bundle for $48. $3 a piece. $3 a piece if you take the unsold New Orleans records. $48. $48. $48. Okay? Now, Monk has bids for 20, 20, and 20. Now, we have Faces and offer for $195. I was at $195, $165. $175. I like that better. And hopefully you do too. $175 and I'll sell it to you. $175 and I'll sell it to you. All right, I'm going to read through this or put up another one. Let me walk over here and see what the next crate victim is. My mind is blown, so I'm going to walk through the back room and make sure I'm not crazy and try to find this again. Nope. The card I left it on is gone. That's what I'm worried about. The card, the entire card I left it on is gone. So I'm like, man, what happened to the entire card? All right, who was first? Who's next? Monk 20, Monk 20, Monk 20. Earthless is sold for 20. That's through Sunday morning sessions. William Dragovich takes the bundle. What have I done with them? The bundle. The bundle is right here. These are sold to William Dragovich for $48 or 3 apiece. That's everything from the Blackstones to Plastic Land. Fred Cardinale was second. Any blues left to auction? Yes, Monk 25. Faces 168. What? 170. 170. Miles Davis at 35. 170. My goodness. All right, let's go through here one more time. Here's what I'm going to do. All right, first, let's ignore this record, okay? Let me lay it right there. All right, so Connery, let's see here. Connery, 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 no Connery. Al Stewart Carrots, sold to Mike Bartlett for 7. Connery, Connery, Connery. I think that's the last Connery record, okay? So here's what we're going to do. Even for the Ritchie Valens, let me explain the Connery collection again. These records are extremely nice. They just may have a name tag on them or a name written on them. They're super clean, though. And what I'm going to do, and I've been wanting to do this, I'm going to get them together and eventually post them in the group in a flip video. But anything from the Connery collection here, if you can look past simply a name, I will sell you everything in here at $9.99 each. That even includes the Ritchie Valens box set. $9.99. That's for the Allman Brothers, Ritchie Valens, your pick at $9.99 each. Johnny Van Zant, Al Stewart, Phil Alvin, Edgar Winter, Brian Adams, and Johnny and Edgar Winter together. Those are all extremely nice LPs, $9.99 each. That's a big discount. That's more than half off on that one. That's like 75% off on Ritchie Valens. Johnny Van Zant would be half off, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so y'all's pick on that. Monk was a weird auction. We had bids for 20, 20, and 20. Actually, Teresa was first, and then she bid again. Teresa, you were actually first.
Brandon Lack never did bid again. Rick Barron never did bid again. You were actually the bidder at 20. So you still have it for 20, but she's went ahead and bid 25. They never have bid again. Miles Davis just has one bid for 35. We sold Al Stewart for 7. Brent Robley gets the Faces box for $169. Brandon Lack on the Richie Valens box for $9.99. Rod Bryan second, J.D. Conklin third, Marshall Bassett fourth, and then we have a bid on Monk for 25. So now, Teresa, technically you're out. And now Miles Davis is at 37. Mike Owen it's the Bryan Adams. So all the Connery stuff there, even the Allman Brothers for $9.99. Just saying. It possibly was Bryan. Okay. Now, Mike Ospaw wants Edgar Winter, the Anthology, and the Almonds for $9.99.99. $9.99.99. All right. So everything else in here is buy it now, best offer. Super Grit, $14.99. The Willis Brothers, $24.99. The Best of Brian Auger, $14.99. Ashford and Simpson, $9.99. Buy it now, best offer. Alabama Kids, $9.99. The Contours, $14.99. The Vellens is sealed for $9.99. Dexter Wansel, $19.99. So Monk's now at 40. Monk's at 40. Miles Davis is at 37. Janet, you've been outbid. Right? Yeah, Janet. Sorry. I think also some people have crisscrossed their bids on Miles and Monk. Miles is on the left, Monk's on the right. Here's our next auctions. This is Daz or DMZ. I'm going to leave it in this sleeve because it has a sticker, Volume 2, Live at the Rat. And we have Emma, Goodnight Irene, Wild Bob Burgos. Those are $5 and $5 each, starting bids. The Greatest Hits of Otis Williams, sealed for $19.99. Old Neck and New Strings, that's sealed for $14.99. Barry Allen is sealed for $9.99. Steel Trek, that's a country album with Bob White, VG $9.99. Melvin Sparks, VG Plus $34.99. Otis Williams, an original 58 US mono, G $24.99. Brian Auger, EX $17.99. Utopia, hey, there's another Connery. I'll do Utopia for $9.99. Also, 8Ball and MJG, Record Store Day sealed, $34.99. All right, so Miles Davis is sold to Christopher S. for $37, and Monk is sold to Teresa for $40. There we have it. That easy. Now we're ready for all new auctions. These two singles here are $5 and $5 starts. DMZ has a bid for Fiv. Wild Bob's a $5 start, or Emma. I think Emma's the name of the song. And Chris Riddlings wants the Alabama Kids for $7. And that's right here, and you got it. That ended up being a really good crate. We sold 2/3 of everything in there. Let's try to find another one. First, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the next auctions. This is Buddy Guy. Buddy Guy's going up. It's an original 68 US Pittman, OG, VG, OG, and this is going to go up for a $25 star. This is Buddy Guy. It's a 68 US Pittman. This is a original VG condition, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. Steel Neck price, Steel Neck, Steel Neck. Steel Trek is VG condition, $9.99. I think he's doing some play on words there with Star Trek, because it kind of has that logo. Star Trek. How about Steel Trek? VG $9.99. These are going to be right here behind me. If you change your mind, they're right here behind me. Let's go find another crate. Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. New crate of Buy It Now Best Offer coming up. Man, I have finally found it. Finally found it. Okay, there's that. Now, let me find the crate. I got a hint on where it might be, and I had to go track it down because that was really worrying me. All right, let's see what else we have here for us. That's pretty recent. Trying to knock out some best offer. Maybe about time. Here's a short crate, so that might be good for half off. And that way I know I've shown them and we can knock them out and say they're done. And I can take them up front later. Got some good LPs in it too. So let's do a half off crate right quick. Try to get some stuff sold here. And let's get this show back up on the road. Here we have it. Now I found it. No, it never was moved. The cart it was on was moved. I don't know who moved the cart, but it was odd for it to be moved, but it was moved and I found it. But first thing I'm going to do is sell these two to Fred for $5 and $5. Now, Buddy Guy has bids for $25.27. Rod Bryan did want the Steel Trek record. That is sold to Rod Bryan. Buddy Guy $28.30.31. And then condition from Otis Williams. And then condition price of This Is Otis Williams. This is Otis Williams. That was a original 1958 US mono and G condition, $24.99. G condition, This Is Otis Williams. VG condition, $24.99. Okay. The details on Buddy Guy is an original 68 US Pitman in VG condition. It's an original 68 Pitman. The high bid's $32. I'm going to go ahead and take our other stack of sold 45s in here. Jake's got me, before he left, a new spot cleaned off for tonight's sales. And now, I don't know if anybody's watching is remotely interested, but I just wanted to show it because the last time I showed an autograph from this guy, somebody immediately bought it. And the last autograph I showed was $8.99. I don't want any confusion on price. This is $15.99, as in $1,599. But it's an incredible Clint Eastwood, Dirty Harry, PSA authenticated, professionally framed, awesome plate tag at the bottom, $15.99. It has a full letter, and that's an awesome size piece, an oversized photo, kind of like the Kurt Russell I had. What you got to think about autographs is, what is the item? How unique is it? The size of it? Kind of like the Kurt Russell autograph from earlier. It was on an oversized picture, an unusual find. Same thing for this, a large, almost poster size of Clint Eastwood. And we did sell a Outlaw Josie Wells the other night, earlier in the year, for around the same price. This is already framed. We have a shipping box for it already. It's ready to go. And I just closed the deal on this last night. And I told him, I was like, man, I really don't want to sell this, but I'm going to let everybody know we have it. So not really something to auction. So I'm just going to start showing some of these really high-end autographs we have at Buy It Nows. Yeah, that is $1,599.99. So, and the person I bought it from, he said, he suggested a higher MSRP, and I was like, well, I could, but I think that's pretty fair. That'll kind of cut some of the BS out of negotiating, because let me tell you, most of his stuff isn't authentic. Most of his signatures are secretarial. So Fred Goodwin had Clint Eastwood's address back in the day, and he would send stuff all the time. Clint never did sign any of it. So we had over 20 signed pieces from Fred Goodwin's collection. None of them were actually signed by Clint Eastwood. They were all secretarial. And the guy I've talked to at JSA, most of them are secretarial. So that's why when you do go see Clint Eastwood autographs, everything's at least 1,000 plus. This is an awesome size piece, awesome blue Sharpie. It stands out, and it's very nicely framed and already full letter from PSA. Doesn't get any better. And it's $15.99. A heck of an acquisition for somebody. Think about it also as an investment. An amazing piece. I say when he's no longer with us, his demand will go even higher. So think about it, an amazing piece. And I'm telling you, I like it myself. I think I'm going to photograph it and get it listed. I'm going to keep it hanging in my house until it sells because I really don't want to let it go. Sunday morning session, you get Buddy Guy for $32. Let's get back to selling records. And then if you missed the Kurt Russell, I've got Kurt Russell as well. And once again, it's kind of a unique piece because it's oversized and the autograph is so bold and it's tombstone. I mean, if you're probably going to have something from Kurt Russell, this is almost like a small poster size, and it's $8.99. Now, if you put it in a frame, like the Clint Eastwood, if you can imagine that framed with the Clint Eastwood like that with a plate tag, wide earp, I mean, I would think that would be over $1,000 item after you get it in a frame. Just such a killer piece. You put that in a frame like with Clint Eastwood, I feel like that's a $1,000 piece too. New auctions going up right now. We got Kulu Say Mama, and this is John Coltrane. Let's go ahead and get it going. This is a 1972 US EX condition, a $35 start. John Coltrane, Kulu Say Yama. Say Mama. I don't know how, Juno Say Mama. I don't know how to really read that, but it's EX, a $35 start, an original inner sleeve, gatefold, John Coltrane, Kulu Say Mama. $35 start. That's now up for bid. That's now up for bid, okay? Yeah, I regret not buying some Val Kilmer. I used to have signed Val Kilmer stuff. I regret not buying more when I could. I think it's kind of seen a price jump since he's died. Just like everything. When you got a guy of that stratosphere that dies, you'll see an increase of value immediately. Just knowing that, well, he can't sign anymore. So, hate to be morbid talking about stuff like that with Clint Eastwood, but it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be a rush on his stuff whenever he passes away. Wow, the Donnas and the Tulip Boys. Here is the Donnas and the Tulip Boys. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And we have green means go. And this is Scooter Rage 2000. I don't know who this really is, but it's going to go up for a $5 start. All right, buy it now best. No, half off. Half off. No more, no less. Jimmy Buffett, $10. Jimmy Buffett, $10. Y Sport Coat and Pink Crustacean. Just $10 on Jimmy Buffett. We're off to a great start. Off to a great start. Jackson Browne, just $7.50. His self-titled album with Doctor My Eyes, $7.50 on Jackson Browne. Our next auction is going to go up right now. We got a lot of jazz and a lot of blue, mostly jazz and blues, mostly jazz. But first, I'm going to throw up Love. And here's Love. Love is an original 67 U.S. Allentown. Paul says, in my top 5 favorite albums of all time. Wow. VG condition and top 5 favorite from Paul. Forever Changes. An original 67 Allentown, a $25 start. $25 start. So let's start right here. We have Coltrane 35, Donna's 5, Donna's 5, Donna's 5. Now, Dennis, was JB for Jimmy Buffett or Jackson Browne? They're both JBs, so let me know on that, please. Next in the half-off bin, another Jimmy Buffett. Wow. Coconut Telegraph, $10. Off to a great start in here. Harry Belafonte. Harry is $5. And we have Stevie Wonder, Looking Back. Stevie Wonder is $20. Looking Back, Stevie Wonder, and Elton John, Ice on Fire. Elton John, Ice on Fire, $10 on that. Also, we have Jethro Tull Heavy Horses. Jethro Tull Heavy Horses, textured cover, original inner sleeve, and nice, $10. He wanted Jackson Brown. So the 2 Buffets are still available. Now the Donnas is at $7. I really don't know what this is. Go means grow. Go means go, come on. And the 2-stroke Scooter Rage 2000. So that is the auctions. That's a $5 start. Donna on JC and EJ. That's Elton. Elton is sold to Wes Wilt. Now, that Stevie Wonder is an amazing compilation. Amazing compilation. $20 on that. Also, we have, nice, Grace Jones. Grace Jones is $12.50. Michelle wants Jethro Tull. That's sold to Michelle. And this is High on a Bridge Top, a white label promo. Is this, what is this? Is that the name of the group? Oh, yeah, the Youngbloods. The Youngbloods, $12.50, okay? So the comments right now are, the Donnas had got up to 8. Michelle got Jethro Tull. What was the black cover before the pink one? That was Harry Belafonte for 5. Love does have a bid for 25. Robert Barnett second on Elton. And Coltrane, the last bid on Coltrane was Donna at 42. Jonathan Feller gets both Buffets. That's like a buy one, get one free. Thank you, $10, $10. And in here is Tommy Rowe, 12 in a row, a collection of Tommy Rowe's greatest hits. That's $5. Grace Jones is sold to Fred Cardinal. Thank you. And the Righteous Brothers Rebirth. What an interesting cover. Righteous Brothers is $5. Michael wants Harry Belafonte, unless Fred wants it. I don't think he does, though. This is a half-off bin. Marie Osmond. Marie Osmond's only $5 in my little corner of the world. Marie Osmond. All right, so we're going to do a bite now on the Scooter Rage 2000. If anybody wants that for $5. I'm going to go ahead and crack open a new box of 45. So we're about to start a brand new box of 45s. Let's go ahead and do that right now. Let me figure out which one I want to start with. But I do have some here that have never been shown before that we need to go ahead and start chipping away at before they, y'all seen what happened earlier tonight. We did a big bundle deal on a bunch from tonight, and we might, whatever's left over from tonight, we might bundle as well. First thing I have is Billy Bland, You Were Born to Be Loved. The Shangri-Las, a promo, Heaven Only Knows, Shangri-Las. Archie Bell and the Drells, Wrap It Up, a double-sided promo. Wayne Chung, To Live and Die in L.A., picture sleeve. Genesis, Invisible Touch, picture sleeve. And Whitney Houston, How Will I Know? Those are all $6.99, and they're all buy it nows. They're all buy it nows. Let's go back up the top. Next is Chuck Haley on Tommy Rowe. That's sold. We're going through a half-off bin. Michael Rudolph on the Marie Osmond. That's sold. These are all $6.99 that I just showed. The Donnas is with Chris Ridlings for 10. The other bidder went out. Let's go ahead and sell the John Coltrane to Donna for $42. Nice, and thank you, Donna. And I guess that Love is just going to sell for $25. VG, which is with Chuck Haley, and we're about to sell it for $25. Love Forever Changes. Yep. Let's go ahead and introduce the next jazz album, though. And the next one I have here in my magical mystery crate is Miles Davis, a 64. This is a better one of tonight. Definitely a better one that we have up for tonight. A U.S. mono repress. And the note from Paul says, extraordinary copy. I like those words. Jake's got me a new light. Y'all probably can't see it, but right over here to my right, there's like a floating LED lamp light Jake's installed for me because I've lost my overhead lights, which were perfect for looking at vinyl. So he's installed a light over here for me to examine records, and it helps glow this side of the table. And it's amazing because I can really inspect records over here now. That's what I'm doing up in the top right. There's a great light over here. And this is an extraordinary copy. $75 start for a 64 US mono EX Plus. Amazing. $75 start. No takers on any of those. They're going right back here. The Donnas is sold to Chris Ridlings for $10. Thank you, Chris. That's sold. Miles Davis. And Love got a last-second bid. Chris Bachek's at 27. Chuck Haley, you are out. Chuck Haley, you are out. Let's go ahead and put up another single right quick. And this is here. And this is here. And this is going to be a $5 start. The first is the Acrylic Tones. The acrylic tones is a $5 start, and the Datsun's Black and My Thumb. The Datsun's is a $5 start. $5 start. We have the Osmonds, $5 buy now, doing a half off bin here. This looks familiar. Oh, it's a compilation. The Capitol Disc Jockey album from July of '69. So this is a promo compilation. Lots of different stuff on here. $18.50. Love has a new bid for $30. Miles is a $75 start. A 64 mono repress. Extraordinary copy. Here's another Capitol Disc Jockey album. A different volume. That one's $18.50. Interesting. Oh, here's another volume. $18.50. And Jethro Tull, Let Me Bring You Songs from the Woods. Jethro Tull is $10. Now there's a new bet on Love for $30. Chris Bay checks out. The acrylic tones is a $5 start. The Datsun's a $5 start. How do I lose lights? Up at the top, they took out the fluorescent, the long fluorescent halogen bulbs. Those were taken out in the rack. And then they've installed, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. I got 12 artificial LED lights surrounding me now. I took a picture of it the other night to post on Facebook. I turned out all the lights in here except the lights around me, and it looked really cool. I took a picture to post so y'all can kind of see what it looks like now. Brandon wants to see the records one more time. Brandon, the records I had were Whitney Houston, How Will I Know, Genesis Invisible Touch, Wayne Chung, To Live and Die in L.A., Archie Bell and the Drells, Wrap It Up, Shangri-La's Promo, Heaven Only Knows, and Billy Bland, You Were to Be Loved. Those are all $6.99. All right, Joe Salamo says he'll take the Jethro Tull. That sold. I guess this, does this like make some sort of collage, these promo records here? I guess so. Boy, there's some risque looking stuff going on here. Looks like, reminds me of Hendrix Electric Ladyland. But really cool comps. They were $36.99. So the high bid on Love is Color of Labels, Datsun's. Okay, so Love is called Forever Changes. It is an original 1967 Allentown. This is OG, the true first press, VG condition with the electric accompanier sleeve. It has the Love logo on there. And a note from Paul, in his top 5 albums of all times. Wow, that's a big... That would be tough for me to do. I've tried doing that. That's a tough list for me. The Datsun's is at 5. Datsun's, and that's a final call. No bid on Miles Davis. I'm going to give it one more chance. A final call for $75. Michael Butler. Did I not pull that for you? I have it. Michael Butler got the Osmond. Sorry. I must have missed that. Yeah. Michael, you got it. All right. Next is The Best of Peter, Paul, and Mary. That's $5. The Best of Peter, Paul, and Mary. John Cougar American Fool, $10. John Cougar American Fool, very nice copy. John Cougar is $10. And Nat King Cole, Miss Amigos. Nat King Cole, just $5. Great half off bin so far. And we have Mariel Matthew, Olympia. There is some cover damage down here. It's still in shrink. The vinyl's nice, $10. All right, the Datsun's is sold for $5. That means their acrylic tones is a $5 buy it now. And Miles Davis is a buy it now for $75. A 64 US mono repress, extraordinary copy, EX Plus condition. I cannot believe no one bid on this for $75. Right over here. Michael Rudolph, not Buckle. Sorry. Michael Rudolph on the Osmonds. Michael Rudolph. Wes Wilt on JC. JC was John Cougar. That's sold to Wes Wilt. Sean Fairweather got Miles Davis for $75. That is sold to Sean Fairweather. And then we have Lynn County Fever Shot, $12.50. And Don McLean Chain Lightning, $5. Absolutely in shock. No one bid on Miles Davis. Everybody was trying to grab it for the buy it now price. I figured it would get well over $100. Unbelievable. Next auction's going up right now. John Coltrane, a late 70s U.S. reissue. EX Plus, a rare pressing, according to Paul. EX Plus condition. A $35 start. Sunship by John Coltrane. EX Plus condition, gatefold, ABC Impulse. Great jazz stuff tonight, just flying off the auction block. One after another, all night long. Next is John Coltrane, Sunship. $35 start. Grog was third on Miles. Gary Wellman on LC. Lynn County, that's sold. Are we done on Love? Haven't seen a bid since Chris Baycheck bid $37. You are out, Chuck Haley. It's pretty much up to you. Little River Band, Shrink and Hype. That is $6.50. And Cruisin' 1958 compilation, $5 on that. Our next New Orleans singles are going up right now. And those are this one and this one. And the first one is the Smoggers, and it's sealed. It's never been opened. The Smoggers, $5 start, and King Size, Hot Rhythm, and Rockabilly. King Size, that's going to go up for a $5 start. Love is now at 40. We're still getting bids. Chris Baycheck, you're out. Don is in on the John Coltrane at 35. Let me grab another handful of 45s. No one bought anything from the last handful. That's overly just depressing. So let me grab another handful. Maybe y'all can make me happy. We have Morris Day, the character, $6.99. The Righteous Brothers, You've Lost That Love and Feeling. We have Emmylou Harris and Don Williams, If I Needed You. Heaven, Live, and the Flip Side's Heaven Studio, Brian Adams. Cat Stevens, we have Another Saturday Night. Bruce Springsteen, Pink Cadillac, and Dancing in the Dark. Starship, Nothing's Gonna Stop Us Now. Hands Tied, Scandal, featuring Patti Smith. And that's The Warrior and Kenny Loggins, Footloose. Cut Loose. Those are all $6.99. New bid on Coltrane for $38. And that means that, Donna, you've been outbid. Michael Rudolph first on 1958. Chuck Haley second. King Size has a bid for $5. And now we got Cruising 58. That means, Jonathan, you are third. Morris Day sold to Craig for $6.99. Jennifer Schrader on Brian Adams' Heaven for $6.99. Shane Devers on BS, and that was for Bruce Springsteen. That sold for $6.99. Carol second. Gary Wellman on DM, and DM was for Gary Wellman on DM. That might have already been claimed. DM, I don't see a DM. Maybe? No, no DM. And then John Coltrane 40, Smoggers 5. Mr. Gamecock wants Peter, Paul, and Mary. And that was here, the best of. That's in the bin. Jennifer Schrader wants the Righteous Brothers. RB, the Righteous Brothers. Jennifer Schrader, You've Lost That Love and Feeling. Bill Keenum gets Nat King Cole. That was in the half-off bin for $5. What is the John Coltrane? It's called Sunship. John Coltrane, it's an EX Plus copy. The high bid, a gatefold. Paul says rare pressing. New bid just came in at 43. What about Love? Chris went out. Christopher S., I think it's going to be yours for 40. The Smoggers has bids for 5 and 6. That left Cat Stevens, Another Saturday Night. Starship, The Warrior, Kenny Loggins, Emmylou Harris, and Don Williams. Let me put those over there. And he wanted Don M. And that's out of the bin. Sorry, I thought you were grabbing a 45. That's OD for $5. Farmer Redman said he'd do the 3 Capitol compilations for $45. Sold. That's the only time I'll make an exception in the half-off bin if we do some kind of bundle. The Balancing Act, $12.50 on the Balancing Act curtains. Bay City Rollers, It's a Game, $5. And Dave Clark 5, Satisfied with You. Dave Clark 5 is $5. Smoggers is sold to William Dragovich for $6. Kingside is sold to William Warner for $5. And we have this is sold to Christopher S. Love is sold to Christopher S. for $40. Now, John Coltrane's now at 45. Blind Willie, Ask and You Shall Be Forgiven. We have Blind Willie McTell, 1927 and 1933, the early years. A 1968 U.S. mono compilation, the first LP press of this album, a strong VG Plus, a $35 start. That's now up for bid as of this moment. Michael Rudolph on Bay City Rollers, sold. David V on Dave Clark, sold. Farmer, I sold you the 3 Capitals for $45. Bill Keenum next on Dave Clark. Coltrane's at $47. Chuck Berry, Johnny B. Good, $6.50. Captain Beefheart and the Magic Band. Record Store Day, 2 LPs sealed, now just $20. That was $39.99. Blind Willie McTell is on the first black Yazoo label. This is the first time this was ever pressed. This is Blind Willie McTell. Black Gold Yazoo label, 68 U.S. mono compilation. Brent's in at 35. Coltrane's at 48. And I bet on King Size, you said sold to W. Warner. Robert Warner, you bid on this, right? King Size, that's OD for 5, correct? You did bid on that. If not, I'll figure it out in just a second. Gary Wellman got Captain Beefheart, then Wes Wilt, then John Stevens. Also, Chic, The Chic, La Freak, $7.50. Our next New Orleans singles are going up right now without a shadow of a doubt. The Griswolds. The Griswolds do the Hucklebuck, a $5 start, and Devil Dolls Tour, 3 Ultra Bimbos. Devil Dolls, 5. Elvin Bishop is $5, Strutting My Stuff. Barbie Benton, Something New. Shrink Wrap, $10. John Mayall, $13.50. What a great half off, Ben. And the best of Dave Mason, $5. I may have said W. Warner instead of Robert Warner. There's no telling what I might be willing to say. I may call myself something I'm not even not. People's asked me my name before, and I've honestly said, I don't remember. I don't remember. All right, so we had earlier CB, Gary Wellman. I tagged you for Captain Beefheart. There was a Captain Beefheart and a Chuck Berry back-to-back. Wes said he wasn't after Captain Beefheart. He wanted Chuck Berry. So, Gary, you got Captain Beefheart, if that's correct. Wes got Chuck Berry. And then John Stevens was next on CB. Bill Keenum next on CB. Coltrane 50, Coltrane 52. Blind Willie McTell has a new bid for 40. And Devil Dolls has a bid for 5. As of right now, the Griswolds does not have a bid, looking for a $5 start. Let's show some buy it now 45s right quick. Gary did want Captain Beefheart. Ask and you shall receive. I think earlier I said ask and you shall be forgiven. Next is our next buy it nows. We have Sly and the Family Stone. Thank you for being, how does that go? Thank you. It's Thank You by Sly and the Family Stone. Okay, everybody's a star. $6.99. Bruce Springsteen, Roar, and Merry Christmas, Baby. Bill Haley's Rudy's Rock and Blue Comet Blues. Lloyd Price, Just Because, I'm Gonna Get Married. Randy Travis from 1992, his greatest hits, An Old Pair of Shoes and Promises. We have Don Home and Knock 3 Times. Art Mooney and his orchestra, East of Eden. The Beau Brummels, Just a Little, and They'll Make You Cry. And John Cougar Cherry Bomb, $6.99. Farmer Redman. Farmer Redman, Capital DJ Bundle. I've already said yes 3 times to you. Either you're very far behind, you're having major glitches, or you have your volume down. But I sold that to you immediately when you made an offer. Somebody might need to reply to them on YouTube. But Farmer, you've asked 3 times, and I've already sold it to you once. Now, if you want me to charge you 2 more times, I will. But you've already got it. As soon as you made the offer, I sold it to you. I'm going to go ahead and swap out crates right quick. Let me do that righty now. Okay? Here we go. So, first thing we have is Michael Butler on Sly for $6.99. Shane Devers got Bruce Springsteen. Carol second. Twice tonight, I've typed in the name of 3 seconds after you said it, and somebody got on Facebook 20 seconds later. Shane Devers on RT. That's Randy Travis. Michael Ruttman was second. Larry Smith on R and R. And R and R was possibly Rudy's Rock. Let me know. Griswold's 5. Frustrating. Larry Smith, JC for John Cougar. John Coltrane's at 60. And Donna's out. Okay, so here's what's going on. Here's what's left. Bill Haley, unless that's what Michael wanted, Rudy's Rock. Beau Brummels, East of Eden, Don, and Lloyd Price. Now, Blind Willie McTell, it was 2 people bidding. It was Brent Robley, who put in the initial bid, and then Jennifer outbid him, and I hadn't heard back from Brent. Jennifer Schrader has it for 40, final call. John Coltrane's the final call to George Sheriff for 60. Right now, girls, 7. Ride My 65. Girls, 7. So was that a 45 or something in the bin? We're about to find out. Let's read through these one more time. Larry, I got you down for... No, wait a minute. You put... what happened here? So Larry got JC, John Cougar, and then he just put CB. Okay. So I think I got you down. All right. Now, we got Devil Dolls and the Griswolds. Devil Dolls and the Griswolds. Devil Dolls is at Ride My 65 bid 5 on this. He put Huckle for $5. Then Robert bid $5. This opened with Craig Thomas at 5. And he still has it for $5. That's where we're at. Here's what's left in here. Stevie Wonder, Looking Back, a 3 LP compilation, $20. The Young Bloods is a white label promo, $12.50. The Righteous Brothers is $5. Muriel Matthew, Olympia is $10. Also, we have Cheek is $7.50. Chic, the Little River Band is $6.50. The Balancing Act is $12.50. Elvin Bishop is $5. Barbie Benton is $10. John Mayall's $13.50. And the Best of Dave Mason's $5. Unfortunately, I lost Brent. I never hear back from him on Blind Willie. So this is sold to Jennifer Schrader for $40. The Coltrane is officially sold then. The John Coltrane is officially sold for $60 to George Scher. And Ride My 65, I still don't know what Girls is. Still confused. He might have got behind on the feed or something. Very possibly. Devil Dolls is sold to Craig for $5. Griswolds is now at $8.10. There's another one for $13. What is... Robert just said Girls 13. Am I missing something? Am I missing something? We got Griswold's Do the Hucklebuck. And we have Devil Dolls. Devil Dolls Tour, the Ultra Bimboos, the Laundrovettes, Branded Women, and Voldoras. I keep on seeing comments come in Girls, and the bids keep increasing. Gris, Girls, Gris, Griswolds. Griswolds. Okay, I think a couple times those have been auto-corrected to Girls, though. At least twice I've seen that. Maybe not, okay? Grizz for Griswolds. I was like, man, am I losing my mind? Because I was like, did somebody... GRS, that's a shorting abbreviation for Griswolds. Man, I was like, what are they bidding on? Am I like losing my mind? I thought maybe there's like a half off record. And so let's go back to the top and figure out some claims there. So when I read through those, Gary Wellman put SW, and SW was for Stevie Wonder. That is sold to Gary Wellman, okay? And then after that, Gary Wellman put EB. I know exactly what that is for too. That's for Elvin Bishop. Elvin Bishop, that is sold to Gary Wellman, which was right here, okay? And then Michael Rudolph got the Righteous Brothers. And then Bill Keenan put Dave M for Dave Mason. J.D. Conklin second on the Righteous Brothers. And then Griswolds is at 16. Griswolds is at 16. The only thing left in here is Mayall, Barbie Benton, Balancing Act, Little River, Chic, Muriel Matthew, and Youngbloods. And if anybody wants what's left, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 LP bundle deal for $35. If anybody wants everything that's left, $35 on those. I'll make that a 7 LP bundle deal for $35. All right. Sorry for the confusion. I was either some of those got auto-corrected, or I was adding a syllable in there or a letter, which I'm known to do. I add letters. I guess it's kind of like the dyslexia or whatever. I add letters and words. I say syllables and letters that don't appear in words. Just something I do. Bundle deal, 5 each on those. Still great titles, including John Mayall there on top. And then now we did another 45. We ran into a box tonight of incredible New Orleans singles. I know some have had to slip through at great prices because some of them just have looked like really good ones, but who knows? We have the Head Coats, Head Coat Girl, and Lakota Woman. That's going to go up for $5. We have Michael Rudolph on the bundle for $35. That's everything from John Mayall to the Youngbloods. And now we need new LP auctions. The next LP auction is Miles Davis Sorcerer. Miles Davis Sorcerer is a 70s US reissue, a Pittman press, VG Plus, a $35 start, a 70s US reissue, VG Plus, $35 start, Sorcerer. VG Plus, $35 start. Miles Davis, that's now up for bid. All right, let's find another crate. So we started the night with discount. We went through John's 4 crates, and then we've done discount. And like I said, tonight my agenda was pretty easy. I was going to sell discount records while we still got all these auctions and 45s. And then at a certain point, I'll be like, final call. But as of right now, we still got plenty of auctions. They're going fast, though. And I've got empty crates everywhere, which is a good thing. We need to get this ladder out of here. There's been a gigantic ladder here in my way, like a 15-footer for our ceilings, and I've had to walk around it for the last 3 nights. It's getting kind of annoying, you know? Like, come on, can we put this ladder up? What are we doing? All right, let's go ahead and... I feel like we need another half-off bin since it's Saturday night, right? That looked like that was pretty good. Chad's about ready for his snack up front and his V8. I'm about ready for it. I'm trying to find the next great half-off crate. I'm flipping through one right now. It's pretty dang good looking. And then I've got this thing right here. It's got a lot of classic stuff in it and some sealed stuff up front. I think I might do this one at half off. I think the other one was a mixed crate of Paul and John. Let's do this one. Crab chip. That's a good question. I'm about to go up there and I think scarf some down. And I probably can do a count. I can probably do a count for you. But man, I eat about a pack a day, sometimes 2 packs. All right, Miles Davis is a final call for $35. Let's see. The Head Coats has a bid for 5 and now 6. The Griswolds is with Jim B at $21. Ride My 65s out. That's a final call. I think I might actually do that right now. Let me step up front right quick. It would just be like a 60-second timeout. Don't go anywhere. We're about to do another half-off bin. I'll be right back. Let me know where you're watching from, and I'll be right back. All right. I feel much better. My body's gotten used to this like 10, 11 o'clock snack break. Plus, it helps my mind, mental focus, get back into the zone like I'm Roy McIlroy, except when he was playing 13 and 18. More like just the overall tournament. Okay, so back up at the top, I should say more like Tiger Woods. The Griswolds have sold a Jim B for $21. $21. Facebook is out on the feed. Is Facebook still live? Test 1, 2. The head that's sold a Jim B for 21. The head coats. William Drugovich, that's sold you for $6. And Miles Davis is a buy it now for $35. Miles Davis, a 70s US Pittman VG Plus, $35 on Miles Davis. It's available. Who wants it? We're about to put up 2 new fresh auctions. And that's sold to Donna. And 2 new 45 auctions. First, we have another jazz album. This one's really cool. I should have put this one up earlier. This is a 68 US reissue, a repress on Liberty, Blue Note, a strong or on Blue Note Liberty. Excuse me. VG++. So Paul almost wants to call it an EX. This is Cornbread by Lee Morgan. Cornbread, a strong VG++, a $95 start, Cornbread. All right, nice jacket. It is a 68 US repress, reissue, $95 start. Next auction from the New Orleans batch, we have going up right now the Gallows for a $5 start. And the Netter Bettels. We had that one last night, I think. $5 starts on those. Half off bin, no more, no less. Let's get all these sold. Trying to fill up some crates tonight. I hope everybody's hit the like button for me. I don't know how late I'm going to go tonight. I've promised my mom I'd have to be up for Easter dinner around lunch, so I better go to bed a lot earlier than I normally do. The Good Book Melanie. The Good Book Melanie is $5. We have Babylon Pink. Long Weekend, $7.50 for Babylon Pink. Les Paul and Mary Ford. $10 on that. And Melanie, I See It Now. Melanie's $5. Jetstream did buy 4 boxes of 45s earlier tonight. That was the ones left over from those bundle deals. And now we have more we're showing for buy it now as well. And I'm about to show you another handful, trying to get the rest of these sold for $6.99. I have Clarence Carter, I Can't Leave Your Love Alone. Clarence Carter is $6.99. George Burns, I Wish I Was 18 Again. We have Tanya Tucker, It's a Cowboy Lovin' Night. Neil Sedaka, Endlessly. Clifford Curry, We're Gonna Hate Ourselves in the Morning. And Firefall, Just Remember I Love You and You'll Be All Right. Doing a half off vintage bin here. The Righteous Brothers, Some Blue-Eyed Soul. The Righteous Brothers is $7.50. And Rhythm Heritage is $7.50. Half off bin here. Also, Blue Murder at Home. Not the 80s hair metal hard rock Blue Murder. Completely different Blue Murder before the feed absolutely gets blown up again. Not that Blue Murder, $7.50. First is George Jones on G, and that's for George Burns. And then George got George, and then Nick Bargeron put Gab, and Gab was probably for George Burns. Paul Brothers got TT for Tanya Tucker. And then Nick did want George Burns, your second. Kelly Cook on Firefall. J.D. Conklin on RB. And that might be in here, the Righteous Brothers. That's sort of J.D. Conklin. Brian Myers on RH. And RH was Rhythm Heritage. That's sort of Brian Myers. Adam Bernardi second on Righteous. These are no bids. The Netter Bettels and the Gallows, those are 5 and 5. And nobody bid on Lee Morgan Cornbread. That's a $95 buy it now. A 68 US reissue repress on Liberty. A strong VG++. A $95 buy it now. No bid on that. Next is Peter Tosh. Peter Tosh is a 77 US Original VG condition, just a $15 start, equal rights. Peter Tosh, $15 start on that. Next in the half off bin is the Latin Rascals, Bach to the Future. Bach to the Future, that's $5 on the Latin Rascals. And Dancing Hoods, Hallelujah Anyway. Dancing Hoods is $5. One more, now the 45s. DB Knight is $15. That's after the half off discount. Half off vintage bin, no more, no less. Let's go ahead and put up a couple more New Orleans singles. Let's go back to the front of this box. And let's grab this one and let's grab this one. These are going to go up for $5 starts. We have first the Monkey Wrench. The Monkey Wrench is a $5 start, and we have Violet and Anya, Ballad of a Teenage Queen, and that's on purplish, pinkish vinyl. How much is Cornbread? $95. 68 US repress, reissue, Liberty, Strong VG Plus, almost an EX, conservatively graded. Brian Myers on LR. LR was for Latin Rascals. That's so to Brian Myers. Doing a half off vintage bin. No more, no less. Also, we have Dart. Dart is $7.50. This is called 36 cents an hour. Peter Tosh now has bids for 15, 15, 16, now 20. There's our next two 45s for 5 and 5. Freddie Cannon, 14 booming hits. Freddie Cannon is $10. Also, we have John Lennon, Unfished Dialogue, Heart Play, John Lennon, $12.50. Peter Tosh has another $20 bid. Firefall, Elon. This one's only $5. Covers and shrink, nice vinyl. And Miko, Encounters of Every Kind. Miko is $10. But one more time, the Lee Morgan Cornbread is a 68 US reissued Liberty. VG++, conservatively graded. $95 buy it now on that. Lee Morgan, the only no bid advertised auction so far of the night. Outlaws, Lady in Waiting is $10. Also, we have Merle Haggard, tribute to Bob Wills in shrink, $7.50. Let's grab another handful of buy it now 45s right quick. These are all $6.99. We have Randy Newman, The Natural. This is from this is a promo copy from the movie The Natural, $6.99. The Fifth Dimension, Everything's Been Changed. There Was Never a Day. We have Boston, My Destination, and Amanda. Boston. Also Nielsen, Yellow Man, and Caroline from Nielsen. The Music Machine with their classic Talk Talk. Angel, Don't Take Your Love, and Don't Take Your Love, a double-sided promo. Joe Jackson, Stepping Out, and Chinatown. Buddy Holly, Every Day, and Peggy Sue, a reissue from MCA. And The Assembled Multitude, Mud, and Overture from Tommy, a rock opera, The Assembled Multitude. Gary Wellman on the Merle Haggard album. That's sold for $7.50. $7.50. FIDDY. $7.50 United States dollars. USD currency. All right, these are no bids. Monkey Wrench and Violet and Anya, $5 and $5. They're now buy it nows. Bay City Rollers Greatest Hits, $6.50. The Best of the Lovin' Spoonful. What a nice looking compilation. No condition notes, $10 on that. And Gordon Lightfoot, Endless Wire, Shrink Wrap, now $10. Daylight Katie, Come On. Gordon Lightfoot, To Be Free, Jackie to Shannon. Jackie to Shannon is $7.50. And Shine On Brightly, Pro Call Harem, $12.50. Shine On Brightly, Pro Call Harem, $12.50. Next comment is Peter Tosh, $26. Before that was, what was the John Lennon album? It's called Unfinished Dialogue with Yoko Ono, Heart Play. It is no condition notes, $12.50. Jonathan Feller wants the Bay City Rollers Greatest Hits. That's going right back here to Jonathan Feller. Patrick C. Smith wants Gordon Lightfoot. That is so to Patrick C. Smith. This is Ginger Baker's Air Force, $15. Gary Wellman wants Pro Call Harem. Jonathan Feller also wants the Buddy Holly 45. That's right back here with Peggy Sue on it. That is so to him. All right, let's put that right back there. And now, going through a half off bin here. First come, first serve, no more, no less. And any surf rock in the New Orleans. I'm pulling them all at random. So very well could be at any time. We've had some interesting ones tonight, but because I'm pulling them at random, you just never know with this kind of stuff. Here's the next two, John's Children. This is Desmona. Desmona. Looks like a reissue from Polydor, $5. And Rats. Rats is going to go up for a $5 start. But I think we've had plenty of surf rock tonight already from these. The last bid on Peter Tosh was $28 with Moses. Next is Bill Keenum on Merle. The Merle Haggard has already been claimed. Mark Twain by Harry Belafonte, $5 on that. And Pat Travers, Heat in the Street. Pat Travers is $10. And Charlie Daniels Band, Windows. Charlie Daniels, $12.50. Let's go ahead and put up another LP. This is Chet Baker, plays the best of Laverne and Lowe. And this is a 60 US mono repress from Riverside. VG Plus, a $35 start. Chet Baker plays the best of Lerner and Lowe. Chet Baker jazz album here from Riverside, 12-307, $35 start on that. John's Children has a bid for 5 of Robert. Rats is a $5 start. And Chad's going to stretch his leg right quick. Ooh, thank you. I just popped a couple bones back into place. John's Children's at 7. Peter Tosh is still at 30. Dart is still in here. Yes, Dart is still available for $7.50. Melissa. Also, Rita Coolidge, Anytime, Anywhere. Rita Coolidge is $5. April Wine, just $10 now. Power Play, doing a half off bin. April Wine is $10. Asia Alpha, Asia is $10. Jefferson Starship, Red Octopus. That's now $7.50. Black Grunt label, Gary Wellman on CD. That's for Charlie Daniels. Sold to Gary Wellman. Melissa Bailey sold on Dart. And now we have John's Children out. GMB has that for 7. Peter Tosh, Brandon Lax out. Gary Wellman has it for 30. What about Moses? Moses, you're out. Gary Wellman has it for 30. Brandon's out. Now Moses back in at 32. No bid on Chet Baker. Looking for a $35 star. Jefferson Star for Jefferson Starship. That's sold to Robin Barnett. Also in the half-off bin, we got Jack Wagner. He is $7.50. And Rick Waitman, The Myths and Legends of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, $10. $10 on Rick Waitman. Whitney Houston is in shrink wrap with hop sticker. Now just $15. Now just $15 on that. And we have Eric Clapton was here. $17.50 on Eric Clapton. Rick Waitman is $10. And this is sealed for $12.50. Some metal here. Distant Heritage. Red vinyl sealed. I've got 2 of them for $12.50 and $12.50. Let's go back with the top. We have Peter Tosh at 33. Was Chet mono or stereo? Chet Baker was mono. 1960 US mono repress. VG Plus, $35 start. Peter Tosh 32. Peter Tosh 33. Adam Minardi on Rick Waitman. Now, Adam, do you want the Myths and Legends? I think you already bought that one tonight. I'm assuming you want Wives, but let me know. Todd Saw picking up the April Wine. I was waiting for somebody to grab that. Thank you, Todd Saw. Rats has a bid for 6. He said not 6 Wives. Maybe that's the one you bought tonight. I think you bought one tonight already, but I can't remember. Or maybe it wasn't you. And then Adam Bernardi gets the Myths and Legends. J.D. Conklin on D for Distant. Robert Lee Bunch on Distant, if that's what your D was for, J.D. Chris Ridlings was 3rd. Peter Tosh, 35. Larry Gonzalez gets Whitney Houston. And next is, there's another Rick Waitman, 6 Wives of Henry VIII, if you want it, Gary. And then Rod Dunfield, you were next on Distant. All right, so Rats is sold to Jim B for 5. John's Children sold to Jim for 7. And they're still bidding on Peter Tosh. Gary does want Rick Waitman. It maybe not have been you. I know I've sold a copy of Rick Waitman tonight, Adam, but I mean, it's no big deal. I guess at this point, I really don't know. If it's on your invoice, we'll put it back, no problem. I don't want to not take it off and you didn't get it. So I'm pretty sure you bought that one, though. But, man, I don't know. Sometimes I can tell for sure, but tonight's no bids so far are Violet and Anya. Ballad of Teenage Queen for 5. The Monkey Wrench is 5. The Gallows is 5. The Netter Bettles is 5. The Acrylic Tones is 5. And Scooter Rage 2000 and Green Means Go is $5. Those are all $5 each. The only advertised auction tonight is Lee Morgan Cornbread. It's still available for $95. The signed Jerry Jeff is reduced reduced to 95. I've already got an offer for 75, but I'm at 95. And Peter, Paul, and Mary, signed by Paul Stuckey and Peter Yarrow, was 75. Now it's 55. And by the way, Jerry Jeff is autographed, if you didn't notice. So those last two, Peter, Paul, and Jerry Jeff, are autographed. Now, those are bought nows. Here in a minute, I'll add to it, and we'll do a bundle for what didn't sell. I was about to make Chet Baker a buy now, but there is a bid. So Chet Baker does have a bid with Romelu C for $35. Peter Tosh was quite the battle between a couple people. And Moses has it for $35. I have not heard back from Gary Wellman. So, Gary, you were outbid. Romelu has Chet Baker for $35. We're in the middle of a half-off bin, but I'm going to go ahead and show some more buy now, or some more auctions. These are New Orleans singles. First is White Lightning Eagle EP. White Lightning Eagle EP is going to go up for a $5 start. That's a $5 start. And we have Eel something. Big Black. Is this the artist Big Black? Yeah, wow. Big Black single. Okay. How much is Gary? And then, okay, so first thing is, let's tag these singles. William Drugovich wants Gallows and Monkey Wrench. So he gets the Monkey Wrench for $5 and the Gallows for $5. Jerry Jeff is $95. And I'm pretty sure the last time, we were trying to figure it out, but the last time I showed this, I think I was asking $125 or $175. It's a great price. Last month, the last two sold Jerry Jeff signed authenticated albums that sold on eBay were from me. And that was in the last 2 years. So they don't come up often. Signed albums. Okay, signed albums. I was talking about earlier about autographed mediums. So, you know, you can have a cut index card, like where Paul McCartney signed an index card for, that's about the cheapest autograph you can get, for like $1,000, maybe $1,200, maybe $800. Depends on how nice and bold and pretty it is. Now, if you want Paul McCartney to sign a Hofner bass guitar, you're talking like $15,000. Or an album, a Beatles album, is like $5,000. So, same way with Jerry Jeff. You can get cheaper Jerry Jeff autographs, but not albums. Especially like that with the doodles and everything all over it. $95 is a great price. He said never mind on that. Peter Tosh is at $36. Moses, you're out. And let's keep going with the half off. Big Black has bids for $5, $5, $5, $6, and $7. White Lightning's a $5 start. Back to the bin, half off. Transtorned, more metal, sealed, half off for just $10. Transtorned and Transtorned, just $10. Upchurch and Tennyson. This is Phil Upchurch and Tennyson Stevens in shrink, now just $10. Arabs and Aspic live at Avant Garden, a 2018 prog album, now just $11.50. And Jason and the Scorcher still standing, shrink wrap for $10. Gary Wellman, I'd love to sell you Jerry Jeff if you want it. Chet Baker, just one bid, sold to Romelu C for $35. This is sold to Romelu C for $35. Next is Big Black. The last bid I said was Craig at $11. Jason Widener gets a Transtorn for $10. So does Hiram Aponte. Peter Tosh, $38. Big Black, $10. He's already at $11. We have J.D. Conklin third on Transtorn, Mike Owen fourth, Jetstream on Phil, Adam on the Arabs, and Gary Wellman on AG, which was something I think that's already sold. And then Moses, it's up to you on the Peter Tosh. He came back in at 38. That means Gary Wellman, you're out on Peter Tosh. Wow, still getting bids. We've sold 2 other auctions since I put up Peter Tosh. Poison Ruin, that's now half off for $12.50. More half off metal. And let's balance it out with a little Pure Prairie League, Something in the Air. That's $7.50. Nobody been on White Lightning. It's now a buy it now for $5. White Lightning, Eagle EP, $5 buy it now. Gary Wellman, you were second on that prog album. Our next auction is going up right now, and it is John Coltrane with Eric Dolphy, 2 great Giants Together, rare live performance. A late 70s French pressing, live in 1962. This is Coltrane and Dolphy, $25 start on that. Okay, next is Robert Lee Bunch on Pure Prairie League. Poison Ruin is sold to J.D. Conklin. Michael Ruttman gets White Line for $5. Gary second on Pure Prairie League. Jason Widener next on Poison Ruin. The Big Black single is now at 13 with J.K. That was a good pull there. Peter Tosh, Gary Wellman, it's up to you. Moses has it for the high bid of $38. Big Black's now at 15. Another Pure Prairie League, Dance, $7.50. Carly Simon, No Secrets. Carly is $5. And James Taylor is $10. Dad loves his work. Coltrane is Near Mint Minus. Beautiful copy. Near Mint Minus, $10. Also, the next New Orleans single is going up right now, and it's not that one. I can't show that one. And we have It Was a Nightmare, Establishment something. Go Go Gorillas. $5 start on that. All right, so where did I leave off? Big Black 15, Coltrane Near Mint, Peter Tosh 40, Moses You've Been Outbid, Robert Lee Bunch on another Pure Prairie League claim, and then Big Black 17, Coltrane has a bid for 25, Adam Bernardi on Carly Simon, PT out, Pure Prairie League already sold, Big Black out, Coltrane with another 25, the Go Go Gorillas, that means Peter Tosh is sold to Gary Wellman for 40. Next is Hoyt Axton Live, $7.50. Uncommon Bonds, Mick Maloney and Eugene O'Donnell, 1984 Celtic Folk, $5. And Bill Medley, Someone is Standing Outside, 69 US 750. Coltrane, 25, now 30. Also, we have what? More metal, Necro Death, Naraka. That's now $10. And we have Killer Be Killed, Sealed for $16.50, and Dark Throne, Goat Lord for $15. Wow. What do we got up? Coltrane. That means we need to do a Monk. And we need to do some more Botnell 45s. Here's our next one. And this is an original too. This is an original 1963 US Mono Monk, Thelonious Monk, VG Plus EX, not bad, a $45 start. Monk's Dream, a true OG Columbia 2i. Okay, let's go over here and see what's going on. So we had Big Black. The last bid was JK at $17. Craig went out. Coltrane 25. Go Go Gorillas 5. Coltrane 30. Jason Widener wants Necro. That's sold to Jason Widener for $10. Coltrane got a new bid for $35. Mike Owen on M, and that was I'm Not For Sure, and he might have meant N. Then Hiram was third. Mike's draws on Killer Be Killed. JD next on N. Not for sure what that was for. I guess Necro is Lee Morgan Van Gelder stamped. I'll check it. John Miller wants Jason. Jason and the Scorchers. That's so to John Miller. What's the name of the album you can't show? That's why I can't show it. And then Coltrane title, Coltrane out, Monks at 50. All right, so Go Go Gorillas and Go Go Gorillas is at 5, and that's where we're at, okay? And then next is the Big Black. I think I already set a final call on that, which was 17. And then we had a title of Coltrane. What is going on here? Okay, so John Coltrane and Eric Dolphy, Two Giants Together, rare live performance, 1962. Okay? John Coltrane, Eric Dolphy, Two Giants Together, rare live performance, 1962. My Favorite Things, improvisation, Miles Mode. It's called Two Giants Together. The last bid on Coltrane, that is confirmed is Romelu at 35. No one's bid on Monk until right now. Brian Myers bid 50. The Go-Go Gorillas is sold to Talks of Ravens for 5. And the Big Black is sold for 17 to JK. All right. Now, we had a question over here on the 2 no bids. First is this stamp Van Gelder. Yes. On both sides. 68 U.S. reissue repress from Liberty, Strong VG++, $95. The name of the Jerry Jeff album is called Riding High. Lots of doodles, inscriptions, and random other stuff written on there. Of course, there's the important part, his signature. I think the actual disc, maybe, I'm not for sure. We can check on the condition. Yeah, the disc is like VG minus. Of course, most of that price is included in the fact that it's an autographed jacket. Okay. And then there's that. And there's that. Now, a bid of Coltrane just come in for 26. The bid on Coltrane was already at 35 of Romelu about 4 minutes ago. The only reason I hadn't sold it is because 2 people have asked what it is since he's bid $35. So it's a final call. And Monk only has 1 bid for 50. We're about to sell this. This is a half off bin. And we have Dark Throne, the Cult Instrumental Goat Lord, is sealed. It's now $15. It's in the half off bin. A new sealed metal album for $15. That's unusual. Let's put up some more singles. These are $5 starts. The first one is the Slicky Boys. $5 start on the Slicky Boys. And an older record here. Wow, this is nice too. The Law Firm, Love is Bad, and The Girl from Liverpool. And that's a white label promo from Imperial. $5 starts on those. And Robert Lee Bunch, if you don't want Dark Throne, Hiram does, so just let me know. I think that half-off crate's worthy of one more read-through. Usually they are. We usually sell half of it. Another read-through, we'll sell another half. And then the final call, we'll sell the last half. And then whatever's left of that half, we usually make a bundle deal with somebody. One more read-through. We have Melanie, The Good Book, $5. Babylon Pink is $7.50. Long Weekend. Les Mall Mary Ford, $10. Melanie is $5. Blue Murder at Home, $7.50. Dancing Hoods, Hallelujah Anyways, $5. And DB Knight was $15. What Dark Throne is it? It's called Goat Lord Original. That's what it's called. Goat Lord Original. Also, Freddie Cannon, 14 Booming Hits, $10. Firefall is $5. Miko, Encounters of Every Kind, $10. And Outlaws, Lady in Waiting, $10. Romelu, I've given everybody probably more than enough opportunities to bid on this. I didn't hear back from a couple people, so that's sold to you for $35. And Brian Myers, you gets the Monk for $50. You are the one and only bidder. I thought that would have a lot more activity, but it didn't, and it's sold to you for $50. Thank you. That is gone. Also, no bid on the Law Firm, so it's a buy it now for $5. Slicky Boys is already at $10. And then we have Bill Keenum on Freddie Cannon. That's sold to Bill Keenum for $10. We have The Best Lovin' Spoonful, a 2 LP compilation. Do You Believe in Magic, $10. To Be Free, Jackie DeShannon, $7.50. And John Lennon, $12.50. Hiram Aponte, you get the Dark Throne. Thank you, Hiram. That's sold to you for $15. Appreciate that. Also, we have Ginger Baker's Air Force, $15. And Mark Twain and Other Folk Favorites by Harry Belafonte, $5. $5. Let's go ahead and put up another New Orleans single right quick. And the next New Orleans single is called True West, Shot You Down. True West is going to go up for a $5 start. Slicky is at 11. Preston, you're out. True West is going to go up for a $5 start. Robert Lee Bunch on John Lennon, that's sold. Bill Keenum on Love and Spoonful, that's sold. John Lennon's already sold. We have Pat Travers Heating the Street for $10. Rita Coolidge is $5 anytime, anywhere. Asia Alpha, $10. Jack Wagner, $7.50. Eric Clapton Was Here, $17.50. James Taylor is $10. We have Hoyt Axton, $7.50. Robert Barnett wants Harry Belafonte. Mark Twain and Other Folk Favorites, that is sold. Next is how much was Ginger Baker? The half-off price would make it $15. Ginger Baker's Air Force, double LP, OG Atco, very clean. Melissa Bailey wants Dancing Hoods. We're going to sell that to Melissa Bailey. That is sold. Next LP is going up for auction right now, and it's John Coltrane, His Greatest Hits, Volume 2. Looks like it was at a radio station, KMIH Jazz. It's an original 72 US, EX Plus, EX Plus, EX Plus, Near Mint Minus, and EX Plus. So a nice copy. $20 start on John Coltrane. Ginger Baker is sold to Jesse Hood. Thank you, Jesse. Or excuse me, sold to Jesse Rome. Melissa got Dancing Hoods. Nick Maloney and Eugene O'Donnell, $5 Celtic Folk. And Bill Medley is $7.50. Nobody been on True West. It's a $5 buy it now. We have the Slicky Boys. That is sold to Craig Thomas for $11. David Hoy gets to Lee Morgan for $85. That's sold to David Hoy for $85. Thank you. All right, so let's go ahead and do a bundle on the no-bid singles. We got True West. We got the Law Firm. We have the Scooter Rage. Also, the Acrylic Tones, the Netter Bettles, and Violet and Enya. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, $18 bundle. So $3 a piece instead of $5 a piece. And those will all be sold in a NOLA bundle deal. Anybody else want anything left in this crate? Coltrane has bids for 20 and 20. Coltrane has bids for 20 and 20. We have the following: Bill Medley, Nick Maloney, Hoyt Axton, James Taylor, Eric Clapton, Jack Wagner, Asia, Rita Coolidge, Pat Travers, Jackie DeShannon Outlaws, Miko Firefall, DB Knight, Blue Murder, Melanie, Les Paul, Babylon Pink, and Melanie. Now, the next New Orleans singles are going up right now. These are $5 starts, and this is Green on Red, Gas, Food, and Lodging. Green on Red is going to go up for a $5 start. That's now up for bid. Green on Red, I've heard of them. And the Unloved, this is Madhouse. Unloved, the Madhouse. What an interesting looking, scary looking one there. That's a $5 start. All right, let's offer the bundle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 records there, $95 bundle deal. That should be right at five-ish, less than five-ish a piece. And some of those in there were 35, and then they were discounted. So they were $17.50. Now they're getting as low as $5. So should be a great deal there. That will clean out the bin. And I actually should have done an air horn earlier. I forgot to do an air horn earlier. So I would love to do one night. That would be our second, technically third air horn of the night, because I didn't do one earlier when we cleaned out the other bin. Here's our next auction. Robert Plant, Now, and Zen. Robert Plant has the original inner sleeve. Beautiful copy here of Now and Zen. Robert Plant's going to go up for a $20 start. These singles are $5 and $5 starts. So no bundle on the 45s, no bundle on the LPs. Man, why don't y'all just go ahead and cuss me too? No, don't do that. I don't want you to get blocked on Facebook. Y'all are just basically sticking it to the man tonight, saying, screw you, Chad. We don't want any of your great deals at amazing prices. We're just going to sit here and not buy anything from you tonight. Okay, let's put this over here. Very sad. Very sad. No bundle, no air horn. How could y'all do such a thing to me? Unbelievable. Let's get another auction going. Okay. John Coltrane 30. Robert Plant has multiple bids, and we're about to sell those 2 singles. Okay. Let's see what else we got. I'm kind of, so far as tagged advertised auctions, that was a surprise I pulled out of a John bin. There's this one and one more, and then we're pretty much going to be down to 45s and discount deals. And I'm going to try to kind of do what I was doing last night, try to come up with some last-minute stuff. I've got a few last-minute things to try to sell y'all. Chris Riddlings, I see your question. Let me try to figure out what you're talking about. And let me go ahead and grab the next crate, and then I'll come back and I'll purge all the comments and see what was left and what I hadn't replied to. This crate here, it's got some blues. It's got some cool stuff in it. I think we should go through this one half off. Let's just see what's going on with it. I don't recall showing these anytime recently. All right. And let's see what's going on. I do just want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. Saturday night. Some people have already said, Chad, sorry I got to either A, spend time with family for Easter, or I got to go to bed early because of Easter. And I guess nobody wants to be all sleepy and zombie looking for their Easter pictures tomorrow. And I've already made a commitment. I've got to be early up. Like, usually the time I'm going to bed, I'm going to try to be at my mother's house to eat dinner. So I better get some rest tonight too. With that being said, I still got to sell a lot of records to y'all tonight. Where are we on John Coltrane? I'm about to purge the comments and find out. The highest bid I see is George Scherer at 30. Romelu bid 35. George is out. Romelu has the best of John Coltrane, an original 72 US 2 LP. Nice. It looks like it has writing because it was at a radio station. That's at 35. Where are we on Robert Plant? Robert Plant, Now and Then, is a US original with the original on her sleeve. Classic Robert Plant there from Led Zeppelin. That's at $35. Now, Green on Red got one bid for $5, and that was with Robert Warner, and no one bid on the Unloved. That's a $5 buy now on the Unloved. So the first thing I need to do is grab our next singles from the New Orleans collection and go ahead and get these going. New bid on Coltrane at 36. Here's the Pretenders. I've never seen this before. It's a gatefold. Limited edition gatefold, includes free single. 2,000 Miles, Show Me, Him to Her. So it's a 4-track. Pretenders. That's pretty cool. $5 start from the New Orleans box. And this is Taped Shut. Must be a good one. Now Robert Plant has a new bid for 38. This is the Electric Roaches. The Electric Roaches. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Still waiting for Gary Wellman to buy my Jerry Jeff autograph. Let's do another half off bin, okay? First thing is Little Willie Littlefield, KC Loving. That's from that blues collection, it looks like. Sealed for just $10. Sealed for just $10. The Pretenders has a bid for $6. I got Willie Mabin, I'm the Fixer. Willie Mabin is sealed for $10. Got a couple blues records here sealed, including Johnny Hartzman, Music of My Heart. Johnny Hartzman is $7.50. And King Solomon, non-support blues. King Solomon's $9. Let's also don't forget about some Buy It Now 45s I can show over here. I got a few more to run through that I don't think have ever been shown before. These are all $6.99. We got Jimmy Bowen, I'm Sticking With You. These are all $6.99. A Chambers Brothers promo, Uptown. Jive Talking by the Bee Gees. How about Charlie Ainley, You Tell Me Lies? Buford the Bulldog. I remember having that one before, and there's another one. Rocking on the Bowery. We have Joe Simon, I Want to Taste Your Love, and Man Size Love by Climax from the movie Running Scared. Those are all $6.99. And first is Robert Plant got a bid for 36 with Nick Bergeron. That's after Gary Wellman, though, had already bid 38. So Coltrane got a new bid for 38 as well. And then J.D. Conklin put LW, and LW was Little Willie. That sold to J.D. Conklin for $10. And then he put WM for Willie Maben. That sold to J.D. Conklin as well. Pam put 9 on the Pretenders. J.D. Conklin also on Johnny Hartzman. That is sold. And we have King Solomon. That's available, and Pretenders a 10. Nobody bid on the Electric Roaches. They're a $5 buy it now. And just for clarification, the John Coltrane, Romelu has it for 38. Nick Bergeron, you're out. The Robert Plant is at 38 as well. That with Gary Wellman, Edwin Riviera, you're out. King Solomon still available. The Vocal Group Collection from the Platters, the Penguins, the Dale Vikings, the Dan Lears. That's a 2 LP. Looks like a really nice, well-made compilation. $13.50 on that. Sublime 2005 tribute album is being reissued May 9th. Is that something you can get? I will have them right now make a note on that, to check on that, and we'll see if we can get it, okay? And that is May 9th. Yes, I'll check on that for sure. I'm going to go ahead and move this stack of unsold 45s over here before we have another spiel. Don't want another spiel. Let me put those right over there. And that way I put them back in the box. And trying to figure out also another box we may or may not have been through before. I don't think we've been through this one. Let me go ahead and grab a handful on deck. I'm trying to knock out a bunch of these 45s. All right, so first is Adam Bernardi on the Vocal compilation. Great looking half off bin here. That's so now Robert Plant's at 39. Have not heard back from Bergeron on Coltrane, and the Pretenders is sold to Pam Murray for 9. Very cool release there. Next is the Guess Who Share the Land VG Plus, $7.50 on the Guess Who. Also Todd Rundgren Faithful. Half off price is $10. No condition notes on the vinyl. And Stan Peters, Carrying On. You usually see their album, Sweet City Woman. I don't recall seeing this one too often. The Stan Peters Carry On is $10. Now, Robert Plant, $39. Now, Robert Plant, $42. Lonnie Mack, Roadhouse and Dance Halls. Lonnie Mack is $10. And Randy Burns is $10. Randy Burns and the Sky Dog Band said he won promo. Chris Ridling said he bid 10 on the Pretenders. Oh, and then Pam went out. Sorry. Chris Ridlings gets this for $10. Sorry. Change that. Pam had went out. Sorry, I didn't scroll up high enough. My bad. Chris got that for 10. Sorry about that. Robert Plant, 42. Gary Wellman on Todd Rundgren. That's sold. And now we have Robert Lee Bunch on the Guess Who. That is sold. Unfortunately, I lost Nick Bergeron on Coltrane. So this is sold. I lost Nick Bergeron. That happens often. And Romelu gets the Coltrane for $38. Shane Devers on Lonnie Mack. That's sold to Shane Devers. And now Robert Plant's at 42. Edwin, it goes back to you. Next New Orleans singles are going up right now. We got 1, we got 2. And let's put these up for $5 starts. We got Volume 2, Rockin'. Volume 2, Rockin'. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And the Syndicate of Sound, live at Silver Dollar Saloon, 1965 from Sundazed. That is a $5 start. That's a $5 start. Next in the half-off bin is Santana, Welcome. $10 on Santana. And we have Renaissance, Azure Dior. Renaissance is $5. The one of the last, or I guess the last tagged auction of the night, is this original 1975 US PRC with company inner sleeve, VG++, Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson from South Africa to South Carolina. $25 start on that. $25 start. I got to make sure Edwin's done on the Robert Plant. Gary has it for $42. Next is Rockin' has a bid for $5, and Syndicate of Sound is a $5 start. Next in the half-off bin is Mellow Jello for Mellow Muffins. It's a sealed album. That's Garage. Mellow Muffins is $12.50. John Mayall Looking Back, VG+, just $10 on John Mayall. And Fatback, Tasty Jam. Fatback, Tasty Jam, VG+, $5. He's done on Robert Plant, so that is sold. Unfortunately, I lost Nick Bergeron on that too. He must have a drop in connection or something. That is sold to Gary Wellman for $42. Thank you, Gary Wellman. That is sold to you. Nice copy of that. Robert Plant albums, not in print. I always auction those OG copies because they're not in print. There's certain albums that I try to make John a list of. I'm like, John, you can't get this album. What does that mean? You can't order a new copy of this. It's out of print. It hadn't been reissued in years, so you can't get them. Certain albums are just not in print, and you can tell by a lot of times the bidding activity, because by now some people probably would have already ordered a copy, bought a copy from me of a new sealed. Some albums are just not in print. Robert Plant's catalog, usually it's just his newer stuff. None of his original albums are in print, which is a shame. They need to be. What are you doing, Robert? Bill Keenum, make sure if you're bidding on Syndicate, you put $5, okay? Gary Wellman got John Mayall, that's sold to him. And Gil Scott has a bid with Brian for $30. Spanking Our Gang, VG plus $10 on Spanking Our Gang. I Cantina, Feel Good, $12.50. We had some of these in the half-off bin earlier tonight. $12.50. And Dylan Thomas Reading, that is $10. Dylan Thomas is $10. And 10-Wheel Drive and Gina Raven, Construction Volume 1, $10. All right, and Fatback price, Fatback, this is VG plus $5, bought for $6 this week. Did you get arrested after you left the place? We have Bill Keenum says he's in on Syndicate for $5, final call. All of the advertised auctions are sold. The gallery of 45 pictures that I posted on Facebook and Instagram, this is the last one left. Everything has sold tonight. Everything has sold tonight. Adams wanting the Fatback, that's sold. Syndicate has bids now for 5 and 5. So Bill's first. John Gollin, you're out. Rockin' is sold to Robert Warner for 5. And the Kinsey Report. This is an 89 US, $5 on the Kinsey Report. And It's Whoopie, Boogie and Blues live in Vienna, 1978 Australian import with Joanne Kelly, is the note from Paul. Joanne Kelly appears on this album, $15. Gil Scott's a final call for $30. But yep, all that incredible jazz, I started auctioning them at 7. We started putting them up at 7 o'clock, and they are all gone. That's the last one. It took us about 4 hours, but they're all sold at auction. The Druids of Stonehenge from Sundays, another really cool gatefold here. The Druids of Stone Age. A lot of the Sunday stuff is rare, 60 singles. It's hard to come by, OGs, and very expensive typically. And Sundays was a company that started reissuing stuff like that. I think they still reissue stuff. They may be under a different name now, but they put out a lot of cool 60s reissues. Otherwise, you'd just be spending your whole life and hundreds and thousands of dollars tracking all that stuff down. Some of it's so hard to find. ASAFO, African Rap, that's VG Plus for $5. We have Snake in My Bedroom, an 88 UK. I think that is Chicago Blues Meeting. Yep, Chicago Blues Meeting, $7.50. Bill Keenum, you're out on Syndicate. I'm about to sell it to John Gollin for $6. My Heart Attacked Me, Honey Davis, sealed on blue vinyl. That's $7.50. And Woody's Truck Stop is a 69 promo, VG plus $10. Woody's Truck Stop. Somebody has marked out the promo markings, but that is a yellow label promo on that. I want to make sure that we're done. We're not. Syndicate of Sound has a new bid for $7. All right, let me move around some crates. But first, I got some buy nows here for you. First is Foreigners Double Vision for $6.99. Got some buy nows. Eddie Money, You've Really Got a Hold on Me. Wings, Venus and Mars, Rock Show. The flip on that is Magneto and the Titanium Man. Cliff Richard Carey, that is $6.99. And Language of Love. Minnie Ripperton, that is Memory Lane. Greg Ken, The Girl Most Likely. And Eddie Floyd, Why Is the Wine Sweeter? On the other side. Those are all great looking, nice, clean singles there. Those are all $6.99. If you want in, now is your time. Syndicate 6, Syndicate 7, Syndicate 8. Rod Bryan wants a snake in his bedroom. That is sold to Rod Bryan. Syndicate 8, Syndicate 10, and now Gil Scott is sold. And that winning bid went up a long time ago to Brian Myers for $30. Thank you, Brian. That's sold to you. Susie wants Eddie Money. That is sold to Susie for $6.99. Now, unbelievably, no one bid on the Druids of Stonehenge. And so that's a $5 buy it now. $5 buy it now on the Druids of Stonehenge. Tommy Wrigley, the New Orleans King of the Stroll. Tommy is $7.50. Also, Ron Thompson and the Resistors, Treat Her Like Gold, $7.50. They're tied on the Syndicate for 11-11. Now it's time for another New Orleans. Here is the Safaris. Play Jack the Ripper, I'm a Hog for You. Lost Tracks by the Safaris from Sundazed. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Tracy Songer on the Druids for $5. Michael Butler was second. Also, we have Mark Winter and Switchblade Fugitive. That's $7.50. And the Nighthawks is just $7.50. We sold an autograph copy earlier tonight. $7.50 on that. JD third on the Druids. Syndicate's now at 15. And JD Conklin on T. And T was for Tommy Wrigley. That's sold to JD Conklin. The Safaris has a bid for $5. All right. Next buy it now singles are coming at you right now for $6.99. We have Don Convey and the Good Timers. Mercy Mercy for $6.99. Foghat from Tight Shoes. Be My Woman. And Stranger in My Hometown. Do You Want My Love from ELO. The flip on that's Knight Rider. It's The Point of No Return. That is Kansas. Also, Joe Tex, Ain't Gonna Bump No More. Lionel Richie, Deep River Woman, and Alabama. Or actually, with backing vocals by Alabama. The B-side's Ballerina Girl. MC Sean, Left Me Lonely. And LaRue, Make Me Believe. Those are all $6.99. Next was, we sold T, which was to Tommy Wrigley, to JD. Safaris 5, Syndicate 15. And then Mark, Preston Rose wants Mark, and that was Mark Winter. That's sold to Preston Rose for $7.50. Syndicates at 16. Talks of Ravens put Safaris 5 and 7. JD Conklin on N for Nighthawks. That's sold to JD Conklin. Safaris 5, 7. Syndicate 20. And Michael Butler wants Do You Want My Love for $6.99. I still got Kansas in the original sleeve. It's The Point of No Return. All right, back to the half-off bin. Foghat Boogie Motel. This does have a name tag on it from that Krause German collection, but man, what a beautiful copy. It's a German press, original, $7.50. John Miller got Ron Thompson. That sold. The Safaris is now at 7. Bill Keenum says he's out on Syndicate. John Gollin has it for 21, final call. John Gollin's back on the Safaris at 8, and the Deep. And this is on blue vinyl, now $17.50. It's a promo copy of the John Barry soundtrack, The Deep. Half off, $17.50. Gary Wellman got Foghat. That's sold to Gary Wellman for $7.50. Also, we have I'm Jesse Coulter, $10 on that. Greg Beddinger wants Fight. I bet he meant Fog. And Eric Clapton August is now $17.50. Eric Clapton there in his silk suit. You come to this country of your silk suits and your woolly hair. What movie is that from? I don't know if that's the exact line. Your oily hair. You come to this clean country, your silk suits and your oily hair. Safaris is at 9 with Burt Jordan. John Gollin's out. The Syndicate is still getting bids. Michael Ruttman has it for 22. John, we're not done on that. Next is Brian Myers on the Deep soundtrack. That is sold to Brian Myers, the Deep soundtrack. And we have Rodney Crowell, Ain't Living Long Like This. $10. Rodney Crowell, Ain't Living Long Like This. Now, we have managed to fill up another crate. So let me swap these out right quick. And Godfather, that's right. Godfather Part 2. Godfather Part 2. That was the Senator. He messed up big time with Michael. Oh my gosh. He didn't know what he was in for, did he? The Senator. He went in there and he's like, he was trying to squeeze Michael. You can't squeeze Michael. Oh my gosh, he paid for it too. They set him up later. Casino. You was close. Whoever guessed Casino, you was close. It was a mob movie. He's like, I despise you. You and your entire family. And Michael, Al Pacino, his face went cold. He went, oh, buddy, you just messed up. You just messed up big time. You don't talk about my family like that. Oh, my gosh. All right, so let's get back to the top here and figure out what happened. So we pulled the Deep. The Safaris was at 9. Talks of Ravens out. Safaris 10. Syndicate 23. Mike Owen got Eric Clapton with his silk suit and his not so oily hair. That's sold to Mike Owen. Thank you. Syndicate 24. Safaris 10. And then Chris Bacek on Rodney Crowell. I'm watching Godfather. Wow, Godfather or Godfather 2? That's Godfather 2. I love 2. I like 2 better than 1. I like 2 better than 1. Man. What acting in that movie. You got Pacino as Michael, and then you got De Niro as the young Vito Corleone. Oh my gosh. It's incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. Gordon Lightfoot Salute. $10. $10. Gordon Lightfoot Salute. Gordon Lightfoot Shadows. Back-to-back Gordon Lightfoots. 10 and 10. And Corn Palace Souvenir. Corn Palace Souvenir. What an interesting record there. $10. I like it. The senator turns that cannon. He turns it around and points it at Mike. It's the little details like that. Frank Pentangeli's out there. He's got me late. He's got me waiting in a lobby. He's trying to get to Michael. There's people waiting in line to talk to him. Michael Ruttman on Corn Palace. That's so to Michael Ruttman. Bill Keenum, your pick on Gordon Lightfoot, either Salute or for Shadows. I was there. Eyewitness accounts of the momentous occasions, recording from the sound archives. Looks like you got World War II. You got some kind of science. You got World War I. You got a lot of stuff going on here. Famine, Egyptian pyramids being discovered. 750. Bill Keenum wants back-to-back Gordon Lightfoots. Now, we've had a lot of bidding activity on these singles. John went out. Michael Ruttman gets Syndicate for $24. And then the Safaris. The last bid on the Safaris was John Gollin at 10, but you tied Robert Barnett at 10. So John Gollin, you're out on that. I was there, so did Paul Oakley for $7.50. Eric Clapton Slow Hand is $17.50. Eric Clapton Slow Hand. And Flashback, original soundtrack, Flashback is $10. And Liza Minnelli at Carnegie Hall. Liza Minnelli, $7.50. They're still bidding on the Safaris. Let's put up another single from the New Orleans collection. Here is where we're going with David Marks and the Marksmen. More Sundays. Looks like more surf music. We've had a lot of requests for surf music. Your requests are being fulfilled, and this is on cool colored vinyl. That is David Marks and the Marksmen. That's a $5 star. Going through a half-off bin, by the way. Sidney Poitier in The Lost Man, music by Quincy Jones, $17.50. 50 million Elvis fans can't be wrong. That's Elvis Gold Records, technically Volume 2. That's what that's called. Black label there, $10. David Marks. Now, Robert Barnett, you're out on the Safaris. It is at 11. The Dave Brubeck Quartet plays Disney. Dave digs Disney. This is Dave Brubeck doing Disney. That's a Columbia 6i. $20 on that. Robert's back in on Safaris. You tied Robert on David Marksman. Here's another stack of 45s. At $6.99. I Can't Grow Peaches on a Cherry Tree, Just Us on Colplix. Also for $6.99, we got Evelyn Champagne King. I don't know if it's right. Carly Simon and James Taylor, Devoted to You, a promo. Jerry Rafferty, Baker Street. Shambhala, Three Dog Night. That's a good one. Dr. Hook doing Sexy Eyes. And She's a Rich Girl, Hall & Oates. Those are all $6.99. David Mark, 5.5, now 8. Safaris, 12. That means John Gollin, you're back out on the Safaris. Adam Bernardi gets Brubeck. Bill Keenum gets Elvis. David Marks is now at 10. All right, we're still not done with this half-off bin. We still got Mo Kaufman Quintet featuring Dizzy Gillespie. That's a gold stamp promo for $10. Also, Gloria by Gloria Lynn has a promo stamp, no condition notes, $10 on that. And Ezra Mohawk, Primadoral Lover, $20 on Ezra Mohawk. And Jefferson Starship, we sold a copy earlier at the half-off bin. Here's another one. Red Octopus is $7.50. It's on the Grunt label. Wow, the surf record's still getting lots of bids. Now it's at 13. Robert's out. So we can go ahead and sell the Safaris then. That's sold to John Gollin for 13. David's at 12 of Burt Jordan. David Marks and the Marksman. That's at $12. Now, I have left in this stack Hall & Oates, Dr. Hook, Three Dog Night, Gary Rafferty, Carly Simon, the Evelyn Champagne, and Just Us. Now, let's do another New Orleans pull. What do we have next? It is the Chesterfield Kings. Right from wrong, so what? Chesterfield Kings is going to go up for a $5 start. Jefferson, Ezra, MK, what's going on? Mo Kaufman, that's sold to John Dodd. Bill Keenum on Jefferson, that's sold to Bill Keenum. And the last half off records is Boz Skaggs, down to then left, $10. And Steve Miller Band Anthology. Steve Miller Band Anthology is $17.50. Orange Capital Label, $17.50 on Steve Miller Band Anthology. Sorry, I was looking through a group message. It has a lot of messages. I'll read them later. And George Scherer on AM. And AM was for SM for Steve Miller. And Bill Keenum was second. So David is sold to Burt Jordan for $12. David Marks and the Marksman. Final call to get a bid on Chesterfield Kings. And let's see if I can get that back in here. And let's keep going. I told y'all I was going to do exactly what I'm doing. First, I'm going to check a couple of these Fred Goodwin records that we sold last night. The name of the Gloria Lynn album, it's called Gloria. Technically kind of self-titled Gloria. And it's a white label promo copy. I didn't even mention that. It's a promo stamp, but it's actually a white label promo too. Let's go ahead and put up another New Orleans single. And I forgot this one right next to me. The Thanes and the Others, split EP. The Thanes and the Others, that's going to go up for a $5 start. Michael's in on Chesterfield Kings at $5, final call. Boz Skaggs, the vinyl is actually really nice, exceptionally nice. A little bit of wear right up here, $10. Okay, let me check. All right, we're going to do a $1. This is one of the last things we were trying to sell last night. Let me examine the disc underneath this light. It is a VG Plus record. Y'all may have remembered this from last night. I'm trying to clear out some of these last records, so I know this will do it. $5 start on Bonanza. Bonanza's TV original cast. There is some cover damage right up here, and it has like an old TV guide clip it. I just looked at the vinyl. It's VG Plus. Bonanza's a $5 start. Did you let him know you found Clint Eastwood? Yes, I did. I did. Let me get that piece of tape off the crate. And let's go ahead and sell Chesterfield Kings to Michael for $5. Bonanza's a $5 start. And then I've got some, ooh, is this the same Big Star? Wow, is this Big Star? Yeah, it is. Alex Chilton. Wow, this could be something pretty special, right? It's very dusty, but it's beautiful. Big Star. I might have to discogs this myself. Alternate versions. It's probably unofficial. I bet it's unofficial. September Girls in the Street. U.S. promo 45. Alternate versions recorded. Memphis, Tennessee, 1974. Interesting. Big Star. $5 start. It is. Alex Chilton. I'm curious on that one. Let me look that up on Discogs. Usually anything from them is very collectible. It looks like it's unofficial. It is unofficial, so you can't get a comp unless you possibly look it up on PopSpsych on eBay. That's okay. Y'all determine the value of records. That's one thing about an auction. It's up to y'all. It's worth whatever someone's willing to pay for it. I don't see it on here, though. Either way, it's up for bid. We got a lot of B's. We got Big Star and Bonanza. If you're going to put Bonanza, make sure... hold on a second. Okay, first let's tag Adam Bernardi for Boz Skaggs. And then Big Star 56787678888. Okay. And then we'll go ahead and sell Robert the Thanes for $5. And it is for sale. Okay, so you can sell it on there. Good to know. Right now it's at 8-8 with Jim B and Robert Warner. I don't have time to look it up. Y'all gonna, it's no reserve auction anyway. We have Bopalina Goes West, the bottle ups. The bottle ups, $5 start on that. Now, Bonanza, if you're gonna bid on Bonanza, it's just a $5 start, but final call, BO, if you want to bid on Bonanza, BO. No, wait a minute, now we got the bottle ups, oh my gosh. Okay, how about I do this? Bonanza's a buy it now for $5. If anybody wants it, it's $5. We were selling them last night for like 10 and 7. That's my last copy for $5. I'm going to get it off the table because now we got BS and Big Star and we got the bottle ups. Too many Bs. Let's read through this half-off crate one more time very quickly, and I think we can grab another one and keep going. I'm here to sell records, as y'all know. All right, Rick Perrine got the Bonanza. I'm going to try to clear out some more of this Fred Goodwin stuff, like $5 starts and $7 starts and stuff like that. All right, so Rick Perrine does get Bonanza for $5. Big Stars at 10 and 10. Talks of Ravens, you're out. There's the bottle ups. Okay, now where is that crate? It's back here behind me. All right, so this can go. These need to go up front. Showed us these. Let me try to do a little bit of condensing here. This and this. This commercial break is brought to you by Coletco, where all your dreams can come true. Starring Seth Hackett as the clown. The one-man clown show, Seth Hackett. Here we go. Nice, cool signed record here. This is going to go up for a $7 start. It's autographed by the Boots Randolph. Boots with Strings. Signed by Boots Randolph from Fred Goodwin's collection. Boots Randolph is a $7 start. The bottle ups is a no bid, $5 buy it now. Big Star. Big Star is at 15 with Michael Ruttman. Chris Ridling's you're out. I think a couple people are still bidding. It's at $15. All right, Boots Randolph is signed. $7 start. Okay. And this is a $7 start. This is Rex Allen, the Hawaiian Cowboy, a Bear Family compilation, picture disc, and Rex Allen has signed the cover and the picture disc. He signed the cover and the picture disc. It's a Bear Family compilation. Rex Allen, a $7 start. He signed the cover and the picture disc. Rex Allen, $7 start. What is Big Star on? I don't think it's on a label. It's like an unofficial bootleg. Yeah. Sherbert. It's kind of, usually the bootlegs don't like a label because they're not pressing them legally. So, all right. I'm going to run through these half-off records one more time. King Solomon, non-support blues, $9 on King Solomon. Stampeders was $10. Randy Burns and the Sky Dog Band, $10. Also Santana, $10. That one was called Welcome. Renaissance was $5. Mellow Jello, $12.50. Spanky and Her Gang, Shrink Hop, kind of a gimmick cover type deal. VG Plus, $10. Boots is at $10. Big Stars at $16. I Cantina is $12.50. Dylan Thomas reading poetry, $10. Big Star has a bid for $15. We was already at $16. 10-Wheel Drive of Gina Raven, $10. The Kinsey Report is $5. It's a Whoopie, Boogie, and Blues live in Vienna, $15. ASFO, African Rap, VG Plus $5. My Heart Attack Me, sealed blue vinyl, $7.50. Woody's Truck Stop promo, VG Plus $10. Jesse Coulter, $10, no condition notes. Eric Clapton, just $17.50. Cocaine, that's Lohan. Lay Down Sally, so many great songs on that. Flashdance is at $10. And we have Liza Minnelli at Carnegie Hall, $7.50. City Poirier is $17.50. And Ozra Mohawk is $20. And Gloria Lynn, a white label promo, $10. So, wow, my feed got lagged. Lots of bids just came in. Boots Randolph was at $8. Boots Randolph was at $10. Big Star, $15, $17, $17. Rex Allen, $7, $7, $7, $7. Boots with another bid for $10. Rex, $9, $10, $11, $12, $13, $15, $18, $17. Boots, $11. Rex, $17. Rex, $20. Rex, $20. Rex, $23. As of this second, Rick Perrine has Rex Allen for $23. Boots Randolph is at $11 US with J.D. Conklin. And the Big Star is at $17, technically with Rod Bryan. Michael Ruttman, you tied him. If anybody wants anything of that half-off bin, now's the time. I'm going to go ahead and be grabbing the next one because when I come back, I'm going to offer what's left as a bundle. So if you had your eye on something, now's the time. Let's see what we can find over here. We've gone through most of those Laura sealed crates. I think those have been gone through. If I do have Laura crates or Paul crates over here, other than the John's vintage bins, it's the kind of stuff I've already been showing tonight. I'm going to try my best to try to dig one out right now, though. We might can go through a recent one, maybe even from like last night, buy it now, best offer. We might do that because last night there were some killer records, and we can knock those out at BINBO probably. And then Paul gave me one good record to a 45, not one. He gave me a bunch, but he told me this was a pretty rare garage record that probably we could auction at a $25 start. I'm going to put it up next. We have the Remains. Why Do I Cry promo. I think this is it right here. Yeah, this is a pretty good one. So I'm about to show you, and we're about to put it up for auction. It's a really good record here. Okay, so here's where I left off. I remember saying Rex was at 23, now 24, now 25. Rex 27, Rex 26, Boots 13, Big Star 20. Big Star 20, Boots 15. Bill Keenum gets to Santana. That's sold to him. Todd Saw got Eric Clapton Slow Hand. That's sold to Todd Saw. Ron Duffield on African Rap. That's sold to Ron Duffield. Retro Class on the Gloria Lynn. Rex Allen 28. Melinda next on Clapton. Rex 28. So Big Star is out with Rod Bryan. That means Michael Ruttman. That's sold to you for 20. And then somebody asked earlier tonight about a Marillion album. I don't know where those are at. I'd have to do some hunting. And then Gary Moore a few crates ago. a Gary Moore. I don't recall showing Gary Moore tonight. Okay? So Boots with Steve Biddlecombe going out. That's a final call to J.D. Conklin for 15. And the signed Rex Allen picture disc and cover is at 30 with J.D. Conklin. Here's what's left. And there are some like 40, stickered price $40 records in here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 LPs left in there. Y'all didn't do the last bundle on LPs, and I was severely disappointed. 18 LPs. Well, I could do the math in my head, but I always like having a calculator. So essentially $4 a piece. So 18, 4, 32, 40. Excuse me, hold on a second. I thought I could do it in my head. Well, I've already forgot how many records was in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18, 32, 40, $72. $72. $72. $4 a piece. Everything left in there. $72. Here's my phone. It's underneath the remains. All right, here's our next single. This is a rare and pretty desirable garage rock single. You can sometimes look on Discogs, and if you can tell how many people want it and how many people have it, plus it has a high rating. The last one sold for $160. The one before that, $200. And then the one before that, 2 years ago, $160. So this is the remains. Why Do I Cry? Paul said $25 start. That would be a killer deal. Also being that they're selling near mint close to $200. He says this plays a lot better than it looks. It's around a probably fair or G+ grade. And that's the good side. Why Do I Cry? So around a fair or G+ grade. So it is a $25 start. Really good garage rock single there. White Epic label promo. To be conservative, probably fair or G+. $25 start. And the bundle, $72. Yes, 18 times 4. The way I do math like that is I say 18 times 4 is 32 plus 10. 4 times 10 is 40, $72. That's how I do stuff like that in my head. I don't know how y'all do it, but that's how my brain works. 18 times 4, 8 times 4 is 32, 10 times 4 is 40, then you add those two together. It took me a second there because I forgot how many records there was. J.D. Conklin gets the Rex Allen for $30. That's sold to J.D. Conklin. I'm going to go ahead and put that in a new sleeve for you. The remains does have a bid with Jim B for $25. It should sell for at least like $50 or $60. I don't know if there's any garage rock collectors on. If not, Jim B's going to get a steal, and he's going to make about $290 off of it. So it's up to y'all to determine the value. And then Boots Randolph. Boots Randolph is sold, and this was sold up here to J.D. Conklin also for $15. So it's up to y'all. Y'all can let Jim B have a deal. He'll make about $200, $300, $400 off of it, or you can own it yourself and do whatever you want to with it. William says, I'm going to throw in my punch. He's in at $26. Jim B says he's out. That was fast. Talks of Ravens has it for $30. That was fast. Are you sure? It's a pretty good single. And Paul's test played it. He says it sounded great. I think he was listening to it when I got here today. He says that's a good one. All right, here's our next single. The Legendary Golden Vampires. The Legendary Golden Vampires. Man, some of these are pretty dusty, as y'all have noticed. The Legendary Golden Vampires. This is going to go up for a $5 start. What a cover. $5 start on that. All right, I got more autographs too. Nobody on my last two bundles. I can't believe it. $4 a piece. Where's Paul Brothers and John Kaiser and where are these people at? And Jetstream's already done his deal. He's already bought $1,000 worth of bundles. if you missed out on that Rex Allen, I have another one. It's not as cool. It's not as cool as the last one, but it's still signed. Rex Allen sings Western ballads. Rex Allen's on Hilltop, around VG Plus, and this is a $7 start. Rex Allen, signed, $7 start. Okay? The Remains is at 50. William Dragovich, you're out. And Talks of Ravens, you're out. Azra is sold to Brian Myers for $20. That means I'll do the bundle for $52 now. He got the $20 half off $39.99 record. Now the bundle's only $52. The Remains is at 50. Also, Paul handed me another stack of records. By the way, I was later tonight, if we do have time, he listed some on our Discogs. I was going to pull them up and see if anybody was interested. But all these here, he said, should definitely be auctioned. They were right on the threshold of being listed on Discogs, or just go ahead and show them here first. So he went ahead and passed these on to me. He said, let's try these here first, especially if you can start them at 7 and they can go up from there. So this is June Conquest, Take Care, on the Windy City label. And this is a 1967 funk soul single, $7 start, June Conquest, Take Care. And the Legendary Golden Vampires, Nobody's Bid, $5 start. And the sealed or signed Rex Allen's a $7 start. And then Michael Butler has already jumped up to the Remains for $75. And Brian Myers, I got you down for the Asra. Neil Reigler said he'll take the bundle. So thank you, Neil. So everything left now, just $52. And so Neil gets everything left from Sidney Poitier back to King Solomon for $52. Thank you. Those are sold to you. All righty. Now, final call on that and that. I just put up June. We got a lot of cool soul singles. I know we saw a lot of surf, garage, punk on the singles. But, man, I like these obscure soul singles. You end up finding some really killer music. I love deep cut soul. Probably one of my favorite things to search for on comps and playlists and digging through these singles is deep cut soul tracks I've never heard. There's some killer, amazing stuff out there. The Remains is now at $88 with Michael Butler. Let's grab, so I did say we was going to try to go through a crate from last night that was fairly recent and start discounting them. So I hope everybody's ready for that action. I can't believe it's already 12:06. I was going to actually stop like at 11:30 or midnight tonight, but we're pretty in deep now, so we'll go a little bit longer, especially as y'all keep buying, and I keep pulling out really cool stuff here. Let me get the next couple singles up. And let's see what's going on, all right? Is this from last night? Yeah, here it is. This may be something, this might have been some stuff in here some people was talking about. And what else did somebody ask about earlier? A Gary Moore album? I don't think I've got any Gary Moores left. I got all the remaining records right here behind me. First is Legendary Golden Vampires is a $5 buy it now. The signed Rex Allen is a $7 buy it now. June Conquest is a $7 buy it now. I'm going to put it over here with the other one. And The Remains is a final call to Michael Butler for $99. Okay. We're about to go through a buy it now best offer. John Gollin takes the June Conquest for $7. That's sold to John Gollin. I don't have any Shabuzi in stock, but I can put you on a waiting list. Whew, I got something in my eye, sorry. Rex Allen sold to Chris Ridlings for $7. And then Chris, I think last night, our conversation, I was going to show you some, I mentioned some Roy Rogers stuff that I had, but Man, trying to find it right now would be a challenge. But if I can dig it out tonight, I will, or we'll show it next week. This crate's about to be best offer. Michael Butler gets the remains for $99. And now, let's put up 2 new singles. This looks good. The Mad Hatter's Eve of Destruction. $5 start on that. And the Headstones, When You're Down. The Headstones, $5 start on that. Okay. I've added to it. Let's try to sell off the New Orleans bundle again. So, man, whatever record, I had a record with dust earlier. I knocked it off, and some of it's got in my eyes. It's painful. Record selling is dangerous sometimes. All right, so here's the remaining New Orleans records. I think it was this one. Yeah, this one's got a lot of dust on it. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So those were 50. Now $3 a piece. $30 for the reduced price NOLA bundle. $30 on those. Speaking of waiting list, Van Halen on this week's invoice. If it came in this week, yes. If you're technically on an invoice and it hadn't came in yet, then you don't get billed until it comes in. So you don't get billed until it shows up. Here's another signed record from Fred Goodwin's collection. I think it's signed by most of the people who appear on this album, the Stoneman family. It looks like it's signed by at least 5 of them or 4 of them, the Stonemans. And that's going to go up for a $7 start. Okay? The bundle is sold for $30 to William, and then Paul was second. So there's those. And these are getting new bids. Talks, you're out. Robert bid first at 5 and 5. We're going to go through these LPs. Buy it now or best offer. Mama's Boys, Growing Up the Hard Way. EX edition, $12.99. Also, we have Long Lost by Lord Huron. EX $22.99. Stevie Wonder, Intervisions. Unfortunately, with a name on it from the Connery collection. But that's EX $17.99. EX $17.99. Elton John's Greatest Hits from the Connery collection. VG Plus $14.99. Some nice records in here, though. And the Cruzados After Dark. EX $9.99. Does have a name tag on it. $9.99. And Joey Cape doesn't play well with others. EX $12.99. I need my phone for one. I need to send one question out to some people. Man, they've moved my tables around, and where I put my phone every time I keep forgetting, so. One second, please. All right, sorry. Okay, now, EJ 10, Elton John, so did Gary for 10. Mad 5. Mad? What's Mad, Tracy? Mad 5. Maybe Mamas. And then Mad 7. Mad 10. Oh, maybe y'all are bidding on something. Yeah, Mad Hatters. Okay. So, Mad, these are confusing. Mad Hatters 5, Headstones 5, Mad Hatters 5, Mad Hatters 5, Stone Family 7, that's back there. The Pressing of Inner Visions. Adam Bernardi, The Pressing of Inner Visions is a... No, I don't. Tomla. Looking for pressing plant. I don't see any pressing plant, but the Matrix may can help you. T326V1. That's the first indications. All right. Then Chris Riddling's on Mama. As in Mama's Boys for 7. Sell that to Chris for 7. Mad Hatter's 8. Mad Hatter's 10. Jim B said Joey Cape 7. That's sold to Jim B for 7. And then the headstones then only got one bid. And that was $5 with Robert Warner, and that's sold. And we're about to sell the signed Stoneman for 7 to Michael Butler. Angel Sinful, the vinyls VG, there is cover damage. VG condition, $9.99. VG $9.99. And Brian Ferry, Let's Stick Together. This is a Japanese pressing. Nice. EX edition, $14.99. And Gazpacho, Where Earth Let's Go. No condition notes. Gatefold 2 LP, $19.99. Mad Hatters is at 10 with Tracy. I think everybody else is out. Final call. Oh, man, here's a... Well, let's just run another one. Is this the same thing? Let's run another one. Big Star. I have another one. Same thing. Big Star. $5 start. Up for bid again. Brian Ferry 10. Brian Ferry 10. Mike Owen was first, then Michael, and then Gary. So let's go to Mike Owen. And Michael Butler, you're also going to get the signed Stoneman family for 7. Let me go ahead and put that in a new sleeve for you. Thank you. There's another opportunity for Big Star. I wish I could have just grabbed that one and sold it to the backup bidder. But all new auction now. And then Mad Hatter is sold to Tracy Songer for 10. Going through a bin here of Bot Now Best Offer. Saga is sealed for $29.99. Their International Breakthrough Studio album, Saga, Worlds Apart, a new sealed, enhanced artwork, $29.99. And Marillion Fugazi, $14.99. This is a new 180-gram pressing, near mint, Marillion. Now, Chris Riddlings had asked about that earlier. I was supposed to find it, and that's why I was going through this crate. So, Chris, if that's what you wanted, let me know. There it is. And then here's our next New Orleans single. This is the Crystal Set. The Crystal Set, it does have a little bit of a crease right here. Other than that, it's really nice. Hubble Bubble, $5 start. There it is. Also, we have, this is Caterwall, Pen and Web. Caterwall's a 1989 alternate rock, $9.99. Saga and Fugazi. Let's do $2 bumps on each. Mike, I'll do 22 on Saga. Chris, I'll do 12 on Fugazi. And next is Big Star has a new bid for 8. Also, Deep Purple. It is from the Connery collection, which means it's really nice, but his name's there on the front. Beautiful. Purple Island, German press. That's a Deep Purple compilation. Gatefold 2 LP, $27.99. And then the Doors. Once again, a beautiful copy, but from that Connery collection with his name on the cover, $24.99. Mike says he's good with the Saga at $22. Mike, thank you. That's sold to you for $22. The Crystal Set, final call to get a bid in for 5. And Jethro Tull, Crest of a Knave. I remember this crate now because we were talking about this, and Metallica has the original sleeve, $14.99. Chris Riddlings does get Marillion for $12. That's sold to Chris Riddlings. Thank you. That's sold. This is a Buy Now Best Offer. These Connery collection records are beautiful. They just unfortunately have his name written all over it. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. I went and got this bottle of water like 3 hours ago, and I hadn't took a drink of it. So let me go ahead and knock this out right quick. Give me 1 second, please. All gone. That's 20 ounces down the pipe. All right, so Big Star 8, Big Star 10. Crystal Sets a no bid, $5 buy it now. Jethro Tull. So we got a offer and a claim at full price. Gary, it's yours, but it will be sticker price. Oh no, it's the African record that I can't read. Ama Du Duzo Si Ya Bom Ukela. Sealed, $9.99. Big Star's now at 11. Crystal Sets a $5 buy it now. The next New Orleans single is The Clams. This says Garage Sock on the old sleeve that it was in. The Clams is going to go up 4. How the heck do you get to the record? There it is. The Clams, $5 start. $5 start on that. Also, we have You So Nidor Nelson Mandela, sealed, $14.99. Adam does get the Jethro Tull at sticker. All right, let's see what's going on over here in this Fred Goodwin crate. I'm running out of ideas for bundling. And I've almost sold all the autographs. It's about time for me to go dig another crate. But I was going to see if I can do some kind of other bundle here. I think I have other autographs, though. Here, I'll make some buy it nows. I got some other kind of obscure autographs here that I can do for $6.99 that are signed. There's 3. Is that the disc for that record? Country. Yeah, that's the disc for that. All right. Do I have any more signed records? Are these signed? No. I might have to get some of these out and look at them a little bit better. This is signed. All right, these are all $6.99. They are signed, okay? The first one I have is Jimmy Wakely. This is Country Million Sellers, as sung by Jimmy Wakely, and it's signed on Shasta, autographed, $6.99. Jimmy Davis, Greatest Hits, signed, $6.99. Soft and Tenderly, Gale Storm, signed, and Pee Wee King's Country and Western Hoedown, signed on the back. Those are all some deep cut Fred autographs there. Some of those recognizable. $6.99. Those are all available. All right, next is Big Star. Is a final call to T.O. for 11. Just want to make sure everybody's done. I think we are. And nobody bid on the Clams. $5 buy it now on the Clams. The Real Sounds, Vende Zako. Another sealed African record for $9.99. Ada Bernardi, this particular record is sealed, $9.99. Also, Cynic, Kindly Bent to Free Us. Cynic is unopened. It's a prog album, $19.99 on Cynic. And Genesis, The Gods. That's a reissue of a original album that's a little bit tougher to get. It's a 2015 Record Store Day pressing on gray and blue splatter, and it's $24.99. Wow, look at the color of that. Goes along with the music and the cover really well. Adam gets the Ama Du Duzo. That is sold. Bradley Smith on Cynic for $15. I'm going to sell that to Bradley for $15. And this is Gardner Cole, sealed, $9.99. Peter Green, a Music on Vinyl pressing, numbered on white vinyl for $19.99. Numbered and a white vinyl for $19.99. And Stum Film, Long Distance Calling, live from Hamburg. That is $34.99. Gary, you were second on Cynic at $16. New bid on Big Star for $12. We're not done yet on Big Star. Here is our next single going up right now for a $5 start. The Slicky Boys. When I first glanced at this, I thought of, it looks like the Black Cat Fireworks. I don't know. That's what I thought it was at first. This is a cool packaging, though. It's kind of like a flip open type deal. The Slicky Boys. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Songs on Big Star. This is an unofficial single, September Girls and In the Street. It's an alternate versions recorded in Memphis, 1974. And then side 2 is Holocaust and Baby Beside Me, live at CBGB's in 1978. So you get 2 alternate versions of September Girls and In the Streets, and then Holocaust and Baby Beside Me live at CBGB's. Okay? Now, the next comment was John Dodd on Stum for $25. Hold on a second. This was $34.99. John, I'll do that for $28. Peter Green, $15.15, and then sticker price. So, Mike, it's yours for $19.99. If not, Gary, it's yours for $19.99. If not, Joe Kolosky said he would take it for sticker price. And then we got T.O. out on the Big Star, so we're about to sell that to 12 to Oso. And Slicky Boys has bid for 5, 5, and 6. So no takers on these autographs at 7, 7, and 7. What about if you buy all 4 of them for 20? And that's signed by Jimmy Wakely, signed by Jimmy Davis, signed by Gail Storm, and signed by Pee Wee King. All 4 of those for 20. John Dodd said he'll take Stum Film for 28. Mike passes. So, Gary, it goes to you. Let me know if you want that for sticker. And let me check these right here because I sold a bunch of these last night. And I only had a few left after I found them in a different crate. So let me check the vinyl right quick so I can make sure they're all similar in price or similar in grade before I flash them as a buy it now deal. That one's fine. That one's fine. And here's this one. It's wild. Some of these covers have different colors. That needs to be put in an e-sleeve. Nice. Some of the, yeah, these are really nice. I got 3 copies of Marty Robbins' Return of the Gunfighter. Marty Robbins, $6.99 each. $6.99 each. Gary Wellman, it's up to you on the Peter Green. The Sleeky Boys is at 9. Robert Warner, you're out. Big Star is sold to Oso, making sure nobody else wanted to bid. He gets it for $12. Thank you, Oso. That's sold to you. Marty Robbins are $6.99 each. And let's put up another single here by The Headstones. And I think Robert bought the last one from this band. This is called Love Songs. The Headstones. It's got a little bit of a messed up corner there. A little bit of a messed up corner, just saying. But the vinyl is fine. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Slicky Boys is sold to Craig for $9. The Marty Robbins are sold to Nick Bargeron for $6.99. We got Ron Duffield at $6.99. And then we have one more. How much is Peter Green? It was stickered $19.99. You made an offer for $15, but after you, somebody claimed it full price. So it's $19.99 if you want it. The Headstones is a $5 start. Next in the New Orleans batch is going to be Jens Lindbergh meets the Strollers. What an interesting cast of people there. They're very spooky looking. That guy's holding a skull. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Jens Lindbergh meets the Strollers. What's the Peter Green bid? It's sold. We're just trying to figure out if Gary wants it. There is another Marty Robbins. Joe, I'll go ahead and tag it for you. $6.99. So nobody wanted the autographs at 28. Nobody wants them for 20. Does anybody want them for 15? Now they're $15. All 4 of them, $15. Peter Green is sold to Gary Wellman at sticker buy price. So Joe Kolosky, you were second. The Strollers has bids for 5 already. All right. Now Chris gets the 4 autographs for 15. Y'all know my policy. Everything in the store eventually gets discounted till it's sold. Now, stuff like that, that's a lot faster. Usually it's like price it 2 months later, 3 months later, 6 months later, and then eventually it's sold. But there you have it. They're gone. And all the Marty Robbins. Let me see what else I can come up with. I think a lot, I don't know if anybody's really going to be interested in much what's left in here, but I've said that before and I've been surprised. There is still some cool stuff left. This type of record has Tracy Soinger written all over it. Not literally, but it's a cool cover. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, am I back on? Okay, I'm back on. Here we go. So what was the last thing I said? No telling. Everybody I'm trying to text is already asleep. What is wrong with people? I got a few friends and they go to bed at like 8 o'clock. And I'm like, what is wrong with you? What do you do with your life? Okay, so let me figure out the last thing I said. Oh, music for bachelors. Yes, I said that was a $5 start. Or a $5 buy it now. $5 buy it now. The Strollers, Jim B was at 5, Robert at 5. Chris Ridling's got the autograph bundle. What was the name of the Peter Green album? The Peter Green album was called White Skies, I believe. White Sky. And then Mike, Stroller 6, Mike, Sound, Mike Check. Chris Ridlings gets music for bachelors for $5. That's sold to Chris Ridlings for $5. Downliner Sect has a bid for $5. Stroller's out. Jens Lindbergh 7. Downliner's 5. Chris passes on music for bachelors. Tracy will get it. Tracy gets that for $5. Downliner Sect 6. Okay. Here is truly a random item. This is a cool. Well, I don't know if this actually has. I don't know. Y'all may not want this. I thought it was actually about John Wayne. It's just a bunch of gift ideas from 20 years ago. I thought it was a magazine actually that Fred kept about John Wayne. It's not. $2.99 if anybody wants it. $2.99. But I thought it was about John Wayne. It's just got a bunch of stuff in it you can order. How long is this from? Probably 20 years ago. Yeah, exactly. December of 2005. I don't think you can get any of this stuff anymore. I thought it was going to be a really cool magazine about John Wayne, and it was going to be like $10, $15, but not. $2.99 if anybody wants it. Okay, and then cool cover, though. Those are still getting bids. I'm telling you, some of these Fred crates can have anything in it. That was literally the next thing. And then, are these signed? Okay, here we go. I got 2 albums signed by Eddie Arnold for $15. Signed by Eddie Arnold, $15. Eddie Arnold sings them again in My World, Eddie Arnold. Signed, $15, both of them together. Jim B has both auctions at 9 and 9. Here's what's left in here, or have we already read them? Here's what's left in here. Lord Huron, if you need a price, let me know. The Cruzados, Stevie Wonder, Angel, Gazpacho, Caterwaul, Deep Purple, The Doors, You Sword Nador, Nelson Mandela, The Real Sounds by Vende Zacco, Genesis the Gods, and Gardner Cole. And I think Jim B has both auctions for 9, and that's a final call. For $5, more Texas dancehall favorites, instrumentals, with special guest instrumentalist of the year, Johnny Gimble, featuring Fraulein, and Cotton Eye Joe. $5. Downliner Sect is still getting bids. We're not done on that. 10, and JD gets both of the signed Eddie Arnolds for 15. Those are sold to JD, $750. Caterwaul and Lord Huron. Lord Huron is EX $22.99. Next was Caterwaul. Caterwaul was $9.99. No condition notes. Near mint minus gold stamp promo. 89 alternate rock. William is still bidding on the Stroller. Hold on a minute. My mic is not pinched. We got a new magnet system, and it's not on my shirt good. There we go. And then Deep Purple. Deep Purple, unfortunately, has the Connery name tag on it. Beautiful vinyl, $27.99. Sell these both to Adam Bernardi for $25. Lord Heron and Caterwall. And Gary, $27, or make fair offer. Here's the overlooked record. Just because there's a name written on it. A beautiful, amazing... I'm looking at the vinyl. The vinyl looks immaculate. The Doors' greatest hits. Just $24.99 or best offer. So Jens Lindbergh, Jim B, you're out. That's now at 10. Downliners is at 12. And I showed that record back there. More Texas Dancehall Favorites for 5. I'll do this for 5. Oh Swing It, Jimmy Reverend and his Oklahoma Playboys. Western swing music from 1936 to 1938. $5. Immaculate vinyl. $5. Oh Swing It, Jimmy Reverend and his Oklahoma Playboys. Deep Purple, no condition notes. Yeah, it's from the Connery stuff, as in the vinyl doesn't have a mark on it, and it's beautiful. Okay, he's out on both, so that means Jens Lindbergh is sold to William Drugovich for 10. Romelu, I'll do the Doors for $17. Michael Butler said he'll take these two for 10, the 5 and 5 records. Those are sold. Let's put up another New Orleans auction. Hey, a vintage record, but this is cool. Maybe the disc would be nice. Not bad. Really nice, actually. 2 great songs from the Monkees. I'm a Believer and I'm Not Your Stepping Stone. A little bit of cover damage right over here, but a cool picture sleeve. I'm a Believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. $5. Gary Wellman on Deep Purple for $25. William Drugovich gets the Doors, or excuse me, Romelu C gets the Doors for $17. We've almost sold everything in there. Gardner Cole, Genesis the Gods, The Real Sounds, Usor, Gazpacho, Angel, Stevie Wonder, and the Cruzados. All still available. Next, that's a soundtrack. I think that's more country western. I'll figure it out in just a second. What is this here? This actually might be pretty good. Let me try to check this out right quick. Give me 1 second. And then let me see what kind of condition this is in. This is always a good record. This is in a, let me check condition. It's not bad for a 6i. There is some cover damage up here at the top though, but the Alamo soundtrack, $6.99. Robert Horton, The Man Called Shenandoah. Columbia 2i. Beautiful. $5 on Robert Horton. Downliner Sect is sold to Tracy for $16. The Monkees has bids for $5.5 and now $7. The next New Orleans single is called Towers of Strength, Died Pretty. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Towers of Strength, Died Pretty. $5 start on that. Do we have time to go through another Buy It Now Best Offer bin from new stuff from last night? While we finish up going through random 45s and auctions? I think we do. That way we at least have a fresh crate over here. I like the sound of that. Hopefully y'all like the sound of it too. And I still got plenty of stuff to show. We'll grab another crate that was new from last night and try to show it. But first, let me look this up. I think I remember pulling this one night because I thought it was cool. I feel like I checked it, but I didn't tag it. So I'm going to have to look it up again. But it's, yeah, it's right here. Yeah, it's a pretty good record. The last one, well, it's one of those weird records where, oh, that's because it's in Jamaica. Okay. There's only 2 for sale, 45 and 50 plus shipping. The last one sold for 55 and then 128. So that's a wide variety of prices. I'll say, and then those were actually 2 years ago. So it's been a while since one sold, but there is 2 active. But I'll do it for $29.99. $29.99. This is W.E. Du Bois, a recorded autobiography with interview by Moses Ash or Asch. W.E. Du Bois. That's a Folkway Records. And right here's the Discogs entry, of course, spoken word, speech interview, last sold $55.06, and before that $128. And there's only 2 for sale, and those are $50 and $45, and those are VG Plus and VG Plus, and this is EX or better. So pretty cool record there, $29.99. A W. Du Bois recorded autobiography, 1961. I'm going to put that over here, put that in a sleeve. We might put that in New Arrivals next week if no one buys it tonight. The Monkees is at 10. Nobody on this single. It's a bot now for $5, Towers of Strength. Let's go ahead and swap out crates right quick. If you decide you do want something left out of that bin, just let me know. Have emptied. We got quite the tower over here from the last couple nights. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 empty crates after I've done some serious condensing. Adam Bernardi says he'll take the W. Du Bois. Let me put that in a sleeve for you. And then I think I'm back down to some of these same few records here. I've been meaning to check the grade on all of them. I showed these last night for $9.99. I was going to start checking the grade on all of them, though, to make sure they're okay. John Wayne, America Why I Love Her. These are really cool records. $9.99. This is orange RCA. It's A-OK perfect. So John Wayne, $9.99. Here's another one. I think the OG is like this, a Unipack. Orange RCA. Beautiful. Another John Wayne, $9.99. America Why I Love Her. Here is another one. A Unipack. RCA. Near mint minus. So far, these are all like very high grade. And then here's another one. And this one is, once again, a Unipack design. Figured if I could sell them all now. If not, same thing. I'll put them in New Arrivals next week. And those are all beautiful. Yeah, $9.99 on John Wayne. It's a spoken word record. Really cool. I've sold dozens of them. From Fred had shelf space literally dedicated to these. He would buy these everywhere he could. He would sell them at cowboy festivals, rodeos he sold at. He had stacks of them. $9.99. The Monkees is Soda Talks of Ravens for 10. I'm going to make, those are 5. I'm going to start trying to build a bundle. Tim Graham says he'll take a John Wayne. I've got 3 left. Those are $9.99. I'm going to go ahead and put that in a sleeve for you, Tim Graham. Nice. Let's go ahead and go through another crate. Still got 124 faithful viewers. Let's go ahead and grab this next crate here. Or have I been through this? Is this New Arrivals? Yeah, that's 411. Maybe. What's this crate? I mean, it's got great records in it. I remember going through those. Let's bring it back over. I don't know. I can't remember. I don't remember nobody making an offer on this, or I'm surprised somebody didn't make an offer on that Stones record. So, let's see what's in here. Plus, it's a much shorter crate. The other one's packed full. I don't know about as much miscellaneous I'm showing. I don't know if we have time for it. Here's a couple more New Orleans singles. We have the Artesians, Trick Bag from Norton. The Artesians and Woody Carr and the El Caminos, My Woman. And then this one looks interesting. The Trash Bats. And this is Civilization's Dying. And Trash Bats Must Be the Cocaine. That's going to go up for a $5 and $5. All right, this is going to be a buy it now or best offer bin. This is the Rolling Stones live at the Marquee Club in 1971. 2 LP with DVD, $59.99. This is a buy it now or best offer. Frank Zappa apostrophe, super clean copy. Zappa is $39.99. Leon Bridges Coming Home. Leon Bridges is $24.99. That's in shrink wrap. Leon Bridges, $24.99. And I just dropped by to say hello. Johnny Hartman, $29.99. Impulse Records. I've got 3 John Waynes left if anybody wants them for $9.99, $9.99, and $9.99. I'm going to go ahead and start trying to get them in sleeves over here just so I know I've tagged them and checked them, because you never know about a Fred crate. I could bring over the next Fred crate and find like 20 more. That and all the Andy Griffin records and all the American nostalgia he could buy, he collected over the years. Amazing collection. A lot of it's just for his personal collection. He just loved duplicates and having inventory. And a lot of it he did resell. Some of these I've seen price tags at like $35. And I remember I was like, Fred, did you actually get $35 for these? He's like, yep, at those rodeo conventions back in the 90s. He said people would pay $35, $50 for those. I was like, wow. So there's our next 2 New Orleans singles, 5 and 5. Let's keep going here. John Coltrane, A Love Supreme, a remaster, $29.99. Betty Davis, Is It Love or Desire? A 2009 Sundays. That's, of course, a reissue of a rare album. $59.99 there on Betty Davis. Ooh, that was a great neck adjustment. I'm sorry if y'all had to hear that. I'm trying to bundle some stuff back there in the back. Let's see, some more Cowboys type stuff. Here's the another Alamo, Songs of the Trail, Kicking It, more Western type music, another soundtrack, and here we go. So here's a bundle deal. Try to get some of these sold here. There hadn't been a comment in almost 4 minutes. That's scary. I can tell everybody's getting sleepy. So there's the Alamo, which wasn't too bad except for the seam split. The Robert Hord, Man Called Shenandoah, music from the Golden West, the actual Shenandoah soundtrack, another RCA Camden Alamo soundtrack, Songs of the Trail by the Norman Luboff Choir, and Kickin' with Al Dean and the All-Stars, Cotton Eye Joe. So all those for $15. All those for $15. That kind of bundle LP deal there. Nobody on Trash Bats. That's a $5 buy it now. Nobody on the Split, Artesians, and Woody Carr. Those are $5 buy it nows. Is anybody out there to send a test comment so at least I know I'm live? Is there at least anybody out there still live that can send me a test comment? Tim Graham says he'll take the bundle. That's everything from Kickin' to the Alamo for $15. Jim B gets the Artesians. Jim B still watching. He gets the Artesians for $5. And then the next New Orleans single is the Sparks. And the Sparks is going to go up for a $5 start. Beat from Holland. The Sparks is a $5 start. Okay, there are some live forms out there. Just wanted to make sure. The Sparks is a $5 start, and the next one is Big Al Downing, Down on the Farm. That's actually sealed. $5 start on that. So there's the next 2. I'm going to go ahead and try to bundle the remaining New Orleans stuff from tonight. So there's Trash Bats, Died Pretty Towers of Strength, the Headstones, the Clams, and the Crystal set. Interesting stuff. It normally would have been $5, $10, $15, $20, $25. $15 for the NOLA bundle. $15 for the NOLA bundle. $15 on the NOLA bundle. All right. I don't know what this is. This is. I think this is all just going to be trash. Nobody's going to want those. That was missing disc. I found out later. Okay. So this is classical guitar. All right, let's bundle. Some of those done pretty well, though. Let's see. Is that my last classical guitar? Yeah. All right, here's 3 classical guitar albums for $15. 3 classical guitar albums for $15. Softly, Louise Bonfire. Leona Boyd, the first lady of the guitar, as in classical guitar. That's a Columbia Master Sound. And the Odeska Balkians, the art of the the Balikas, or however you say that. 3 kind of classical guitar type albums there. Bundle for $15. William Drugovich gets the NOLA bundle. He gets those remaining ones for $15. Doing a lot of $15 bundling. Nobody bid on the Sparks. It's a $5 buy it now. Nobody bid on Big Al Downing. Gets a $5 buy it now. 3 classical guitar albums, $15. Let's keep going through the buy it now best offer. Nobody made an offer on Betty Davis. Nobody made an offer on John Coltrane. Nobody made an offer on Johnny Hartman or Leon Bridges or Frank Zappa or the Rolling Stones. I don't know if I should continue the crate then, but I will just for y'all. Electric Light Orchestra, Olay ELO, great compilation, VG Plus $19.99. Also, we have Sonny Boy Williamson, VG Plus $19.99, VG Plus $19.99. Don't make a mistake. Tracy Songer on Holland, and that was Holland. Beat from Holland, the Sparks. That's sold to Tracy for $5. Still got Big Al Downing there for $5. And Loretta Lynn does have cover damage, but it's a white label promo mono. White label promo mono of Decca, VG Plus. That's $19.99. Johnny Hartman is, I just dropped by to say hello. A 2015 Impulse, 2015 near mint, $29.99. Michael Butler got Sonny Boy Williamson for $15. Thank you on that. And the Coltrane is near mint. Did I have a year? It's just a new remaster, $29.99. New remaster on Coltrane, $29.99. And then non-dairy creamer, VG Plus $14.99. Steve Biddlecombe, this is called Down on the Farm with Big Al Downing. It's a 4-track on Roller Coaster Records. It's sealed RCEP 105, $5 buy it now. Need the Stones that has Sympathy for the Devil. That album is called Let It Bleed. No, that's called Beggar's Banquet. Beggar's Banquet. I don't think I have one of those laying around here. Next is All Day Thumbsucker, fantastic compilation with Ike and Tina and T-Rex, EX Edition, $12.99 on that. Nobody on the classical guitars. I don't have any more to add to it, so that's about it on those. And then what else do I have here? I've got... some of these, I don't know what it is. I don't have enough same kind of stuff to bundle. It's got a bunch of random stuff still left in here. Here's a $5 record. We sold a Churchill earlier tonight. The Finest Hours, Winston Churchill, his own story and memories of the Second World War. It's a gatefold double LP, and it's got a book in the inside of it. $5. He mobilized the English language and sent it into battle. That's a quote from JFK. Really cool 2 LP, beautiful, top deal here. So I'll take the guitar with the woman. Okay. So that's $5 on Winston Churchill. What was Mike Allspaw, All Day Thumbsucker for $7? My crate's full over here. Let me go ahead and grab. I don't know if we're going to be able to finish it, but I'll try. Let's see if I can. I may show y'all everything that's just like randomly left in this Fred crate. And that'll be the 4th and full final Fred crate we sold tonight. Let's get some New Orleans stuff up, though. We still got time. And a new crate I need to start, which is right here. Let me grab a new crate because it looks like we're going to sell a few more records, especially if I sell some remaining record stuff here. So first, we have Thumb sold to Mike for $7. Rob Gates got the Churchill for $5. Tim was second, then Adam Bernardi. And then next is W put all 10 and WC. So let's sell this. What is all 10 and WC? All right, so Tracy, I'll say this for $5. And then does anybody want these last 2 for 10? 2 more classical guitar albums. All right, Non-Dairy Creamer is another compilation. VG, if I didn't show that, Peter Green, Little Feat, Zephyr, Brownsville Station, Curved Air, Rosebud, VG Plus $14.99, What's Funk, Grand Funk $14.99, and Junior Wells on tap. Junior Wells is $29.99. Our next two New Orleans singles are going to go up right now. We have the Waistcoats and the Others. And these are going to go up for a $5 start. We have the Waistcoats, It's Not True. That's on blue vinyl. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And the Others. Here's the modern sound of the Others. And that's going to go up for a $5 start as well. My Labors, Nick Grave Nights, a blues rock album, $19.99. Lindsey Buckingham, Go Insane, $19.99. And Spoon on orange vinyl. Lucifer on the Sofa, $19.99 on that. Also, Los Lobos by the Light of the Moon. Los Lobos is $14.99, and Amazing Rhythm Aces is $14.99. And then JD Conklin, I just wanted to confirm you had Al all for 10. Sorry, I've already sold that for 7. I probably should have countered his offer, but I went ahead and let it fly. So it's gone. Leon Bridges, Gold Digger Sound on gold vinyl with the gold foil cover. Leon Bridges is $19.99. This is a Buy It Now Best Offer album. A crate, including Anderson, Buford, Wakeman, Howe. Original on sleeve, $44.99. Final call to get bids on these for 5 and 5. Ben Harper with Charlie Musselwhite, Get Up, a Barnes & Noble exclusive on red vinyl. That's $49.99. Buddy Guy, Live at Legends. That's sealed for $39.99. And Terje Rapal, Mizrav Vitrus, and Jack DeJohnette, $19.99. Gary Wellman on AR Aces for $10. That's sold to Gary Wellman for $10. Gary, you still hadn't said sold on the Jerry Jeff autograph yet. Agnetha Folk Song, that's a 2023 white vinyl pressing for $24.99. John Coltrane, Giant Steps. If I would have put this up for auction tonight, it would have sold. Now, because it's in the bin, that's the only reason it hadn't sold. There's a odd phenomenon sometimes of auctions. All you got to do is make me an offer and it's yours. Otherwise, something like this, I'm going to tag and have them run at auction next week. And it's going to sell anywhere from between probably like 30 and 50. Right now, it's $44.99 or best offer. Joe Kolowski wants My Labors, Nick Grave Night. That is sold to Joe Kolowski. Thank you. These didn't get bid, so the Others is a $5 buy it now. The Waistcoats is a $5 buy it now. We have Little Milton, If Walls Could Talk, sealed 88 US Blues chess, $19.99. Talks of Ravens get Spoon for $15. That is sold to Talks of Ravens for $15. We also have Easter Everywhere, 13-4 Elevators, a sealed reissue Psych album, $29.99. And we have Bill Evans, Return Verve Engagement. Bill Evans, $19.99. 2 more New Orleans singles. We've sold about half of this box. I don't know if y'all saw it at the beginning of the night, but we're going to have a lot of fun with it next week when we start the show Monday night, because there is so many Steel Killer records left in here. We have 60 Minute Men. 60 Minute Men is going to go up for a $5 start. Also, we have the Sleepwalkers, and this is going to go up for a $5 start. That is a 4-track in mono, it says. Waistcoats is sold to Tracy Songer for $5. Thank you. We have Yusef Lateef. That's an original 76 PRC Richmond press. $44.99 on that. Junior Wells is a 72 UK. That's $19.99. Romelu said he'd do 12 on the Bill Evans. Sold to Romelu for $12. Also, Buddy Guy, A Man and the Blues. I think we auctioned one of these tonight. $34.99. Compilation of Peter Green. That's the All Dairy Creamer. That is sold to Gary Wellman. That is sold to Gary Wellman for $10. That was the All Dairy Creamer. That's right back here. That's sold to Gary for $10. I'm going to show you what's left in that Fred crate and do a bundle price in just a second, okay? I'm going to bring it up here and put it on the table. Luther Allison, $29.99. Luther Allison, $29.99. Twisted Babe, Bo Carter, a 72 US, $29.99. Brand X Livestock, EX, $14.99. And Blue Cheer, a beautiful, super clean, fantastic OG copy, $49.99. The Others is sold to William Drugovich for $5. Speaking of $5, these are a no bid, so they're a buy it now for 5 and 5. The Sleepwalkers and 60 Minute Men, those are buy it nows for 5 and 5. If anybody wants to make an offer on anything left in there, you can be my guest, okay? You can be my guest. I'll say thank you and welcome to Collectco. You're now my guest. Please make offers. Now, I'm going to count all this up and kind of price it before I set it up here. And let's see here. We got 1, 2,
3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Plus the 2 back there, 16, 18. Okay, I think I got a price in mind. William says he'll take the other 2 as well. All right, those sold to William for 5 and 5. All right, so everything you see left in this bin, the price is the price is $40. Okay, so you can go ahead and claim it now, or you can wait for me to flip through. But here's from here back hadn't been shown. The remaining of the 4 Fred Goodwin crates that I started on last night. So you've seen those, the 2 classical guitars. This is the National Rifle Association American Outdoorsman box set. Some very old RCA Victor inner sleeves, I think for either maybe even 78s or early LPs. We have Peter Marshall Speaks, Marching Along with Sosa, the Marine Band of the Royal Netherlands Army. Fred's left some kind of newspaper clipping in here from what? Let's see. Def Leppard and Journey article. Harry Rezer, Banjo Virtuoso. Herb Albert's Greatest Hits 2. Les Brown, Concert at the Palladium. An Elvis inner sleeve. A Rosalie Maphis. A Hank Williams Story disc. Special products. An empty cover of Joe Lee and Joe Maphis. Rosalie Maphis. This is Artie Shaw. Cowboy Four Wheeling. Sons of the Pioneers is sealed. Julius Wetcher and the Baja Marima Band Four-Sider. Downchild Blues Band, We Deliver. That looks interesting. And Cashman and West, Life Song. And this bicentennial picture disc. It's a bicentennial, pretty cool picture disc. So that's everything in that crate for $40. Just curious, because I hadn't bought before, but when do I pay? You'll get an invoice on Monday, $7 in limited shipping. You'll get an invoice. As long as you filled out the form, you'll get an invoice on Monday, $7 in limited shipping. And then we have GMB's very curious at what's about to happen. I don't know. I don't know myself. And then David Hoy on USEF for 24. And can he do for 7 for the 2 classical? Well, I've kind of already put them in here. Let me give the bundle opportunity a few more chances. Or if somebody wants, since he's buying these for 7, if somebody wants what's left for 33, then if I can pull these out and say everything left for 33. A lot of interesting stuff in there. As usual with Fred, even some newspaper clippings. And I'll put that John Wayne magazine in there. So that made it even better. And the only no bid tonight so far is Big Al Downing. And we still got the Peter, Paul, and Mary and the Jerry Jeff autograph. So let me give the bundle one more opportunity. Or if somebody wants to buy it, they can pull those out and get it $7 cheaper. So that's everything I've shown there. That's going to cost quite a bit to ship, all that randomness there. And Yusef Latif. Let me pull that for David Hoy and see what I can do on it. David, this was marked $44.99. I'll do it for $32. I'll do it for $32. Yusef Latif, $32. It was marked $44.99. Still waiting for Gary Willman to buy the Jerry Jeff autograph. And then these are sold to Joe DeGaldo for $7. Now you can't get them in the bundle. I've already pulled them out. Now everything left for $33. A lot of random stuff in there. Let's run a couple more New Orleans singles. Let's grab 2 more and see what's going on. Next couple I have are what? More Slicky Boys. I don't know what's about to be next. We're about to find out. We have Indiscrimination. Indiscrimination is a $5 start. And we have the Sparks. We just had one of those, Beat from Holland, $5 start. Okay. Now here's what we're gonna have. I'm gonna end up selling everything in here individually
for more than what I was going to bundle it for, which is okay with me. First is, what is the picture disc? It's kind of like a spoken word, I think, Spirit of 1976 type deal. Let's see. This Land Is Your Land, Stars and Stripes, American the Beautiful, the Battle Hymn, and the Star Spangled Banner. This side has American Salute, Camptown Races, Rhapsody in Blue, Gospel Train, On the Trail. There's The British Is Coming. There is the Minutemen. There's Benjamin. There's, you know, Everything for Freedom. That by itself is $7. Chris, I've already had a Jerry Jeff offer for $75. As soon as I showed it, sight unseen, somebody said, would you take $75 for Jerry Jeff? And I said, my price is $95. My price is $95. That's the price. The last two signed Jerry Jeff albums, I'm pretty sure I sold for $220 and $260. That one's only $95 with a lot of extra stuff on it. I don't know if that helps it or hurt it. It's up to the buyer to determine. Tim Graham gets that for $7. The NRA box set, I'll sell this to you for $6.99. $6.99. I think, Michael, I don't know what all's included. This has got I remember looking at this originally. There's got a lot of random stuff in here. It's even got some like military base radio broadcast. $6.99 for everything that's in there, though. Okay, these are no bids. $5 and $5. The Sparks and Indiscrimination, both called Blues and Beat from Holland. And Chris, yeah, Garrett Seipert was the first person that he said, you know, because I think he remembered I had it the last time, and he said I'll do 75 for this, and I said no, it's 95. So that's the price on that. Here's what I'm going to do with it. It's going to be put on eBay for $299.99 or best offer. It's going to be put on eBay for $299.99 or best offer. Right now, it's $95 to y'all. The American Outdoorsman is sold to Michael Ruttman for $6.99. David Hoy never did say yes or no on Yusef Lateef. I counted at $32 on that. And then TL Review wants Sparks. And that was this one here for $5. Okay? Here, I'm going to make a final decision. Here's our last two New Orleans singles of the night. We have The Overtones for $5. Surf Spider and Die Tornadoes, Curly Whirly, a $5 start. Yusef Lateef is sold to David Hoy for $30. Nobody on this remaining Fred Goodwin stuff. Now it's truly a lot of randomness, including a bunch of empty sleeves. All right. Nobody wants to buy Clint Eastwood. He's only $1,600. Nobody wants to buy Kurt Russell. He's only $900. All right. Okay. Anybody have any last request? Last request, your final wishes. This is your last opportunity to get records in on your invoice before the cutoff tomorrow. Anybody want a 45 bundle? I sold 4 boxes the Jetstream earlier tonight for $750. I've got a whole nother box we have filled back up tonight. Same price, $250. We sold a couple last night. These are no bids, $5 and $5. Or I can sell you the last 4 here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's sell those last 4 for $12. Any more NoFX left in the store? I have no idea. What I'm going to do is I'm going to tell John to find me a copy. There's no telling how many of these we have in the back. I just need to tell John to find me a disc, because a couple people have passed on this because the disc isn't nice, which I understand that has a lot to do with why people want it. They want to listen to it because the disc is like VG minus, but you should be able to find a nice disc for this, no problem. So what I'm going to tell John to do is I'm going to tell John, find me a nice disc for Jerry Jeff Riding High, and then I'm going to price it for $175. Shouldn't be that hard to find a nice disc for that record. Should be pretty common. But some of these signed albums, I don't put them out for sale until we get a nice disc. Because I've had some like really expensive autographs, and the vinyl has nothing to do with it. And I've had no bids and passes because they actually wanted to listen to the album. And I'm like, man, okay, well, let me go find a disc. That's how I sold Stone. I had that empty Stone Sour jacket that was signed by Corey Taylor from Slipknot, Stone Sour. Nobody wanted it. And I was like, man, this is crazy. And so I bought a new music on vinyl pressing, the same thing that was, and I put a disc in it, and it sold immediately for more than what I was asking for, just because everybody wanted the record. For me, I'm just like, well, I can find a disc. I'll just, buy the jacket. That's the hard part to get. Okay, so Spider is sold to... What happened here? Spider. This is sold to Tracy for $5. Next comment is, would you take an offer of $16 for Phil Collins? Joe, you got the classic guitar. Regina, she already bought that for $5, so let me sell these to you for $7. Okay? So sell those 3 to Regina for $7. Any prog in that crate? No. Talks with Raven second. Mike Ospaw says Lost Lobos from last crate 10. Okay, I think that's over here. And Phil Collins. Now, where was that crate at? That's going to be the trouble. Was that a new arrival bin for tonight, or was that something we were going through earlier? It wasn't in the last crate. You're going to have to help me out maybe a little. Do you know if it was new arrivals, or was it a discount crate? It's sold to Mike Allspaw for 10. Okay. Whew. Tonight, I'm going to finish my food up here. I'm going to go ahead and knock out all my vinyl ordering so I don't have to worry about it tomorrow. And see if we can find it. Maybe new arrivals. Okay, that might maybe be right here behind me. See if I can find that right quick. Anybody want any new vinyl, like adding to your invoice? Because that's the stuff I can find fast. I know exactly where it's at. The new arrival from tonight. Did you say, hello, I must be going? Which one did you say? He said, no jacket required. You want Studio is what you want. This is sold for $16. This is sold for $16 to Bradley Smith. Gary Wellman bit. He said, I'll take it. Sold. Gary, here's what I'll do. If we run across a copy that's nice, I'll be sure just to send you the record, okay? That way you can swap out the disc. That's sold to Gary for $95. Thank you. That just leaves Peter, Paul, and Mary, which I think somebody was interested earlier tonight. I think it was Michael Rudolph. I've already reduced that too. And we have sold every autograph that I've had over here for a while that I've been wanting to reduce. So, Gary, I will make sure you get tagged, or I'll sell it to you at a great price, whatever. Usually those are like $20, $25. I'll sell it to you like half off or something, because that will greatly increase the value of your autograph. I think you'll be okay, or I'll just slip one in the order, but I'll make sure we find one, okay? We'll do something. And we've almost sold everything. I hate having one straggler, but I'll list old Peter Paul on the old eBay, I guess. Y'all saved me a lot of work tonight. I said stuff over here off to the side that I'm like, man, I wish y'all could just go ahead and we'll make a deal, because it's so time-consuming listing stuff online. Yeah, I still got some cool stuff over here I need to chip away at. Mustafa, not yet. Tracy Chapman's on black vinyl. No. There will never be orange vinyl again unless we get one in a collection. Unless someone trades in, yeah, we won't be able to get one. They're gone forever. They're not even making them anymore. So the Mustafa has not come in. They've shipped, but they have not come in. I have not showed. No, the platter packs, we never did get around to that stuff. We didn't. Unfortunately, I never did get around or put back in. Yeah, I think everybody's paid. I had one local person that, I don't know. Orange aren't, no, that's red. Let me check. I'm curious what the other ones are selling for. Red's orange. Yeah, orange are like $50 plus shipping. People have them on there for sale. They're like $50 plus shipping. So that's what I figured. I only got 11. So between two places, I ordered 200 or 250 and I only got 11. I can't do 35 on this. Their autographs are actually a little bit better than most, Adam. I mean, I'll do another 5 off. I'll sell it for 50. Because it will be a tougher sale. I'll have to wait a little bit longer. I will do it for 50 though, and then everything is cleared. It'll be a complete. We can take a deep breath. Everything is complete. Let me see if I can find where he signed an album. It's a book. Yeah, there's no albums. None of those are albums. Music's weird. It's like cuts and index cards are very little, and then all of a sudden you get a signed album and it's much more, especially authenticated. Yeah, there's some things I question when they don't have COAs. It just looks like a scribble, So, all right, good deal. I'll sell it to you for 50. Awesome. Everything's gone. The table is cleared. We're at an awesome place to stop. If I show something else, it may not sell, and then we'll be waiting around for somebody to buy it. So, great stopping point. I won't forget about you on the Marillion. I owe a big thanks to Adam Bernardi. No sale tomorrow. I didn't forget it was Easter, but also Paul was kind of hitting that he couldn't do a sale because of Easter and really didn't want to. So no activities tomorrow, which breaks like a long streak of us streaming live. But that'll be okay. I'll be back Monday. I'm going to go eat and then come back here tomorrow night and work. And we have tons of vinyl for y'all next week. Paul, I don't know if he did that deal on a collection or not. He's working on a local jazz collection. Did the mountains you had a couple nights ago sell already? I can't remember if they did. Are you talking about mountain as in like Mississippi Queen Mountain? I feel like we had some tonight. But I think those got grabbed. I've been hyping up the mountain records, and I think they've been selling. Yeah, the ones tonight got sold. Here's the first couple crates tonight. But I can be on the lookout for you. Here's Avalanche. It's still available. And yeah, the promo tonight sold in all those. $19.99. Mountain Avalanche. Mountains $19.99. or best offer. And then, Steve, I saw your message come through the other night. I hadn't got a chance to read it, but I saw your message, and I'm going to examine that and see. I'll either reply to you or just know that I've read it, and I will read it. A John Bonham autograph. I might know somebody with one. Now, what are you looking for a cut, or do you want it on an album? I know where I can possibly get one for you. It depends on what you want it on, though. It depends on what you want it on. So, albums are very pricey. And then it goes down from there. So, I know where a set of cuts are right now. Actually, a couple of those big eBay sellers, I've got to know them. So a lot of those big eBay accounts that sell autographs, I've kind of got to know some of those guys. So sometimes they have stuff and I can get it and kind of broker a deal with somebody. I got a couple customers that have bought some really high-end stuff lately. I've let them to. It's stuff like, hey, I'm looking for this signed. And I'm like, well, you never know. I might not be able to get it for 2 years, but I know where one is that I trust, and I'll guarantee it. They'll guarantee it. It's authentic. But, I still got a steak and broccoli up front to eat tonight. I'll be here for about another hour. Then I'm going to have to go home and do like housekeeping. I usually do housekeeping on Sunday. Technically Saturday after the sale. That way my house is in, I don't do anything except go home and sleep and come back, but somehow it still gets like messy. Like empty cereal boxes, Pop-Tarts, wrappers on the counter. Right. John Bonham albums around 10 grand. A nice signed John Bonham album's around 10 grand. I think a cut is still well over 5,000. But I'll see what he has, and I can let you know. But a signed album's 10 to 15 grand. 10, that'd be a great deal. If you got it for 10, that'd be a great deal. Especially COA'd from 2 or multiple companies. And then a John Bonham cut, I think, is going to start at like 5,000. Maybe. I don't know. But that would be just like a signed cut index card or a check or something. But I'm telling you, if you can get an album for less than 10,000, I would have already bought it. So the best way with autographs is, having multiple letters. If you're going to spend $5,000 or $10,000 on something, you want multiple letters from big companies. And those are, I wouldn't buy it unless it's Beckett, JSA, or PSA. Anything else, it's just a piece of paper. It's worthless. So I can get on eBay right now and show you where tons of fake autographs are selling. Just one after another. It's real when it's sold for a lot of money. And if you see like a signed John Lennon and it's sold for $380, you might as well have just burned up $380 because it's fake. I would say every once in a while something might slip through there. Somebody finds something at a garage sale. They put it on eBay. But, it's still, the right people will probably see it, like people who deal in autographs, and they'll still bid it up for thousands of dollars. I've seen that happen before because they know it's real. They can look at it. Somebody found it in a state or something. But the stuff that's authenticated, if you really want to get on there and buy it, it's going to cost you a lot of money. Elton John, Fleetwood Mac, Beatles autographs, Led Zeppelin autographs, Black Sabbath autographs, big new people today, movie stars, De Niro, Swift, Harrison Ford. All that stuff is really expensive. Tom Cruise. There's so much on there that's just like fake COA'd. There's just, I've got piles of them here, fake autographs. So Bad stuff. Hiram, I'll be on the lookout for that other mountain. Thanks, everybody. I'm in the feed now. Appreciate you for watching. I'll be back Monday at 5 o'clock. Good night. I'll be on the lookout for some bottom autographs for you. I've got mine. I'm glad I do because it was a sigh of relief when I finally got it. Now I've got to work on everybody else. And I've sold my Robert Plant. I wish I hadn't have. Oh, well. I've got a long, hopefully fruitful life ahead of me to collect autographs and records. So I've got plenty of time. Although the stuff does keep getting more expensive, so I'm trying to buy it while I can. Thanks, everybody. Good night.